I'm cultivating immortality with the science of mortals. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, Refining the 5-Element Flag. After receiving Luo Hong's voice transmission, Cheyenne Ho Zenran pondered for a moment and replied, "It's not very important, but if we can get the help of Jiahan Bell, we can be much easier when refining treasures. As far as I know, the Jiahan Bell contains the 5-element of Jiahan's essence. If we can borrow the power of Jiahan when refining treasures, the consumption of mana will be greatly reduced. Although I have prepared a few bottles of Yang Yuan pills, Li Xiaoyao and Wang Xiaoyao have not yet formed pills. It is possible that they will run out of mana halfway through refining treasures. If we can get the help of Jiahan Bell, we will be safe." Luo Hong nodded slightly when he heard this. In the near term, the 5-element flag is a necessary treasure for Xiaojin to save her. After being frozen for more than 30 years, Xiaojin's condition is not optimistic. Her life force is fading, and she can't wait for another 30 years. In the long term, the 5-element flag is also a must-have for Luo Hong to verify his newly researched method of ascending spirits. The soul-raising technique is related to Luo Hong's future infant formation. Once the infant is formed, Luo Hong will no longer be an ant in the human world. There is no doubt that this is a top-notch event. Therefore, whether it is near or far, Luo Hong must ensure that the refining of the 5-element flag is foolproof. The senior's refining skills are superb. The failure of refining the treasure this time is not because of the senior's poor refining skills, but because the junior is too fanciful and underestimated the complexity of this treasure. Seeing that Cheyenne Ho Zenran had been standing silently after the failure of refining the treasure, Ling Yuling thought that he was too embarrassed, so she tried to comfort him. Alas, even the famous Cheyenne Ho Senior couldn't refine this treasure. Should I ask the uncle of the nascent soul in the palace for help? Ling Yuling still thought about it without giving up, but suddenly thought of the consequences of doing so, and couldn't help shuddering. Forget it. If the two elders knew, they would blame me for not doing my job and urge me to practice hard in seclusion. "Little friendling, can you let me try?" Luo Hong suddenly said. "Who is this senior?" Ling Yuling was puzzled. She wondered if this person thought that his weapon refining skills were better than senior Cheyenne Ho's. She turned her clear eyes to Cheyenne Ho Zenran. "Although fellow Daoist Zuo's weapon refining skills are still a little behind mine, in Xiangxing City, fellow Daoist Zuo can definitely be ranked among the top 5 in terms of weapon refining skills. Since fellow Daoist Zuo is so confident, he must have some means. Little fellow Ling, why not let him have a try? It will only cost some materials." Cheyenne Ho Zenran said truthfully. He was also curious about what means Luo Hong would use. "It is an honor for me that Senior Zuo is willing to give it a try. You can use the spiritual materials on the stage." Ling Yuling bowed her hands in a casual manner, respectfully and generously. "Then Zuo will show off his ugliness." Luo Hong chuckled, took a few steps forward, and then brazenly released the huge spiritual consciousness of his mid-stage San'an Yuanshan. The sudden appearance of the spiritual consciousness pressure made everyone's face change color, especially Ling Yuling. His eyebrows were furrowed, his mouth slightly opened, and his face was filled with shock. This person's consciousness was even better than those elders in the palace. How could this be possible? This person was clearly only a cultivator at the primary stage of Dan formation. If one does not practice the technique to strengthen the Yuan Shen, even if a cultivator practices to the early stage of Yuan-ing, he can only raise his Yuan Shen realm to the early stage of Xinyan. Luo Hong, by swallowing the heavenly demon pill and practicing the great Yanju, has already raised his Yuan Shen realm to the middle stage of Xinyan. Naturally, his consciousness is 3 points stronger than that of a cultivator at the early stage of Yuan-ing. Fortunately, among the 4 people, only Ling Yuling had seen a Yuan-ing cultivator release his consciousness with all his strength, so Cheyenne Ho Zenran and Elder Gong could not accurately judge how strong Luo Hong's consciousness was. Their shock was still within the limit. Harley was shocked and then ecstatic. Senior brother Luo would not do useless things. Since he had practiced the great Yanju to the 3rd level, The benefits of a strong consciousness for Dan formation were self-evident. I'm on the right path. Han Li was very excited. After releasing his divine consciousness, Luo Hong immediately began to refine the treasure. With the cooperation of hundreds of divine consciousnesses, even if he had to control thousands of spider silks at the same time, the scene seemed orderly. Thousands of spider silks flew around Luo Hong, forming a light pink silk ball. The blue Dan fire he sprayed was in the center of the silk ball, integrating the spiritual materials that needed to be refined when refining the treasure into the spider silk one by one, at an incredibly fast speed. After a while, Luo Hong began the most difficult step in refining this treasure, weaving thousands of spider silks at the same time. In fact, Ling Yuling and Cheyenne Huo Zenren could have taken the approach of weaving hundreds of spider silks first, and then using the woven thin ropes to weave thick ropes. Although the strength of the finished magic weapon would be reduced in this way, the difficulty of refining would be greatly reduced. But both of them were arrogant and proud. The way to achieve the ultimate was in front of them, and they would not even look at the second-rate method. Luo Hong also had this pride, or even more, but he hid it very well. Except for Han Li, who saw some of it, everyone else thought that Luo Hong was a low-key and humble person. The spider silk weaving technique used by Luo Hong was exactly the same as that of Cheyenne Huo Zenren, but it was pleasing to the eye because of its extremely exquisite control. The spider silk rope was woven inch by inch at a speed visible to the naked eye. An hour later, a 9-foot-long pink spider silk rope was woven by Luo Hong. Luo Hong used Dan Huo to warm the rope for a while, and then threw it to Ling Yuling. "Thank you, senior. Today I really opened my eyes," Ling Yuling said sincerely. "Haha, I knew that Taoist Zuo would not brag. Little friendling, please show the power of this magic weapon next time to satisfy my curiosity." Cheyenne Huo Zenren laughed out loud and said with some expectation, "No problem, then please cooperate with this Taoist friend." Ling Yuling offered the new magic weapon and said to Han Leomo, who was watching the excitement with a happy face. Han Li was stunned when he heard this. He was the only one who could be called fellow Daoist Ling Yuling. Can this be blamed on me? Han Li couldn't help but feel a little depressed, but when he saw Ling Yuling pinching the magic formula and tying the spider silk rope into a spider web, it was obvious that he wanted to test the defensive ability of the magic weapon. He didn't want to spoil everyone's fun, so he immediately sacrificed the most powerful magic weapon in his hand. When the two touched, the magic weapon Han Li sacrificed only made a slight dent in the spider web, and then it was bounced away. This defensive power is definitely top-notch among magic weapons. Elder Gong, how about using your Hunyuan bowl to try it? Ling Yuling was still unsatisfied and wanted to use the magic weapon to test the defensive limit of the spider silk rope. Haha, that's what I mean, nephew Ling, be careful. Elder Gong spread his right palm flat on his danshan, and then a black and white round bowl came out of his body and just hovered above his palm. With a thought, the Hunyuan bowl turned into a stream of light and flew towards the center of the spider web. As soon as the two came into contact, the pink spider web was deeply concave into a funnel shape under the power of the Hunyuan bowl. Ling Yuling gritted her teeth because her mana consumption increased several times in an instant. Elder Gong was surprised and suspicious. Although he had held back just now, he undoubtedly delivered a blow at the level of Jinden. Logically, any magic weapon should have been broken immediately without any resistance. Unexpectedly, this spider web could withstand it. Elder Gong immediately showed a serious look and slowly increased the output of mana. The concave degree of the spider web deepened, but it still did not break. However, Ling Yuling could not hold on at this time. Her mana output gradually could not keep up with its consumption. After exclaiming "ah," she took 2 steps back. The spider web that lost her control also turned into a spider silk rope again. Elder Gong had always been cautious and immediately took back the magic weapon. What a magic weapon! Little friendling is really a fantastic idea. Cheyenne Huo Zenren praised sincerely. Thanks to Senior Zuo's superb skills, otherwise my plan would have been in vain. Senior Zuo, please name this magic weapon. Ling Yuling adjusted her clothes and bowed with a smile. Let's call it Xiangxiang Suo. Luo Hong said lightly. Haha, national beauty and heavenly fragrance, the name chosen by Taoist Zuo is appropriate. Cheyenne Ho Zenran laughed strangely, and his eyes could not help but glance at Ling Yuling, who was dressed as a man. Thank you for the name, senior. Ling Yuling's tone was calm, but her cheeks couldn't help but blush a little, revealing a coquettish meaning. Luo Hong frowned slightly. He didn't have any special ideas. Chiangxiang Suo was originally Ling Yuling's magic weapon, but it was named by him in this timeline. This perverted old man actually tricked me. There are many people in Xingang who know or guess Ling Yuling's identity, and Luo Hong doesn't want to be harassed by those crazy bees and butterflies. After refining Chiangxiang Suo, Ling Yuling didn't stay for long. She handed the forbidden token of Yangling Hall to Cheyenne Ho Zenran, and bowed and left. Elder Gong ordered someone to deliver the Jiahan bell, and then he left. After Luo Hong and Cheyenne Ho Zenran studied the method of driving the Jiahan bell for a while, they began to set up the formation in the Yangling Hall, with Han Lao Mo assisting. 7 days later, the formation was completed. During this period, Seeking Gayu and Wang Tai arrived one after another. Luo Hong did not let them intervene in the formation, but asked them to comprehend the method of refining the 5 element flags they were responsible for. When the two learned that they were going to refine ancient treasures here, they were shocked and have not calmed down yet. Senior Cheyenne Ho, are you really not refining the Fulong Blade of Yellow Island? Wang Tai believed the rumors and thought that Cheyenne Ho Zenran had been preparing to refine the Fulong Blade for decades. The dragon subduing blade is a magic weapon with dual attributes of fire and earth. Do I need to gather 4 Taoist friends to refine it? Don't ask any more questions. Wang Xiaoyao. Hurry up and stand in the center of the earth element array. We are going to start refining the treasure. Cheyenne Ho Zenran said with an unhappy face. He didn't like others to regard him as a lackey of Xingang, even though what he did was a bit like that. Elder Zuo, if my Miaoin sect also finds 5 kinds of top-level spiritual materials, can you please help me refine the 5-element flag for the sect? Seeking Gayu asked with great envy, while standing in the center of the gold element array. This is an ancient treasure. For a sect like Miaoin sect, which only has giant and stage cultivators, it can undoubtedly serve as the sect's treasure. Master C, let's talk about this after the treasure is successfully refined. Luo Hong waved and took out 5 kinds of top-level spiritual materials, saying calmly, okay. Seeking Gayu responded with a happy face. In her opinion, Elder Zuo didn't refuse it now, so he would definitely agree to this matter after the treasure was successfully refined. At this moment, the 5 people stood in a circle, each in the array corresponding to the attribute of their own skills, and in the center was the stone pillar carrying the white jade warm fire. The 5-element flag is a set of ancient treasures. From the beginning of refining, the 5 flags must be refined together. The 5-colored light ball suspended in front of Luo Hong is a core spiritual material for this treasure refining, which are the Zhenhe crystal of the water element, the molten fire soft iron of the fire element, the 7-colored soil of the earth element, the golden silk cloud of the gold element, and the 10,000-year tree heart of the wood element. The colorful treasure light reflected on Luo Hong's face, and he showed a solemn look. To be able to gather these 5 spiritual materials, sufficient spiritual stones are very important, but luck is more important. Go. Luo Hong calmed his mind and drove the 5 spiritual materials to fly to the white jade warm fire above the stone pillar, and began to refine the spiritual materials. Cheyenne Ho Zenran wanted to do this step for him, but after learning that Luo Hong's spiritual consciousness was far superior to his, he did not mention it. Of course, even if he brought it up, Luo Hong would not give in. Refining spiritual materials is mainly to fine-tune the spiritual power of the 5 spiritual materials. Although the 5 spiritual materials such as Zhenhe crystal are at the same spiritual level, because they are all high-level spiritual materials, the spiritual power gap between the same spiritual level is very large, and a difference of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands is common. In order to refine the 5-element flags, Luo Hong needs to adjust their spiritual power to the same value, which cannot be achieved by simply using spiritual fire to refine them to the limit. Because each spiritual material has its own spiritual power limit, this limit cannot be broken before the spiritual level is upgraded, and forcibly infusing spiritual power will only form spiritual halo radiation. In other words, Luo Hong now has to adjust the spiritual power of the 5 spiritual materials to the value with the lowest spiritual power limit. Luo Hong, who has a physical examination form, can undoubtedly complete this step easily. In the white jade warm fire, the 5 spiritual materials are arranged in the order of the 5 element. The scorching fire changes its physical structure, forming 5 liquid masses of different colors. With the continuous roasting, the golden liquid mass first emits a golden spiritual halo. Obviously, the golden silk cloud is the worst of the 5 spiritual materials. Luo Hong recorded the data and began to control the firepower of the white jade warm fire to make fine adjustments, gradually making the spiritual energy values of the 5 spiritual materials converge. When it was finally completed, a colorful halo that slowly flowed naturally formed between the 5 liquid masses, indicating that Luo Hong's refining had reached a perfect level. Xianhuo Zhenren was shocked. He was proficient in refining and naturally knew the difficulty of doing this. This was definitely not something that could be done with a strong spiritual consciousness. Even with hundreds of years of experience in refining, he still needed some luck to barely achieve this level. There was no guarantee that it would be possible. It's done. Please output mana to the liquid mass you are responsible for, and arrange the refining method and set restrictions. Brother Xianhuo, please release the Jiao soul, and help a little. Luo Hong said solemnly while arranging everyone. As soon as the voice fell, Xianhuo Zhenren sacrificed the Jiao soul bell and drove the sealed Jiao soul in it to fly above everyone's head. Then the 5 people all put their fingers together and pointed at the central stone pillar, and each shot out a column of mana light. The 5 people chanted incantations and placed the necessary restrictions on the liquid mass to refine the 5 element flag. These restrictions were the core of the treasure refining method, so there must be no mistakes. Everyone was concentrating at this time. After a month and a half, the 5 liquid masses were covered with restriction runes, and the 5 color halo surrounding them became brighter. The next step is to invest some auxiliary spiritual materials and finally refine it into a flag. This step is relatively simple, and with the 5 people's refining skills, they can easily do it. At Luo Hong's command, the 5 people each took out a storage bag and threw the spiritual materials in it into the fireball in order. Chapter 152, Immortal Spirit Insect. All the auxiliary spiritual materials put into the fireball were refined under the control of Luo Hong's spirit. 3 days later, the prototypes of 5 small flags appeared in the white jade warm fire. At this time, it was the last step of refining the treasure. The 5 element flags that had just taken shape were nurtured with mana to make them completely formed. Everyone, hold on for a few more months, and this treasure will be completely refined. Luo Hong said excitedly. At the last stage, the refining of the 5 element flags was basically successful. With the help of the power of the Jiao Soul and the Yangyuan pill, the 5 people did not even have to lose too much vitality. A month later, Wan Tai was the first to be unable to hold on, and began to take the Yangyuan pill. Although he and Han Laomo had the same cultivation level, his total mana was much less than that of Han Laomo, who had practiced the 3rd level heavy yuan skill. As time passed, the 5 element flag gradually revealed its true appearance, and the flag surface showed ancient patterns. The 5 colored treasure light shone through the Yangling Hall, attracting the attention of some Xingang elders. However, because Ling Yuling had explained it in advance, no one tried to disturb Luo Hong and others. Finally, one day 3 months later, the 5 element flag suddenly began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth crazily. Luo Hong obviously did not expect this situation, so he did not let everyone stop the transfer of mana in advance, so that the 5 people were affected by this suction force, and could not mobilize the mana in the dungeon, and interrupt the infusion of mana. Fortunately, the concentration of spiritual energy in the nurturing spirit hall was sufficient, and the speed at which the 5 element flag absorbed the mana of everyone was only slightly faster than before. With everyone's current state, it would not cause serious consequences. After calculating the speed of mana loss, Luo Hong was relieved. If Han Laomo was killed because of this negligence, he would be in trouble. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Wan Tai's move instantly made his face gloomy. Wang Xiaoyao, what is hidden in your left hand? As soon as Luo Hong finished speaking, everyone turned their eyes to Wang Tai. Wang Tai's mana cultivation was the weakest, so his face was very pale until now, and coupled with his sneer at this moment, people could not help but feel a bone-chilling chill. After being seen through by Luo Hong, Wang Tai simply stopped hiding and spread out his hand to reveal a great pill, unblocking the restrictions on its surface at a faster speed. A trace of cold and fire-like spiritual energy gradually emanated from the pill. If you want to see it, please look carefully. Wang Tai's face was full of coldness and a grim smile of a successful scheme, making this honest-looking man look like an evil ghost. Yanhuo Lei, you kid is from Yellow Island. When Xianhuo Zenran saw the grey pill, his eyes were wide open, and he said in horror, "Brother Xianhuo, how powerful is this thunder? Can it kill the four of us with just one?" Luo Hong's eyes were full of murderous intent, but he didn't show any panic at all. He could see that Wang Tai's method would not work for a while. In order to conceal his tracks, the grey pill was covered with layers of restrictions to prevent the spiritual energy from leaking out. It was not easy to unlock it with just divine consciousness at this time. This thunder is not powerful alone. It can't kill us Chindan cultivators except for the danger to Li Xiaoyao. But if it is shot into the white jade warm fire by this kid, once the yin fire and yang fire come into contact, I'm afraid the entire Yangling Hall will be blown up. Xianhuo Zenran said angrily. He has understood that this is all a conspiracy against him by Yellow Island. Yang fire must be used to refine the Fulong blade. Wang Tai came with yin fire thunder, and he must want to blow him to death. Wang family kid, what benefits did Yellow Island give you that made you willing to sacrifice your life for them? Seeking Guy was horrified. She didn't expect that a simple treasure refining would cause her to encounter a life and death catastrophe. Han Li's face was extremely gloomy, and he was extremely annoyed. He had been comfortable in Xiangxing City for decades, but this time he was careless and didn't bring the spirit beast bag when he came to help refine the treasure. Otherwise, as long as he used his spiritual consciousness to summon the gold-eating insect swarm, this one would be dead now. With his mana out of control, Han Li couldn't think of a way to break the situation, so he turned his attention to senior brother Luo. The other party had already mastered the third level of the Great Evolution technique, and might be able to crush Wang Tai with his powerful spiritual consciousness. After hearing the description of Xianhuo Zenran, Luo Hong's expression remained unchanged. Without saying a word, he released all his spiritual consciousness and bombarded Wang Tai. Even if this blow could not kill his soul, it would give him a splitting headache, giving everyone more breathing space. However, Wang Tai did not move at all when the invisible spiritual consciousness surged past. Not only did he not scream with a splitting headache, but he also sneered loudly. At his forehead, a black crystal gradually appeared under the stimulation of Luo Hong's huge spiritual consciousness wave. Soul-locking coffin. So you want to die with us, and then take over another body and be reborn? Xianhuo Zenran recognized the origin of the black crystal at a glance, and exposed Wang Tai's plot. The soul-locking coffin is a magic weapon of the magic way. Its only function is to allow the cultivator who is preparing to take over another body to accumulate the power of the soul and ensure the success of the possession. Once the soul-locking coffin is refined into the body, it cannot be removed unless the cultivator's physical body is destroyed, and the cultivator must seize another body within a year. Otherwise the soul will die due to long-term locking. No wonder Wang Tai repeatedly asked to confirm when he first learned that Luo Hong and the others were not going to refine the Fulong blade. He had no way back. So what? After you die, I will collect the 5-element flag. The people of Xingan will only think that you made a mistake in refining the treasure, which led to your accidental death, and I was just lucky to leave my soul behind. Wang Tai stopped laughing and looked at the 5-element flag in the white jade warm fire, his eyes full of greed. He was originally worried that he had misjudged the magic weapon to be refined, which led to his failure this time. Will Yellow Island still provide a physical body with excellent qualifications as agreed, and will it help him to form a pill in the future with all its strength? Unexpectedly, an accident happened at the end of the treasure refining, giving him the opportunity to complete the task of Yellow Island and obtain an ancient treasure, becoming the biggest winner. Do you think you can beat us? Luo Hong said indifferently. HMPH. No need to bluff. None of you have a spirit beast bag. Just be blown to pieces. Wan Tai's face flashed fiercely, and the restriction of Yin Fire Thunder was about to be lifted. Some spirit beasts don't need to be placed in spirit beast bags. Luo Hong's consciousness moved, and the Wan Bao bag scattered a ball of white light, and more than 10 blood-colored flying ants, as long as index fingers appeared in the air. After these flying ants appeared, Luo Hong immediately drove them to fly towards Wan Tai. Spirit insects? Senior Zuo, if this is your last resort, then I will definitely win. Wan Tai was shocked to see that Luo Hong really had means, but after seeing that there were only more than 10 spirit insects, he immediately calmed down. Spirit insects of this size win by numbers. What use can the other party have if they only released more than 10? Moreover, compared with spirit beasts, spirit insects are much more fragile. He happened to have a protective treasure on him to restrain this kind of spirit insects. When the blood-colored flying ants flew to 1 foot around Wang Tai, a yellowish-brown light shield suddenly rose up to protect him. It was obviously some kind of defensive talisman that would be automatically triggered. Looking at the spiritual energy emitted by the spirit shield, it was known that its grade must have reached the intermediate level. Luo Hong's face changed, and he drove the blood-colored flying ants to pounce on it, trying to bite a gap in the spirit shield. However, as soon as the blood-colored flying ants climbed onto the spirit shield, they were cut into several pieces by the yellow sword light stimulated by the spirit shield. More than a dozen blood-colored flying ants, none of them was spared. Wan Tai couldn't help laughing wildly when he saw this. Xian Ho Zenran and Seeking Gayu both had pale faces and looked desperate. Harley sighed, feeling desperate and looking at senior brother Luo, but saw a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and suddenly a hope rose in his heart. He turned his head suddenly, and saw that the more than 10 blood-colored flying ants, that were cut into several pieces, each piece turned into a smaller flying ant, and pounced on it again. The yellow sword light continued to shoot out, but it could not kill them at all except for increasing the number of blood-colored flying ants. This kind of spiritual insect actually has a magical power similar to immortality. In a few breaths, many blood-colored flying ants as big as dates crawled all over the yellow spiritual cover, biting and devouring the spiritual cover quickly. Wan Tai shouted in horror, and gradually collapsed. No, this is not true. How can there be such spiritual insects in the world? I don't believe it. After his crazy roar, a grey-white fireball with a diameter of about 10 feet exploded, enveloping Wan Tai and a group of blood-colored flying ants. Before the flames were extinguished, a black crystal flew out of the residual flames and shot out of the nurturing spirit hall. Obviously, Wan Tai knew that he could no longer shoot the Yin Fire Thunder into the white jade warm fire surrounded by a group of blood-colored flying ants, so he simply exploded himself in order to let his soul escape. Once Wan Tai's body was destroyed, he could no longer infuse the earth element mana into the earth element flag. Luo Hong and the other 4 suddenly felt that the suction from the 5 element flag disappeared, and they regained control of their own mana. Luo Hong immediately pinched his fingers, and countless blood points condensed into the original dozen or so blood-colored flying ants. With their speed of escape, they caught up with the soul-locking coffin, and brought it to Luo Hong. Senior, spare my life. Spare my life. I was only entrusted by others, not my own wish. Luo Hong would not talk to such a sweet-mouthed villain, and crushed the soul-locking coffin with one hand, and performed the soul-searching technique on Wan Tai's soul. After a moment, he clenched his right palm, and crushed the dazed Yuanshan, saying with hatred, "Yellow Island, what a good trick." Luo Hong saw the whole story in Wan Tai's memory. This person's original honest character was not fake. After the Xiangxing auction, the people of Yellow Island found Wan Tai, used spirit stones and beauties to corrupt his mind, and carefully planned today's killing. Although Yellow Island did not target him, Luo Hong was not so generous that he could forget today's feud. If there was a chance, he would definitely take revenge. Brother, will the 5-element flag be affected by his commotion? Hanli looked at the place where Wan Tai's Yuanshan dissipated with some dissatisfaction. If it were him, he would have to use the soul refining technique to serve him first, and how could he let him be so miserable so easily? No problem. The 5-element flag automatically absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth after it is refined. It is the same as the spiritual energy infusion of our cultivators after the advance. Without our mana infusion, it will not cause any impact. Having said that, Luo Hong still checked the condition of the 5-element flag. He was relieved after confirming that it was fine. Fellow Daoist Zuo, this time it was me who caused the trouble. I'm really sorry. Xianhuo Zenran looked ashamed. He did not expect that the people of Yellow Island would be so crazy. They had painstakingly planned for decades just to kill him. Could it be that this Fulan blade is related to some big secret? Humph. The more you don't want me to refine it, the more I want to refine it. I want to see what you, Yellow Island, can do to me. Xianhuo Zenran decided secretly. If it weren't for brother Xianhuo, I wouldn't have been able to gather all the spiritual materials to refine the 5-element flag. This refining site and Jiahan Bell were all obtained through brother Xianhuo's favor. I will only be grateful and will never blame brother Xianhuo. Luo Hong said seriously. Xianhuo Zenran was one of the few friends he could trust in the Chaos Star Sea. This incident did not affect his friendship with Xianhuo Zenran. Then, Luo Hong turned to Si Yuking and bowed. Master Si, I'm sorry to have frightened you this time. I have agreed to refine treasures for my Ao insect. Si Yuking, originally depressed mood suddenly became happy. She repeatedly said that she didn't mind what happened just now and belittled Yellow Island a few times. Then, she looked at the blood-colored flying ants that Luo Hong had not yet taken back and couldn't help asking out of curiosity, Elder Zuo, what kind of spiritual insect is this? This sect master has been doing business in the Chaos Star Sea for many years and has seen countless strange insects and beasts, but has never seen such an indestructible spiritual insect. Harley, who was silent on the side, also pricked up his ears. He had just counted the spiritual insects on the strange insect list and did not find any spiritual insects that matched the characteristics of blood-colored flying ants among the flying ants. He was also very curious. To be honest, Zuo doesn't know what kind of spiritual insect this is. I just found it by chance on a deserted island when I went out to sea to hunt monsters. There are not many of them, just 12. If I hadn't seen their extraordinary magical powers, I wouldn't be interested in collecting them. Luo Hong's statement can be regarded as half true and half false. This blood-colored flying ant is actually not a spiritual insect, but the blood infant that year. The reason for this has to start from Luo Hong's attempt to kill the blood infant with the power of the demon. Among the 5 black-robed men, Yizao was the first to cultivate to the peak of the current realm, and was also the first to be used by Luo Hong to lure the demon. As the saying goes, the first time is new, the second time is familiar. This time, there was no ripple in the lure of the demon. After devouring Yizao's soul, the trapped demon still tried to stir up a storm of consciousness to escape as before. At this time, the blood infant was locked in the formation with the demon. It was crushed by the extremely powerful consciousness of the demon. The blood infant, who could barely hold on in Luo Hong's hands, was immediately wiped out of consciousness and turned into a ball of softened blood marrow crystal. After refining the demon into a demon pill, Luo Hong recovered this ball of soft blood marrow crystal and found that it was still alive, and its original ability to swallow essence and immortality was not lost. Then, Luo Hong suddenly had an idea to fill it with a large number of red fire ants' souls. With this living material, combined with corpse refining and puppetry, he tried to refine a living puppet. However, due to his deep concern about this thing, Luo Hong divided a ball of blood marrow crystal into 12 parts, set up a forbidden formation to prevent them from blending, and finally refined these 12 immortal blood puppet flying ants. Luo Hong still had great expectations for this ant. This ant is not very useful now, but as long as I enter the Zushan Palace, this ant will have a chance to fly into the sky. Chapter 153, The Thief Dies. After absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for several hours, the precious light of the 5-element flag was reduced, and white jade warm fire floated out by itself, dispersing into a circle and slowly rotating in the air. Congratulations to fellow Daoist Zuo for refining an ancient treasure. Xianhuo Zenran bowed his hands to congratulate. Han Li and Seeking Guy also congratulated him. Thank you all, I will remember your help today. Luo Hong waved in the direction of the stone pillar, and the 5-element flag flew to his side obediently. Ancient treasures cannot recognize their owners by dripping blood, so Luo Hong needs to leave his spiritual imprint on the 5-element flag, which will take some time. Since the treasure has been refined, I will leave first, and fellow Daoist Zuo will return this bell to Xingang. Xian Ho Zenran threw the Jiahan bell to Luo Hong. With the help of this bell, he could imprint his spiritual consciousness faster. As for himself, he was now in a hurry to go back to retreat to absorb the gains from this treasure refining and find a way to repay Yellow Island. Seeking Guy, who had left Miaoin sect for more than half a year and was anxious to go back to take charge of the situation, so she followed Xian Huo Zenran and left. At this time, only Luo Hong and Hanli were left in the nurturing spirit hall. Taking this opportunity, Hanli asked Luo Hong about some matters related to Dan. After the two of them had a good chat, Hanli left happily. Luo Hong put away the 2 bottles of soul feeding pills he had asked for and began to sacrifice the 5-element flag. Due to his powerful spiritual consciousness, the time spent on refining the 5-element flag was much shorter than expected. After only 5 days, Luo Hong was able to use the 5-element flag as if he were driving his arms. At this point, Luo Hong should have left Xingang and headed for the open sea again, but before returning the Jiahan bell, Luo Hong wanted to study it first. There were 13 6th level Jiana Long spirits sealed in the Jiahan bell, including 5-element Jiana Longs of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as Jiana Longs with special attributes such as ice Jiao and poison Jiao. The demon race is different from the human race. They are born with strong bodies, so the demon race focuses on cultivating their bodies. They do not use spiritual materials to refine magic tools like human cultivators, but refine their own claws and teeth as treasures, and strengthen their own innate magical powers as skills. According to previous research, cultivating the body is actually cultivating the silver runes in the body, so the higher the level of the demon beast, the more mysterious the silver runes in its body. The silver runes, that will be left in the soul, contain the secrets of the innate magical powers most commonly used by the demon beast. The spirits of these 13 dragons mean 13 kinds of innate magical powers of the dragon race to Luo Hong, and he will never let them go. Luo Hong extracted the spirit of a level 6 water dragon and let this blue dragon soul, which is only 3 inches long, patrol above his palm, urging his consciousness to read its silver runes and record them with jade runes. It is not difficult to read the silver runes, but it is not a matter of one day or one night to interpret its mysteries. The nurturing spirit hall was not a suitable place for this, so Luo Hong planned to leave after recording all the silver runes. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. After Luo Hong returned the Jiahan bell to the crossing palace, he went to the sect residence of the Miaoin sect. He stayed there for a few days, asked the disciples of the Miaoin sect to buy a large amount of spiritual materials for him, and after leaving a thick stack of intermediate talismans, he went to the transmission hall of Xiangxing City. In the outer sea, a group of immortal cultivators flew out of a group of white sea fog, and everyone had a happy look on their faces. There were 5 immortal cultivators in this group, 2 men and 3 women, and their cultivation was only at the foundation building stage. The 2 male cultivators were both cultivators in the late foundation building stage, and the 3 female cultivators were also in the middle foundation building stage. No wonder they had the courage to come to this sea area far away from the monster island. Brother Duan, thanks to your spirit sniffing beast, we were able to discover the abnormality of the spiritual energy here. This time we have gained a lot. A plain looking woman in a goose yellow dress among the female cultivators flirted with the middle-aged man who was the leader of the 5. Haha, if it weren't for Sister Huang's illusion breaking beads, we wouldn't have been able to pass through the strange sea fog so easily. Sister Huang should be credited with the first credit. The middle-aged man was obviously quite pleased with the praise from the woman in the yellow dress, and laughed. Okay, you two can continue to flirt after you go back. We have been delayed for 3 days. If we don't fly at full speed, we will keep the elders waiting for a long time. Although the other old man with a white beard was also very satisfied with the harvest this time, he was more concerned about the mission in the sect. Brother is right. We should indeed focus on the mission of the sect. The middle-aged man was unhappy in his heart, but he agreed. His brother said nice things, but he didn't give in when it came to sharing the benefits. Then, the five merged their escape lights into one and rushed towards a certain monster island. 3 days later, a blue escape light flew into the sea fog, and not long after, Luo Hong flew up to the sky with a gloomy face. At this time, he held a formation plate in his hand and cast a spell, and the formation plate started to rotate by itself, pointing out a direction. Without saying a word, Luo Hong increased his escape speed to the extreme and chased in the direction pointed out by the formation plate. More than 10 days later, over an unnamed sea area, Luo Hong finally caught up with the person who destroyed his formation and stole his formation materials. Seeing that the 5 people were still at a loss after being blocked by him, Luo Hong was furious and waved his hand to release 12 blood puppet flying ants, wanting them to become the flying ants' bait. Senior, wait a minute. We are cultivators from Yellow Island. We don't know how we have offended you. We are willing to make amends. Please spare our lives. The middle-aged man saw the giant and cultivator suddenly appeared and started fighting without saying a word. He was immediately scared to death. While offering his protective magic weapon, he shouted loudly, "Brother Duan must be the owner of the deserted island. For now, we can only fight together to have a chance of survival." The female cultivator surnamed Huang saw it clearly. She realized that she and others had caused a big disaster. She had no idea of luck in her heart and was ready to fight to the death. However, her desire to fight did not mean that others would want to fight to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man with white beard suddenly left the team and fled to the side and rear. The other 2 female cultivators were stunned and then fled in different directions. Junior sister Huang, hurry up. A fierce look flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He took a black pill and his aura sword. He instantly reached the realm of false pills and sacrificed his proud magic weapon to take the initiative to meet the blood puppet flying ants. The female cultivator surnamed Huang had tears in her eyes, but she also knew that if she didn't leave at this time, she would let down her senior brother's friendship, so she chose a direction and flew away. Luo Hong looked at the 5 people who fled in a battle with an indifferent expression. With a thought, he ordered 11 blood puppet flying ants to chase the 4 people who escaped. The predecessor of the blood puppet flying ants was blood marrow crystal, and the flying speed was extremely fast. It was no problem to catch up with the 4 people. As for the person who was seeking death in front of him, Luo Hong felt that he could not be wasted. He opened his right palm and a fiery red flag fell into his palm. He infused his magic power and waved it twice, and then a large piece of red fire cloud was scattered, covering the male cultivator who was left behind. The middle-aged man looked at the fire cloud that covered half of the sky above his head and felt extremely desperate for its terrifying spiritual fluctuations. He immediately lost the idea of fighting to the death and closed his eyes in fear. However, after the fire cloud burned, the middle-aged man only felt a heat all over his body. When he opened his eyes again, he found that his protective spiritual shield and magic tools had turned into ashes, but he was unharmed. After a moment of stunned, he immediately said in joy, "Thank you, senior, for not killing me." As he was speaking, a blood shadow flashed and drilled into the middle-aged man's eyebrows. It turned out that Luo Hong deliberately did not burn this man to death. After breaking his defense, he let the blood puppet flying ants suck his essence, blood and magic power. After the flying ants drilled into the middle-aged man's eyebrows, they sucked him into a dry corpse, and then held a black ball of yuanshan between their legs, biting it while flying back to Luo Hong. The original blood marrow crystal would only devour the blood and mana of the cultivators, but after being refined by Luo Hong's corpse refining technique, it now even spares a soul. After devouring the middle-aged man, the breath of the blood puppet flying ant soared, and it became more violent and fierce. However, with the forbidden magic, Luo Hong was not afraid of its backlash. Just as Luo Hong dealt with the middle-aged man, the rest of the blood puppet flying ants also caught up with the target one after another. Because the white-bearded old man had the highest cultivation level among the 4 people who escaped, Luo Hong sent 5 blood puppet flying ants to chase him, and they were approaching at this moment. The white-bearded old man naturally did not dare to let this spiritual insect from the hands of a giant and cultivator get close to him, so he had to slow down his escape speed and use his magic power to drive a snow-white hook-shaped flying knife to kill the blood puppet flying ants that were chasing him. Swish swish, a few silver rays flashed, and the 5 blood puppet flying ants were cut into several pieces. However, before the old man with white beard showed his joy, the flying ants that had been split into several pieces gathered together and returned to their original form, continuing to kill him. In shock, the old man with white beard used all his means, but whether it was the 5-element magic or the wind and thunder talisman, they were all like magic tools and could not kill the spirit insects. In the end, under the extremely desperate eyes of the old man with white beard, the blood puppet flying ants pounced on his protective spirit shield. The other people also encountered similar despair. After the female cultivator surnamed Huang found that the flying needles she had sacrificed could not kill the blood puppet flying ants, she tried to trap these spirit insects with the magic tools that trapped the enemy, but unfortunately the magic tools were quickly sucked dry of spiritual energy by the blood puppet flying ants and destroyed. Before the protective spirit shield of the female cultivator surnamed Huan was destroyed, she played a sound transmission talisman, and then she was killed by the blood puppet flying ants. Luo Hong had been waiting in the same place. After the last team of chasing blood puppet flying ants flew back with the storage bag, he immediately left the sea area and headed towards the deserted island, where he had set up his formation. Half a month later, Luo Hong returned to the deserted island. Looking at the destroyed formation on the island, he was still depressed, even though he had killed the instigator. Even if he recovered the materials for the formation, it would still take a lot of time to repair the formation. After working for half a month, Luo Hong finally repaired the 5 evils gathering spirit formation. The formation remained basically unchanged, except that Luo Hong removed the 10 sets of soul changing formations and replaced them with the newly refined 5-element flags. Before opening the formation, Luo Hong summoned the ice that had frozen Zyojin, and after a few spells and incantations, he unsealed the seal. At this time, Zyojin was already in a coma, and his breath was much weaker than 30 years ago. Luo Hong had a gloomy face, first fed Zyojin a pill to replenish ki and blood, then took out the hook claw-shaped magic weapon of the white-bearded old man, and slowly leaned it against Zyojin's forehead. Hold on. After Luo Hong said this, he pressed the sharp blade down, and blood splashed out. Chapter 154, First Spiritual Ascension. Luo Hong has studied the golden light eagle for many years, and found that, as long as it absorbs enough gold spiritual energy, it can condense a golden diamond crystal at the center of its eyebrows. The process is somewhat similar to the condensation of blue round particles by the secret pattern of the spiritual dragon, but the spiritual level is much lower. The magical power of the golden light eagle, which continuously optimizes its own blood by swallowing a large number of gold spiritual objects, comes from the golden crystal on its head. Therefore, the golden crystal at the center of the eyebrows is as important to the golden light eagle as the shell of the turtle monster and the horn of the dragon. Zyojin's problem stems from the defect of the silver rune in his body, that is, the damage to the origin, which is incurable, but the golden light eagle itself has the magical power to repair and improve the silver rune, but the effect is weak and cannot make up for the huge defect now. Therefore, the only way to save Zyojin is to strengthen his innate magical power, so that the effect of the magical power is enough to make up for the defect. So Luo Hong set his sights on the golden crystal as the carrier of the golden light eagle's magical power, and the way he thought of was to strengthen this golden crystal. After Luo Hong cut out the crystal at Zyojin's brow, he immediately cast a spell to stop the bleeding and heal her wounds. However, even though she had swallowed the elixir beforehand, Zyojin's breath fell to the bottom after the golden crystal left her body. She was already dying. Without time to hesitate, Luo Hong immediately flew to the 5 evils gathering spirit array and came to the main spirit room in the center of the array. After calculating with the help of the physical examination form, Luo Hong laid a floating ban on the ground in the main spirit room and placed the golden crystal on it. Then he turned the array plate and activated the 5 evils gathering spirit array. The ground began to tremble, and the spiritual energy of the underground spiritual veins was frantically extracted. After the previous 30 years of extraction, the spiritual veins of this small island have been reduced by nearly half, but the remaining amount of spiritual energy is still huge. Soon, under the effect of the 5-element flag, a huge amount of spiritual energy formed a colorful giant ring, and the spiritual pressure in the main spirit room rose steadily. Luo Hong calculated the total amount of spiritual energy in the giant ring, and when it reached the expected value in his heart, he decisively stopped the underground evil spirit array. Whether it can succeed depends on whether the 5-element flags are as powerful as recorded in the jade slips. Luo Hong sat cross-legged 10 feet away from the floating golden crystal. He closed his eyes and began to perform rituals and chant. At this time, the 5-element flag scattered on the periphery shone brightly, and the efficiency of converting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into single attribute spiritual energy began to rise sharply. From the appearance, the outer wall of the 5-colored giant ring is gradually getting thicker, and the confinement force generated by the outer wall is also increasing. Therefore, although the outer wall of the 5-colored giant ring is getting thicker, its overall volume is shrinking. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth imprisoned in the giant ring is no longer free to flow as before, but is constrained into a very regular circular motion state. This makes the spiritual particle jump point of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the giant ring fixed. That is, the center of gravity of the entire spiritual energy ring is fixed. But what is very interesting is that at this time, the spiritual particles that jump into the main spiritual chamber have not decreased, but increased, but the spiritual pressure in the main spiritual chamber has suddenly dropped. This is obviously illogical. Of course, the spirit particles did not disappear out of thin air. They were absorbed by the golden crystal that Luo Hong placed in the main spirit chamber. If the human eye could see the concentrated transition point of the spirit energy, it would be found that the golden crystal was at the concentrated transition point. The method that Luo Hong thought of to strengthen the golden crystal was very simple and crude. It did not need to integrate any natural materials and treasures, but only needed to upgrade its spirit. What is upgrading spirit? As the name suggests, upgrading spirit is a spirit particle phenomenon that is completely opposite to the previously described descending spirit. The phenomenon of upgrading spirit is not uncommon in the world of immortal cultivation. The best example is that the giant cultivators use their own dan fire to extract iron essence from a large amount of spiritual iron. Luo Hong's master Li Huoyuan has done this and has received rave reviews. In addition, there are also the process of giant cultivators nurturing their own magic weapons, the realm of immortal cultivators, and so on. Through research, Luo Hong found that the process of spiritual material upgrading is actually very similar to the process of immortal cultivators realm upgrading. Each spiritual material has its own spiritual power limit, which is equivalent to the capacity limit of the immortal cultivator's danshan. Only when the spiritual material crosses the spiritual power limit and the spiritual power difference of a higher spiritual level can it complete the spiritual upgrade like the immortal cultivators cross the bottleneck. Then the most important question is, how to cross this huge spiritual power difference? As we all know, once the spiritual material reaches its own spiritual power limit, it will release the absorbed spiritual power by emitting spiritual aura. But just as the spiritual material has a spiritual power limit, the speed at which the spiritual material releases spiritual power also has a limit. Therefore, as long as a strong spiritual energy source can be provided, so that the spiritual material absorbs spiritual power faster than it releases it, the spiritual material can be upgraded. This is exactly the same as the process of the immortal cultivator swallowing pills and forcing through the bottleneck. There is no doubt that the 5 evils gathering spirit array is providing a super strong spiritual energy source. The spiritual energy concentration jump point that fell on the golden crystal is continuously infusing a large amount of spiritual power into the golden crystal. Therefore, as soon as Luo Hong adjusted the 5-element flag, the golden crystal began to emit circles of diamond-shaped golden spiritual auras. Its speed was getting faster and faster, and its frequency was getting higher and higher, so that it caused a visual error, making people feel that it was absorbing the spiritual aura inward. After a while, the spiritual power absorbed by the golden crystal reached the critical point. With a dazzling spiritual aura light explosion, the golden crystal completed its first spiritual upgrade, and its spiritual level was raised from the original 14th level to the 15th level. However, this spiritual upgrade is far from over. The golden crystal, that had just completed the spiritual upgrade, began to emit spiritual aura again after a while. Xiaojin's physical condition can't withstand the peeling infusion of the golden crystal many times. I only have one chance to save her. I must raise the spiritual level of the golden crystal to the current limit. Luo Hong gritted his teeth and continued to upgrade the spirit, always paying attention to the balance between the 5-colored spiritual energy on the outer wall of the giant ring and the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in the center. Because the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in the center is constantly being consumed, if the power of the 5-element flag cannot be adjusted before it falls below a certain critical point, the 5-colored spiritual energy on the outer wall of the giant ring will penetrate the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in the center and merge. The result is the formation of an unprecedented supersized 5-element divine thunder. Its power is enough to wipe out the entire deserted island. Even if the old monster Yuanying is in it, he will die without a burial place. Therefore, Luo Hong must be cautious and pay attention to every value at all times. Otherwise he will not welcome a new life, but destruction. As the spiritual halo light flashed one after another, the spiritual level of the golden crystal increased from 15 to 17. This means that it has crossed the bottleneck of Dawn formation. The golden crystal floating in the air has obviously undergone some changes. It has become more transparent and its shape has also evolved in a more complex direction. At this time, Luo Hong temporarily stopped the spiritual level, reduced the spiritual energy conversion power of the 5-element flag, and reduced the pressure of the colorful giant ring. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that lost enough constraints returned to a chaotic state of movement, and the spiritual pressure in the main spiritual room rose rapidly. The 17th spiritual level is obviously not Luo Hong's goal, but he must stop now, because the existing spiritual energy can no longer support the golden crystal to move towards a higher spiritual level, and he needs to replenish the giant ring with spiritual energy. As for why he didn't extract enough spiritual energy from the beginning to upgrade to a higher spiritual level in one breath, this is because Luo Hong was worried that if the spiritual energy source was too strong, it would burst the original golden crystal. In fact, if it was a living thing at the concentrated transition point of the spiritual particles, it would have exploded and died long ago. At present, the spiritual raising method constructed by Luo Hong can only be used for spiritual materials. The earth trembled again, and the colorful giant ring grew rapidly under the filling of a huge amount of spiritual energy. Only when it expanded to twice the original volume did Luo Hong stop the evil spirit formation, increase the power of the 5-element flag, and start a new round of spiritual raising. Since the power of the spiritual halo light explosion generated during each spiritual raising has increased significantly, Luo Hong walked out of the main spiritual room and came to a position 100 feet away from the golden crystal, and then began to raise the spirit level from 17 to 18. After a while, the main spiritual room was unexpectedly exploded into pieces by the spiritual halo light, and the defensive restrictions set by Luo Hong were easily broken by it. For safety reasons, Luo Hong retreated another 100 feet, and at this time the powerful Yuanshan showed its effect. When it was upgraded to the 19th spiritual level, it was still smooth. Next, it was time to move on to the nascent soul stage. However, the total amount of spiritual energy in the 5-colored giant ring now made Luo Hong have no confidence in breaking through this barrier. So Luo Hong decided to replenish spiritual energy to the giant ring again, until the limit that the 5-element flag could restrain. This time, Luo Hong directly drained the spiritual veins of the deserted island, and the volume of the 5-colored giant ring had reached a level that made people feel a little palpitating when standing below. At the cost of destroying a small spiritual vein, the spiritual upgrade effect achieved was significant. The golden crystal successfully crossed the 20th spiritual level representing the nascent soul. At this time, it actually still had room to move forward. After a spiritual halo explosion that almost lifted the entire ground in the center of the spirit gathering array, the golden crystal reached the 21st spiritual level, which corresponds to the middle stage of the nascent soul of the immortal cultivator. Through these 3 rounds of spiritual upgrades, Luo Hong collected enough data. He calculated that the 21st spiritual level was the limit that the 5-element flag could upgrade, and the amount of spiritual energy required to go up was not restrained by it. After reducing the power of the 5-element flag, Luo Hong came to the top of the pit that was originally the main spirit room. The state of the golden crystal that had just completed the spiritual ascension was not stable. It was releasing spiritual power beyond the current limit, and this power made it float in the air. This was like a cultivator who had just broken through in a stable state. Luo Hong waited patiently. When the excess spiritual power was released, the golden crystal suddenly fell into the pit and landed right in Luo Hong's palm. Looking at the golden crystal, that was now as exquisite as a phoenix crown, Luo Hong knew that he had succeeded for the most part, and the rest depended on Xiao Jin's luck. Flying to the side of Xiao Jin who was dying, Luo Hong put the golden crystal in the shape of a phoenix crown into the wound between Xiao Jin's eyebrows and cast a spell to heal external injuries. The wound closed immediately, and the golden crystal returned to its original position, as if it had never been taken out. Luo Hong stood aside, waiting for the expected situation of the golden crystal feeding Xiao Jin. Time passed little by little, and Xiao Jin still had no strange phenomena. Just when Luo Hong was about to give up, he suddenly thought that maybe the golden crystal was too strong for Xiao Jin to control. He hurriedly grabbed Xiao Jin's neck and brought her to the original location of the main spirit room. The colorful giant ring was still there, and the spiritual pressure here was as high as thousands. Almost as soon as she arrived here, the golden crystal on Xiao Jin's forehead shone brightly. This golden light started from Xiao Jin's eyebrows and gradually spread to her whole body. Xiao Jin instinctively curled up to welcome the transformation that was happening. She floated in the air like a golden ball of light, dazzling and full of vitality. Haha, it's done. Luo Hong smiled. His efforts were not in vain. The rest was just waiting. Cough cough. At this moment, Luo Hong suddenly coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. It turned out that he was injured by the spiritual halo light explosion during the last spiritual ascension. At that time, he was in a hurry to save Xiao Jin, and did not deal with it in time, which made the injury a little worse. Fortunately, Luo Hong had the healing pills bought from Miao insect. After taking them, he only needed to meditate and regulate his breath for a period of time to recover. In the nameless sea, 3 beams of light gathered from 3 different directions and turned into 3 teams. Each team was led by a giant unstage cultivator, assisted by 3 foundation building cultivators, a total of 12 people. The purple-robed dragon patterned cultivator at the head even had the cultivation base of the late giant unstage. Their group gathered together and was enough to attack a small sect without a yuanying old monster guarding it. Elder Xia, Elder Jiang, have you found any clues about junior sister Huang and her group? The purple dragon-robed cultivator said in a deep voice. They had been patrolling the sea area described by the female cultivator surnamed Huang for half a month, but had not found any clues so far. The 2 elders Jiang and Xia looked at each other, and both saw helplessness in each other's eyes. The next moment, Jiang Zhangle sighed in a deep voice. Purple Dragon Envoy, we have gained nothing. The person who did it is very experienced. I'm afraid that he really left no trace. Humph. Even if there is no trace, we must find this person. Master is still waiting for us to present the treasure map. The purple dragon robe monk snorted coldly, and a flash of purple air flashed on his face. He was extremely annoyed. The credit that was originally a sure thing was lost just like that. How could he explain to the Night Dragon Patriarch? Just when everyone looked at each other in silence, a violent spiritual energy fluctuation came from afar. What a fierce spiritual tide. Is there a treasure coming out there? Elder Xia said with a look of surprise. When the spiritual tide surged just now, except for the purple dragon envoy who stood still, he and Elder Jiang couldn't help but feel that their magic power was stagnant, and those disciples in the foundation building period were pushed back several feet by the spiritual tide. It was transmitted over such a long distance, and with such power. The treasure that emitted this spiritual tide must be extraordinary. Purple Dragon Envoy, if there really is a treasure, we can take it and present it to the ancestor. Wouldn't that make up for it? Elder Jiang's face lit up, and he thought of a way to get out of the blame. Let's go check it out. Maybe the cultivator who killed junior brother Huang and his group will go there. The purple dragon robe cultivator didn't think it would be so easy to make up for it. After all, the treasure they lost was related to a great opportunity. Just as the cultivators from Yellow Island were exploring the direction where the spiritual tide came from. Many cultivators in the surrounding seas also sensed the spiritual tide. Most of them thought that a treasure had been born, and they rushed to fly away, while a few flew to the monster island to report the news to their own forces and ask for help. As for all this, Luo Hong still knew nothing. Chapter 155 Reborn. More than 10 days later, several beams of light flew from the southwest and southeast of the deserted island at the same time and stopped outside the white sea fog. Both teams were Foundation establishment cultivators, and there were not many of them, no more than 3 or 4 people, which was the standard number of Foundation establishment cultivators going out to sea to hunt monsters. They were wearing blue and yellow robes respectively, and they were obviously from 2 sects. The leader of the group of cultivators in blue robes was an old man in Confucian robes. He looked at the other group of cultivators 100 feet away, and his face showed a vigilant and solemn look at first, but when he saw who was coming, he immediately smiled and said loudly, "Right Envoy Zuo, I haven't seen you for a few years, and you are more elegant than before." Zuo Rutting was slightly stunned when he heard this, and stared at the old man in Confucian robes for a while before he remembered that the other party was Fan, the guardian of Heoshu sect. Miaoin sect and Heoshu sect had many transactions, and Zuo Rutting had met this old man several times. After finding out that the other party was a cultivator from a friendly sect, both sides secretly breathed a sigh of relief and flew closer. After all, there would definitely be more and more cultivators coming here later. As they flew closer, the bookish cultivators of the Heoshu sect in the early stage of foundation building still looked like gentlemen on the surface, but their eyes kept glancing at the 3 female cultivators of foundation building led by Zuo Rutting. They didn't have any evil thoughts, but were just curious about the deeper scars on the other parties' chests. The female cultivators of the Miaoin sect were all proficient in seductive techniques, so how could they not know what these nerds were thinking? But at this time, they all acted indifferent, obviously looking down on these cultivators of the Heoshu sect. Protector Fan, I think the spiritual tide came from this sea fog. Why don't we join forces to investigate? Zuo Rutting's eyes lit up with the spiritual light, and it was clear that she had cast some kind of spell to enhance her eyesight, but she still saw a vast expanse of white. After looking at it for a while, she even felt a little dizzy. Not right. The old man in Confucian robes shook his head and said solemnly, although the violent spiritual tide is most likely caused by the emergence of a treasure, it may also be caused by the advancement of a high-level monster or the casting of a spell by a senior master. If you rush in rashly, you will definitely seek your own death. It is best for us not to be the pathfinder. Zuo Rutting nodded slightly after hearing this. Anyway, there are many cultivators rushing here, and there will always be anxious ones among them. If someone really finds a treasure, it will not be too late to fight for it. While the two were talking, they suddenly sensed 3 powerful mana auras coming from a distance, and they were shocked. There are actually 3 giant unstage cultivators. Not long after, the group of people from Yellow Island appeared above the sea fog. The purple dragon robe cultivator looked at Zuo Rutting and his group, and immediately a flash of light flashed in his eyes, and a murderous aura arose spontaneously. Miaoin sect is one of the few sects that is close to Cheyenne Huozenren, and Yellow Island definitely wants to kill Cheyenne Huozenren as soon as possible. Purple Dragon Envoy, more and more monks are gathering here. We should not make trouble. Let's collect the treasures first. Elder Jiang bowed and advised. He didn't want the only chance to make up for his mistakes to cause any more trouble. Humph. They are lucky. The monk in purple dragon robe snorted coldly and turned his eyes to the sea fog. He saw at a glance that the fog had the effect of confusing the mind. He immediately offered a folding fan and used all his magic power to fan the sea fog 3 times. Zuo Rutting in the distance breathed a sigh of relief. The palpitation just now was really scary. The old man in Confucian robes was also shocked that there were 3 giant unstage monks in the nearby sea area on Yellow Island, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Right Envoy Zuo, it seems that, even if there is a treasure, it is destined to fall into the hands of Yellow Island. Everyone was a little unwilling, but now they could only blame their bad luck. Only the curiosity in their hearts made them stop here. After the giant unstage cultivator of Yellow Island sacrificed the magic weapon, a whirlwind more than 10 feet high quickly formed in front of him. whistling towards the sea fog below. The strong wind rolled up the white fog, like a giant's fingers stirring a bowl of white water, and in an instant, most of the sea fog covering the deserted island dissipated. The remaining light fog wall revealed a strong colorful light, which attracted the hearts of the immortal cultivators present. There is such a strong colorful treasure light, Guardian fan. Do you know what kind of treasure can produce such a strange phenomenon? Zuo Ruting looked straight ahead, licking her lips, that were dry due to rapid breathing. I don't know, and this is the first time I've seen such a strange phenomenon. It's really eye-opening. The old man in Confucian robes watched the strange phenomenon in the sea fog intently, and said in amazement. On the other side, the monk in purple dragon robes took back his magic weapon with an uncertain look, and said in a deep voice, the wild wind can't completely blow away this fog. It must be that this fog is not naturally generated. It is likely that someone has set up a concealing formation. What the purple dragon envoy said is very true, but judging from the strength of this formation, the person who got there first should not have reached the nascent soul stage. Elder Jiang stroked his beard and frowned. Could it be that junior brother Huang and the others were killed because they discovered the person hiding the treasure here? Elder Zaya suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind and felt that this was very likely. Otherwise, with the reputation of their Night Dragon Island, no one would take the initiative to provoke them. HMPH. That's probably the case. Elder Jiang, you and your disciples will enter the formation with me, while Elder Zaya will stay outside the formation and stop the other cultivators who are coming 3 miles away. The purple dragon robe monk said angrily, immediately arranged the tasks, and took the lead to fly to the fog wall. With an order, the cultivators of Yellow Island immediately split into 2 groups. One group was led by the purple dragon robe monk to fly to the fog wall, and the other group was led by Elder Zaya, who led 6 foundation building disciples. They lined up above the fog wall and looked coldly at the cultivators, who came one after another. Fellow Taoists, you can watch the excitement, but don't get too close. Elder Zaya sacrificed a ferocious bow knife magic weapon, released his own giant and stage cultivator's mana, and frightened the cultivators of other sects who came one after another, so that no one dared to approach. At the same time, the purple dragon robe monk and Elder Jiang had already flown into the fog wall. The two felt their consciousness stagnate, but after a little concentration, this abnormality disappeared without a trace. The two sneered and flew forward about a mile. Suddenly, the view in front of them opened up, and a deserted island came into view. What is that? The colorful giant ring, which was nearly 100 feet high and more than 10 miles in diameter, stunned Elder Jiang. What an amazing spiritual energy. Could it be a formation? The purple dragon robe monk's face suddenly became ugly. Sensing the vast amount of spiritual energy contained in the colorful giant ring, his breathing could not help but stop. If this is really a formation, then the one who can set up this formation must be a Yuanying stage monk. They are afraid that they have sent sheep into the tiger's mouth. Lord Dragon Envoy, look, there seems to be someone in the center of the giant ring. A foundation building stage disciple exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction pointed by the disciple and saw a pale young male cultivator sitting cross-legged in a huge pit, his eyebrows trembling constantly, as if he was at a critical moment of practicing. What is more eye-catching is that there is a golden sphere floating above his head, and the previous spiritual tide is composed of the spiritual energy of the gold element, which makes people have to associate it with it. Purple Dragon Envoy, this person seems to be only a cultivator in the early stage of Jianden, and his breath is unstable, as if he has just been seriously injured. Elder Jiang sensed it clearly, and said with murderous intent, let's work together to kill this person. We must not let him have the opportunity to use the treasure on his head. The purple dragon robe monk immediately thought that the monk in the center of the giant ring had made a mistake when refining the treasure, causing the spiritual energy of the treasure to leak out, and he himself was seriously injured. Elder Jiang did not want to try the magical power of the golden ball. Without saying a word, he flew forward with the purple dragon robe monk and sacrificed their own life magic weapons together. I saw that 2 long swords, one purple and one yellow, drew 2 streams of light and shot towards the monk in the giant pit. However, seeing that he was about to be annihilated, the monk's expression suddenly calmed down, and even a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. In an instant, the purple dragon robe monk and Elder Jiang felt a great alarm in their hearts, and hurriedly raised their magic power to support the protective spirit shield with all their strength. At this moment, a dazzling golden light shot out from the golden ball, instantly covering the two giant unstage monks from Yellow Island. The two's protective spirit shields were penetrated by the golden light, as if nothing was there, and then they felt an chill over their bodies, and they fell into endless darkness. The three Yellow Island disciples who followed behind them saw a terrifying scene that they would never forget. After being brushed by the golden light of the golden ball, the two elders stood stiff in midair. The next moment, their bodies began to wriggle strangely, and with a bang, they exploded into countless screaming, finger-sized insects. Their hair, eyeballs, organs, and even bones seemed to have their own lives, turning into insects of various shapes. These insects did not exist for long, and after a few breaths, they exploded one after another, and turned into lumps of rotten meat. Demon, demon, demon. The three foundation building disciples were immediately frightened, and fled madly to the outside of the island. At this time, the golden ball spread its wings, and a carved head with a beautiful crown crystal on the center of its eyebrows slowly raised up, and uttered a loud cry towards the sky. Xiaojin, reborn. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Luo Hong transmitted coldly. He just noticed Xiaojin's awakening, so he did not forcibly interrupt the practice. Since these people have seen the colorful giant ring, they must be killed. After receiving the order, Xiaojin's eyes flashed with a fierce color, and he flapped his wings, and used his innate magical power of golden light escape, but his escape speed was unknown. In more than 10 breaths, he caught up with the three people, who were fleeing for their lives. After revealing his figure, he immediately spread his wings, and countless golden lightsabers shot out from his wings. Two of them tried to resist with magic weapons, but they were soon pierced by the lightsabers, and cut into pieces. The other man was smarter. His skin suddenly turned red, and his speed doubled instantly. He escaped from the range of a rain of lightsabers, and took advantage of the gap, when Xiaojin killed his two fellow disciples, to escape into the fog wall. Xiaojin would naturally not let this man go, and flapped his wings to chase him again. At this time, the monks outside the fog wall were still unaware of the sudden changes on the deserted island. Elder Xia still had a gloomy face, and did not let the monks of other sects approach the fog wall, not knowing that they were in great danger. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Super 5 Element Divine Thunder. In just 1 hour, more than 20 cultivators from various sects gathered outside the fog wall. Their cultivation levels varied from the late stage of key refining to the late stage of foundation building. All of them were amazed by the colorful treasure light that came out of the fog wall. However, under the threat of Elder Xia, no one dared to approach the fog wall, but they did not disperse. Although Yellow Island was a powerful force with a yuaning old monster in charge, it did not dare to offend so many sects at once. Since there was no need to worry about its own safety, it was inevitable to want to satisfy its own curiosity. More and more cultivators gathered, but they were just a pile of loose sand. Elder Xia did not take them seriously at all, and always sent out his spiritual sense to be alert to the arrival of cultivators of the same level. After a while, what was supposed to come still came. A black escape light shot out from a distance, directly crossing the distance of 3 miles, and revealing his figure. The man was dressed in a black robe, with an eagle nose and monkey eyes, and exuded a fierce temperament, which made people afraid. Yinsha, the purple dragon envoy, is here to do business. If you know what's good for you, then retreat 3 miles away. Elder Xia's expression immediately became tense when he saw the person coming. The aura of the bone knife magic weapon surged under the infusion of mana, ready to attack the enemy at any time. Oh, the purple dragon envoy is here too? Your night dragon island has a big loop, but those who see it will have a share. My Jian island will not be afraid of you. This person is Yunsha, the elder of Jian island, that Luo Hong had seen at the Xiangxing auction. He obviously did not intend to give in. Grey demonic energy surged on his body, gradually condensing into a huge ghost face. Elderzire couldn't help sweating on his forehead when he saw this. This person's cultivation was one realm higher than his, and he was already in the late stage of Jinden. Moreover, this person was a disciple of the Jiain Patriarch of Jiain Island. He represented Jiain Island all year round and his status was 3 points higher than that of the Purple Dragon Envoy in Yellow Island. Although Elderzire had not seen him take action, he could infer that this person must have extraordinary means. Knowing that he could not win, he lacked the will to fight. At this tense moment, the foundation building disciple who had managed to escape from the little golden wings rushed out of the fog wall and shouted loudly, "Elderzire, save me." Everyone was shocked. 2 giant stage cultivators from Yellow Island entered the fog wall with 3 foundation building cultivators, but now only one of them escaped in a panic. The rest were obviously in danger. Among the cultivators from small sects who came to watch the fun, those with clear minds flew away without saying a word. "Right, Envoy Zuo, something is wrong. Let's go." The old man in Confucian robes left a word and flew away with his fellow disciples without looking back. Zuo Rutting was stunned for a moment and also retreated with his disciples, but after all, he had a trace of greed and did not flee immediately. "Where is the Purple Dragon Envoy?" Elderzire was horrified and shouted at the disciples who escaped from the fog wall. "It's a demon. The demon killed the Purple Dragon Envoy." As he was speaking, a sharp cry suddenly sounded above his head. The disciple looked up with despair, and a claw as sharp as golden jade had already shone down on his head. In an instant, the disciple's head was crushed by the claws, and his soul could not escape. "Is it this demon beast that killed the Purple Dragon Envoy?" Elderzire looked at Xiaojin in doubt. He didn't feel it was terrible just by feeling its breath, but there was always a vague feeling of palpitation lingering in his heart. In addition to the previous experience of the Purple Dragon Envoy and Elder Jiang, he didn't dare to take the initiative to attack for a while. However, his failure to take action did not mean that Xiaojin would be polite. Xiaojin's eyes turned and finally locked onto Elderzire and Yunsha in the crowd. After flapping his wings twice, his head tilted back slightly, and the crystal between his eyebrows gradually lit up. In an instant, the hearts of all the immortal cultivators facing Xiaojin jumped suddenly, and the strong palpitation made them use self-protection methods at the same time. The next moment, Xiaojin's head suddenly thrust forward, and the crystal at the center of his eyebrows shot out a thick golden beam of light, which started from Elderzire and brushed towards Yunsha. The golden light's speed of flight was extremely fast. The moment Elderzire was targeted, he was doomed to be unable to dodge. Although he was only brushed for a moment, he immediately felt an itch all over his body, his eyes went dark, and his soul was exposed between heaven and earth. Seeing the miserable state of his own body with his own eyes, Elderzire was almost scared to death. The golden light brushed past, and those foundation building cultivators had no power to resist. Their protective spirit shields and magic tools were penetrated one after another, and their bodies burst open bang bang bang. Only Yunsha reacted quickly and dodged the golden light. But at this moment, he was also terrified. He knew very well that he was able to dodge, not because of his speed of flight, but because the monster's primary target was not him. Yunsha had never heard of the golden light magic that could make the body of a giant and cultivator burst with a light brush, and he couldn't help but have a guess in his mind. Mutated monster. This is definitely a very rare mutant monster. Thinking of this, Yunsha did not hesitate to use the secret technique of consuming his essence, blood, and vitality, and turned into a bloodlight and flew away. Mutated monsters are extremely rare. So far, there are only more than 10 mutant monsters recorded in the Chaos Star Sea, and only a small number of them have mutated with useful magical powers. But once a benign mutation occurs, the mutated magical powers are often unreasonable. If it is the mutant abilities that have appeared before, it is okay. After a long time, people have already studied ways to resist them. But this golden eagle that suddenly drilled out of the fog wall clearly has a magical power that has never appeared before. Yunsha didn't want to use his life to test the weakness of the golden light magical power and just wanted to escape immediately. In a blink of an eye, 2 giant unstage cultivators on the scene died and 1 escaped. The foundation building disciples of Yellow Island were also not spared, because they were close to Elder Zaya. After everyone was shocked, and the scene was silent for a while, they all showed horror on their faces, and used various means to flee in panic. Zyojin looked at the blood shadow that was rapidly going away, but in the end he did not chase it. He flapped his wings, and swooped down at the cultivators. Zuo Rutting listened to the screams behind her, and felt extremely regretful. Although she was flying with her fellow disciples, and her speed was faster than other cultivators, she still did not feel safe. Because the speed of the golden eagle monster was terrifying. Every time the golden light flashed, it meant that a team of cultivators was caught up by the golden eagle monster. Zuo Rutting silently counted the number of flashes of the golden light, calculating when it would be their turn, and her heart was extremely tormented. But obviously she didn't need to count. The strong wind stirred up by Zyojin when he flew over was enough to make the most slow cultivator realize that his time had come. But just when Zyojin approached Zuo Rutting, she suddenly stopped chasing and turned to fly towards the deserted island. This was of course not because Zyojin recognized their identity as disciples of Miao insect, but because Luo Hong had already recovered from her injuries and learned that it was impossible to completely kill her, so she called her back. Therefore, Zuo Rutting and the others were able to survive entirely because of luck. On the deserted island, Luo Hong floated in the air with his hands behind his back, looking at the direction where Yinsha fled, his face as gloomy as water. Although this person escaped, he did not see the true appearance of the five evils gathering spirit array, which Luo Hong could still accept. After such a tragedy, we must not stay here for long, let alone leave any clues. Luo Hong was muttering to herself, and Zyojin had already flown back. When she was close to Luo Hong, her body gradually shrank to a height of about a foot. With her claws, she stood on Luo Hong's shoulders. After standing firm, Zyojin rubbed her head against Luo Hong's cheek affectionately. In her mind, she just slept and was cured by her master when she woke up. Happy haha, it's a little itchy. Luo Hong showed a gentle smile, touched Zyojin's head to comfort her, and then quickly packed up his things. Because he didn't plan to take much this time, he finished packing in less than a quarter of an hour. At this time, Luo Hong was suspended above the giant pit, and he gently turned the array plate and chanted a few mantras. A finger-wide gap appeared on the top of the five-colored giant ring, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly surged out from the gap. After putting away the array plate, Luo Hong's mind moved, and the five-element flag started to operate at full power, converting a large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth into spiritual energy of their own attributes. The outer wall of the five-colored giant ring instantly became several times thicker, and the pressure inside the giant ring also increased several times, and the speed of the escape of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly increased. Luo Hong stayed in mid-air, closed his eyes, and calculated for a while, and suddenly he opened his eyes. The magic formula on his hand changed, and the five-element flag flew towards him like a swallow returning to its nest. At the same time, Luo Hong took out a four-elephant transfer talisman, input mana to activate it, and the four-color light group wrapped him and Zyojin on his shoulder, and the five-element flag also flew into the treasure bag at this time. With a flash of light, Luo Hong's figure disappeared from the deserted island. When he appeared again, he was already in a pre-made underwater safe house. However, Luo Hong did not feel safe at this time. He took out another four-elephant moving talisman and teleported to a farther place. After Luo Hong left, a shocking change was brewing on the deserted island. After losing the five-element flag, the spiritual energy that was transformed into a single attribute began to slowly recover to its original attribute. However, before that, due to the large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth escaping from the giant ring, the entire system was already on the verge of losing pressure. Soon, the remaining spiritual energy of heaven and earth was not enough to resist the huge pressure of the outer wall. The giant ring began to rotate and shrink at an increasingly faster speed. The surface of the deserted island was stirred up by the surging spiritual energy vortex. In the end, the five-element merged. Thousands of miles away, Luo Hong stood on a coral reef that was only a few feet in radius, looking in the direction of the deserted island. After a few breaths, A white ball of light that could be clearly seen thousands of miles away rose from the sea level, and its dazzling light eclipsed the sun in the sky. After a few breaths, a loud sound like the collapse of the sky and the cracking of the earth reached Luo Hong's ears. The tide suddenly retreated, and huge waves hundreds of feet high rolled in. Of course, before the waves arrived, the violent spiritual hurricane hit first. Luo Hong flew up and held up the protective spiritual shield. He didn't even look at the coral reefs below that were broken into pieces. Looking at the gradually dimming white light ball, he sighed sincerely, what a wonder. The desire for destruction is hidden in everyone's heart. The excitement that Luo Hong surged from the depths of his heart at this moment was because the desire for destruction was extremely satisfied. Wu Xiaojin on Luo Hong's shoulder yawned, staggered, and then fell down against Luo Hong's cheek. Go to sleep, your transformation is not yet complete. Luo Hong fed Xiaojin a spiritual pill and put it into the spirit beast bag. He took out a sea map jade slip, confirmed the direction, and turned into a blue escape light and flew away. The deserted island and everything on it had been destroyed into slag by the Super 5 element divine thunder. Even the spiritual environment would not be able to return to normal within 100 years. Even a cultivator in the god transformation stage could not find any trace of Luo Hong in that sea area. 3 months after Luo Hong left, several groups of immortal cultivators came to the sea area of the original deserted island. The largest number of them was naturally from Yelong Island. Patriarch Yelong came in person, but found nothing, except the lifeless sea water and the turbulent spiritual energy on the sea surface. Brother Yelong, have you found any clues? After searching for 3 days, a middle-aged cultivator with a pale face and narrow eyes flew to Patriarch Yelong leisurely, saying with a gloating tone, what clues? There is nothing left here. Patriarch Yelong immediately cursed angrily. If the person in front of him was not a cultivator in the nascent soul stage like him, he would have taken action long ago. Haha, this ancestor has seen something, but I'm afraid Brother Yelong won't believe it if I tell him. The middle-aged cultivator was not angry at all and kept the secret. Jian, you have to fart. The ancestor of Yelong crossed his arms across his chest, and the muscles of his arms made his robe bulge. This man actually practiced the art of body refining. It's simple to say, the only magical power that can wipe out a small island in this chaotic star sea and make the spiritual energy here so violent should be the Cheyenne Luo true thunder refined by one Cheyenne Ming of Cheyenne Luo sect. It turned out that this middle-aged cultivator was the ancestor of Jian who rushed here at night after receiving the message from Yinsha and learning that a powerful mutant monster appeared here. Do you mean that one Cheyenne Ming killed the elders of my sect? The ancestor of Yelong obviously didn't believe it. His Yelong Island has a special status in the chaotic star sea. It does not belong to the righteous path or the evil path, but the evil path in the middle, so it has always been the target of both the righteous and the evil paths. However, thinking of the mutant monster that appeared here, it is very likely that one Cheyenne Ming would take ruthless action to get the monster alone, regardless of factional disputes. For a moment, the expression of the Night Dragon Patriarch became uncertain. The Jian Patriarch squinted at him, said nothing more, and smiled secretly. What he said just now was naturally fabricated. He did not believe that the Cheyenne Luo True Thunder could have such a great power, otherwise it would be his Cheyenne Luo sect, not the Star Palace, that dominated the Chaos Star Sea. He did not need the Night Dragon Patriarch to completely believe his speculation. This person had a violent temperament. As long as the seeds of doubt were planted in his heart, he would naturally offend the other party when he got along with the righteous monks in the future and gradually lean towards the devil. After being proud of his calculations, the Jian Patriarch's face sank, looking at the lifeless sea water, and couldn't help thinking about the cause of the shocking spiritual explosion 3 months ago. This is definitely not something that human power can do. Black Sail Island is not the monster island opened up by the Star Palace. This island is about 100 miles long, not too big or too small, but it has a weak spiritual vein, which makes it a little richer than the spiritual energy on the sea, but it cannot provide cultivation for immortal cultivators. However, this island is the only place where immortal cultivators gather, except for the monster island thousands of miles away. Because there is a kind of shell monster around the island, many immortal cultivators come here to kill monsters and get pearls, which gradually makes this island popular, so that some immortal cultivators with other purposes are also attracted. At this time, a small auction is being held on the Black Sail Island. Luo Hong, who has hidden his cultivation to the middle stage of foundation building, sits alone in the corner. Xiaojin's magical power will be explained to you in the next chapter. Thank you for subscribing. Chapter 157, Ancient Spiritual Materials. At the small auction on Black Sail Island, Luo Hong saw many demonic items that were not presentable, and even the furnace tripod of a female cultivator in the early stage of key refining was bought and sold like an item. As a cultivator in the giant stage, it was impossible for Luo Hong to find things that he could use at such daily auctions. He went to the island just to rest for 2 days, and then he would go directly to the monster island and be transferred to the monster island in other sea areas through the teleportation array. In this way, the matter of the deserted island could not be traced to him at all. Luo Hong, who was wandering in the sky, was called back to the auction site by Xiaojin's call. He looked in the direction of Xiaojin's gaze and saw a golden pearl as big as a fist, which was placed on the auction table. Haha, it turned out that he was greedy. Although this precious thing looks good, just looking at the spirit level, it can be seen that it is only from the 3rd level monster shell. For Xiaojin now, it can only satisfy his greed. But anyway, it won't cost a few spirit stones, so Luo Hong shouted for a price. Once he made a move, naturally no one could compete with him, so Luo Hong did not pay much attention to him, but put his mind on Xiaojin. In the past 3 months, Xiaojin has been awake for a few times, but every time she wakes up from a deep sleep, her aura will be much better, and now she is close to the middle stage of level 5. After a physical examination, Luo Hong found that the silver runes in Xiaojin's body were completely different from before, which means that she is actually no longer a golden light eagle. After being reborn, Xiaojin gained 2 magical powers, one of which is the mysterious power of transformation that allows her to freely scale her body. In addition to being able to shrink, Xiaojin can also grow larger. In the extreme state, she can transform into a giant eagle with a wingspan of more than 50 feet. However, compared with her other new magical power, this magical power of transformation seems insignificant. The golden light magical power has not been recorded in the classics, so it has no name. Luo Hong named it Extinct Golden Light, according to its effect. Originally, the magical power of the golden light eagle that could change the silver runes could only work on itself, because it was weak. However, after Luo Hong was promoted to the middle stage of the nascent soul, this originally insignificant little magical power suddenly became a terrifying great magical power. For any cultivator whose flesh is hit by the form-destroying golden light, the silver runes in his flesh will be instantly destroyed, and then his body will be destroyed. Although the power of the form-destroying golden light has not been tested on high-level monsters with strong flesh, it is thought that it will only shine for a while longer. The only thing that can resist the form-destroying golden light is the fire magic weapon refined from spiritual materials above the nascent soul, or the fire ancient treasure of the body protection type. However, the use of the form-destroying golden light consumes a lot of energy, and Xiaojin cannot use it at will, so it is far from invincible. Just as he was thinking, a maid in the key refining stage came to Luo Hong with a twisted waist and said in a charming tone, "Senior, this is your golden pearl. This is a spiritual stone." Luo Hong threw out a storage bag, and with a thought, he put the golden pearl into the spiritual beast bag. Seeing Luo Hong's indifferent expression, the key refining maid turned away disappointedly. The golden pearl that Luo Hong bought was the finale of this auction. So after the money and goods were cleared, the auction was declared over, and the next step was the trade fair organized by the monks present. At this time, Luo Hong had lost interest and was about to get up and leave, but he was attracted by something taken out by the old man in Confucian robes who came on stage to trade first. "My fellow Taoists, I brought some wind spirit sand this time. This is a good material for refining wind attributed magic tools. If I have wind attributed spiritual roots, I will never trade them. I will only trade them for wood attributed spiritual materials of the same level. Is there any Taoist interested?" The old man in Confucian robes stroked his beard leisurely, not worrying that his transaction would fail. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a black-faced monk came forward, took out a blood-red dry tree root, and put it on the auction table. After the old man in Confucian robes checked it, he agreed to the transaction with a happy face. Why does that thing look a bit like? Luo Hong frowned and murmured uncertainly. He took out a jade slip and put it on his forehead. After a while, he stood up with a serious expression and followed the old man in Confucian robes. Because he didn't know the details of this person, Luo Hong didn't rashly ask him, but followed the old man in Confucian robes all the way to his place. This place is just an ordinary inn, with simple facilities and nothing special, but Luo Hong unexpectedly saw an acquaintance here. Right envoy Zuo is here too, and he seems to be having a good chat with this old man. Luo Hong's eyes flickered twice in the dark. There is no enemy of his among the sects that my Aoin sect is friendly with, so this person must be from a small sect. After nodding slightly, Luo Hong released his aura to the middle stage of foundation building and walked straight towards the old man in Confucian robes. Protector Fan, did you gain anything this time? Seeing the old man in Confucian robes return, Zuo Rutting stood up and saluted. Since she saved her life 3 months ago, because of his reminder, she has become more respectful to this Protector Fan. Haha, I've gained a little. This time, our Heoshu sect has been out to sea for 3 years, and we plan to go back soon. Right envoy Zuo, if it is convenient, our 2 sects may go together. Since that day, there have been many high-level cultivators in the nearby sea area, and among them, there are inevitably people with bad intentions. With the strength of our 2 sects, it may be dangerous to act alone. The old man in Confucian robes withdrew his joy and proposed solemnly. I'm also thinking the same thing. Please take care of us along the way, Fan. After all, we are all a group of weak women in my Aoin sect. Zuo Rutting said with a sweet smile, which made the nerds of Heoshu sect stunned. Haha, no problem. The old man in Confucian robes said perfunctorily. With his experience and knowledge, he naturally didn't fall for Zuo Rutting's tricks. Huh. Is that Taoist friend an old acquaintance of Fan, the Guardian? At this time, Zuo Rutting saw a strange cultivator coming straight towards him, as if he was going to break into the soundproof cover, and couldn't help asking. The old man in Confucian robes looked back, and then his face darkened. He had recognized that the person was one of the monks who had just participated in the auction. The small sculpture on the man's shoulder was too eye-catching, so he recognized him at a glance. Could it be that he had followed him all the way from the auction site? Thinking of this, the old man in Confucian robes couldn't help but feel a little scared of the other party's concealment ability. Fellow Daoist, what can I do for you? The old man in Confucian robes bowed cautiously. Excuse me, I came here to ask you only one thing. Where did you find fellow Daoist Feng Lingsha? Luo Hong used a spell to change his appearance, so Zuo Rutting, who had met him many times, didn't recognize him, and asked directly. Fellow Daoist, do you think I will easily reveal the secrets of the sect? The old man in Confucian robes looked displeased, and was about to order the guest to leave, but he saw the other party take out a large golden pearl. I will not let your family suffer any loss. How about exchanging this golden pearl for the information I want? I can also swear to my inner demon that I will never reveal the whereabouts of Feng Lingsha. Luo Hong put the golden pearl on the table and said with a smile. With his scholar's attire, he has a rather elegant and easygoing temperament, which eased the tense atmosphere a lot. However, Xiaojin was not willing to give in at this time. After crying with resentment, the eagle eye stared fiercely at the old man in Confucian robes and his group. Humph. He actually snatched the snacks that the master bought for me. Being stared at like this, the old man in Confucian robes and Zuo Rutting couldn't help but tremble in their hearts, as if they had returned to that nightmare day. What's wrong with you? My spirit beast is just a little willful, and it won't hurt anyone at will. Luo Hong was suspicious in his heart. Why did these people react so strongly to Xiaojin? Ahem. Fellow Taoist, did you just arrive at sea? The old man in Confucian robes felt that he was frightened by a young eagle and lost face. He couldn't help but blush and coughed awkwardly. I have indeed just been out to sea for a short time. How did you know about it? Luo Hong said calmly. He wanted to know how the immortal cultivators in the outside world reacted to the commotion he caused that day. You haven't even heard of the golden eagle demon. He must be a cultivator who has just been out to sea. Seeing Luo Hong's generosity, the old man in the Confucian robes forgot about his unpleasantness and asked him to sit down. Golden eagle demon? Could it be that the demon cultivators are killing people in the outer sea again? Luo Hong laughed secretly and made a random guess. No, that golden eagle demon is just a demon beast, but it is an extremely rare mutant demon beast with strange and powerful magical powers. Just 3 months ago, near a deserted island thousands of miles away from Black Sail Island, it killed more than 10 fellow practitioners and 3 giant unstage seniors from Yellow Island, and it is notorious. Now the cultivators in the surrounding sea areas have heard the news and spontaneously stayed away from that sea area, which has also made Black Sail Island more lively than ever before. The old man in Confucian robes said with a heavy face. If he hadn't seen the opportunity early that day, he would have been dead long ago. Oh, is it really that powerful? Luo Hong gently stroked the soft hair on Xiao Jin's chest, telling her not to be too proud. HMPH. My fellow Taoist, please don't disbelieve me. I saw with my own eyes that day that the monster killed a giant unstage cultivator as easily as crushing an ant. Only a Yuanying stage senior can subdue such a big monster. We, the foundation building stage cultivators, have no power to fight back in front of it. If it weren't for our good luck, my disciples and I would have died under the claws of this monster. Zuo Rutting recalled the scene of that day and her face turned pale. She really saved her life. Xiao Jin tilted her head at Zuo Rutting, as if to say it's you. Luo Hong really didn't know about this. It should be, because he was in a hurry to run away that day and called Xiao Jin back in advance, so that this girl escaped by chance. That's too scary. But let's get back to the point. Fellow Daoist, do you agree to the deal I proposed? If fellow Daoist needs wind spirit sand, I still have some here. The origin of wind spirit sand is a secret unique to him. Although this spiritual material is not precious, it is very rare. It is extremely attractive to cultivators who practice wind attributed exercises. The old man in Confucian robes relied on this income to practice all the way to the late stage of foundation building, so naturally he was unwilling to reveal it easily. Dao, you have misunderstood. I'm not interested in wind spirit sand, otherwise I would have traded with you at the auction. Dao, do you know that there is a monster that feeds on wind spirit sand? Seeing the old man in Confucian robes shaking his head in surprise, Luo Hong continued, this monster is called Howling Wind Shell, and it is closely related to the 5-element monster shells near the Black Sail Island, but it has an extremely rare wind attribute, and the pearls it raises are extremely rare wind pearls. If you can get this pearl and refine it together with a golden pearl into a magic weapon, it will be the famous golden wind pearl. Dao, I believe you have heard of this golden wind pearl. So, Dao, just make an offer. Are you serious about this, Dao? But if I take this golden pearl, won't your plan be in vain? The old man in Confucian robes listened to Luo Hong's logical words. He had indeed heard about the power of the golden wind pearl, and he couldn't help but believe it 7 points in his heart. Golden pearls are easy to get, but wind pearls are hard to find. If you want this golden pearl, just ask. I can go to the market to buy another one. Luo Hong waved his hand, showing great generosity, which stunned everyone. Okay, I will trade with you. I hope you will keep your promise. The old man in Confucian robes was finally moved. Although the endless supply of wind spirit sand is good, it is too difficult to sell. Who can resist making a big profit at once? After hearing the conditions proposed by the old man in Confucian robes, Luo Hong took the golden pearl, waved his hand, and threw out a storage bag and a jade slip. After checking the contents of the storage bag, the other party couldn't hide his joy on his face, and immediately marked the place where the wind spirit sand was found in the jade slip. Luo Hong took the jade slip, looked at it briefly, and then bowed and said goodbye. Fan, you are so lucky to meet a rich boy who is alone and out there. Zuo Rutting said enviously, obviously mistaking Luo Hong for a disciple from a big family or sect who came out to gain experience. Haha, Zuo Yaoshi, it's better to do it now than to wait for a day. Let's set off to return to the Inner Star Sea. The old man in the Confucian robe was carrying a huge sum of money at this time, and he didn't want to stay in the outer Star Sea where killing and stealing treasures were rampant. Just as the monks of Heoshu sect and Miaoin sect were preparing to set off, Luo Hong had restored his original appearance and flew over the Black Sail Island. Corresponding to the sea chart, he found the place marked by the old man in the Confucian robe. 300 miles to the south-southeast of Blackstone Desert Island, there is a shell monster on the seabed. Kill it and take its pearl, which can help you resist the wind. Its meat is very bitter and should not be eaten. 300 miles to the south, there is a rift valley, about 1,000 feet deep. It is the residence of the Monster King. Its meat is also bitter, so I killed it in anger. At the bottom of the rift valley, 100 feet away, there is a divine crystal formed by the wind spirit. I named it Heavenly Wind Crystal and hid it in the pagoda. After silently reading the records on the Wanbao jade slip, Luo Hong muttered to himself, if I'm not mistaken, this Black Sail Island is the Blackstone Desert Island at the beginning of the story. This Heavenly Wind Crystal. Chapter 158, Skywind Crystal and Ninky Island. To be honest, it was purely accidental that I could associate Black Sail Island with the description in the Wanbao jade slip. The records of the ancient cultivators in the Wanbao jade slip were just like the Shan Heijing. Those with place names were okay, and you could find the location by flipping through the ancient books, but a considerable part of them were vague descriptions like Blackstone Island and moon-shaped mountains. Therefore, Luo Hong had never thought of going to the places described in the jade slips to search for treasures. One reason was that there was no demand for it at the moment, and the other was that it was really difficult to find. This time, I suddenly associated the relevant records of Cheyenne Feng crystal through Finglingshire because of the jade slip that recorded the method of refining Tongshan Lingbao. After all, it was Tongshan Lingbao, and Luo Hong certainly had the idea of refining it, so he paid special attention to the materials needed to refine this treasure, and Cheyenne Feng crystal was one of them. Although he accidentally found the origin of Cheyenne Feng crystal, Luo Hong was not too excited, because according to the description of Cheyenne Feng crystal in the jade slip, this thing is definitely a spiritual material of the god transforming level. From ancient times to the present, even if it can be found, it is still unknown what it has become. Restraining his excitement, Luo Hong put Xiaojin, who was already drowsy, into his spirit beast bag, and turned into a light to fly away from Black Sail Island. When he reached the sea area marked by the old man in Confucian robes, Luo Hong plunged into the sea, held the water flag in his hand, and used the force to perform a water escape technique, quickly diving to the bottom of the sea. After releasing his spiritual sense to search for a while, Luo Hong discovered a weak wind attribute aura. He fled over and saw a piece of exposed seabed mineral veins, and the wind spirit sand was sparsely embedded in the rocks of the mineral veins. Although he could not find any traces of the howling wind shell, since there was a wind spirit sand mineral vein here, it was very likely that it was the habitat of the howling wind shell in ancient times. So, according to the records in the Wanbao jade slip, Luo Hong turned due south and fled for more than 400 miles in one breath. He actually found a bottomless seabed rift. He did not find the wrong place. Floating above the rift, looking at the abyss like a huge black mouth below, Luo Hong did not dive rashly. This place was once the residence of the ancient demon king, and it may not be without powerful demon beasts living here now. Luo Hong first came to one end of the rift, and then he opened his spiritual sense, using the water flag to clear the way, while sensing the breath in the rift. Until he reached the other end of the rift, Luo Hong did not sense the breath of demon beasts, only many large fish with ugly appearances. After hesitating for a while, Luo Hong waved the water flag, and fired many Yuan Gang mines in succession, blasting into the depths of the rift. In a short while, dull explosions sounded continuously, and the fish living in the rift fled in a hurry, but there was still no trace of demonic energy. Luo Hong was relieved a little bit, and waved the water flag, emitting 10 blow light balls, surrounding him and illuminating his body for dozens of feet. Although he could see things with his spiritual sense, Luo Hong was still not used to the darkness in front of his eyes. As Luo Hong slowly dived, the water pressure became greater and greater, and his mana consumption gradually increased. Fortunately, with the water flag blessing his protective spirit shield, when he dived to the bottom of the rift, the mana consumption was still within the tolerable range, but he couldn't dawdle. Luo Hong would not float up until he reached his limit. Because the sea fish were scared away, the bottom of the rift was now dead silent. Luo Hong didn't search for a while before he noticed something strange under his feet. He waved the flag to raise a wave of water, sweeping away the silt that had accumulated at the bottom of the rift for who knows how many years, and then he saw a huge shell several feet in radius appear. These giant shells were all lifeless, like stones. Luo Hong used his life-taking claws and easily smashed one, and found a grey round bead the size of a human head in the giant shell. Is this a wind pearl? Luo Hong used his life-taking claws to grab the bead, but with just a slight touch, the grey round bead collapsed into dust, and its spiritual energy had long since dissipated. He smashed a few more, and the result was the same. It seems that this rift valley has finally become the graveyard of the Howling Wind Shell clan. Luo Hong muttered to himself, and stopped dwelling on these giant shells. He sped up his search. Half an hour later, Luo Hong floated in front of a shell as huge as a hill. Looking at its broken top, he could not help but marvel at the magical power of the ancient cultivator. The wind pearl of the Howling Wind Shell Demon King also did not escape the erosion of time, and had already turned into dust. The Demon King would live here, so this must have been the core area of the wind spirits and mine in ancient times. The Skywind crystal should be under the body of this Demon King. Thinking of this, Luo Hong cast a spell to stir up waves and sweep away the silt around the body of the Demon King. After working hard for a long time, he successfully found a collapsed cave. There was nothing to delay, so Luo Hong went directly into the cave. After half an hour, he floated up with a white stone in his hand and fled to the sea without any nostalgia. After flying all the way back to Black Sail Island, Luo Hong returned to his rented house. After opening the ban, he placed the white stone he brought out of the cave on the table. It was a close call. The spiritual level has already dropped to level 3. In a few decades, this Skywind crystal will completely lose its spirituality like those wind pearls and turn into dust. Although the spiritual energy of the stone in front of him was even lower than that of a piece of spiritual iron, Luo Hong was very sure that it was the ancient spiritual material Skywind crystal. There was no other reason. Just based on the fact that Luo Hong found this in the cave, it was the only spiritual thing in a place where no one has set foot since ancient times, and the spiritual energy is so thin that it is comparable to the place of no spiritual energy. It is obvious that it is not an ordinary thing to preserve a trace of spiritual energy. The disappearance of those famous natural treasures in ancient times is directly related to the invasion of the ancient demons. The invasion of the ancient demons caused the spiritual level of the human world to decline, and it was no longer possible to produce heavenly materials and treasures above the level of transformation. The heavenly materials and treasures that had already been produced could not maintain their own existence due to the great changes in the spiritual environment of the human world, and they continued to be spiritualized. The situation of this piece of Cheyenne Feng crystal was the worst. The place of birth directly changed from a treasure land to a place of absolute spirituality. It almost became a treasure and became immortal along the way. After finding a new spiritual vein island, I will first raise your spirituality. Luo Hong happily pasted a soul-sealing talisman on the white stone and put it into the treasure bag. After experiencing a theft, Luo Hong realized that the island protection formation he had set up was too weak, and this must be improved. Cheyenne Feng crystal came at the right time. When Luo Hong raised his spirituality, he would use it as a core to set up a powerful ancient formation. If another cultivator stole his house while he was away, he would definitely kill him. As for collecting all the spiritual materials for the Tongshan Bao, Luo Hong didn't dare to think about it now, because it is necessary to travel all over the human world. 3 of the core spiritual materials are distributed in Cheyenne, Dajin and Mulan grassland respectively, and the specific locations are described very vaguely. It is still unclear whether they can be found. After recovering his mana in the house, Luo Hong flew to the nearest monster island. He wanted to find a new spiritual island in another sea area and start practicing in seclusion. In order to save Xiaojin as soon as possible, he has not even sacrificed his life magic weapon yet. By the way, we have to punish evil and promote good on the way. Those monks who kill people and steal treasures are only worthy of being used to refine the heavenly demon pill. Spring goes and autumn comes. On Ninky Island, 3 companions of the Foundation building period monks walked out of a purchasing store on the island. When they arrived at the door, one of them slapped the storage bag on his waist. After the rosy clouds rolled, a strange fish more than 3 feet long appeared on the ground. Haha, fan kid, your business is back. Hey, you 3 seniors are so lucky. We've only been out to sea for 7 days and we've made another catch. Congratulations. This fan kid is a clerk in the purchasing company. His cultivation is only in the middle stage of key refining. He immediately bowed and congratulated the 3 people. At the same time, he also quickly checked the body of the strange fish. After a while, he smiled and said, 3 seniors, how about the same price as last time? Okay, give us the spirit stones quickly. Take advantage of this rare good time. The 3 of us brothers must hunt monsters happily. One of the 3 men urged impatiently, as if missing the good time he mentioned would miss a lot of spirit stones. 3 seniors, I'm also wondering why it feels like it has become easier for you to hunt monsters recently. The clerk surnamed Fan asked puzzledly while taking out the spirit stones from the counter. He has been working harder and harder in the past 6 months, and now he has little time left for cultivation. Although he has given up on building his foundation, the shopkeeper should raise his monthly salary. So he planned to ask the shopkeeper about the whole story so that he could speak to him. Haha, it's not that hunting monsters has become easier, but that the villains who killed people and robbed treasures were all killed by Senior Timian. Haha, it's really gratifying. Now monster hunters don't have to be on guard against cold arrows, and they don't have to go out to sea with a large group of fellows for a month, and finally only share more than 10 spiritual stones. The big man had suffered from the murderers and treasure robbers before, and he got rid of the shackles, and felt refreshed and clear-minded. Senior Timian, why does this person act like this? I heard that many of those villains have backers. Isn't this senior afraid that someone will settle the score later? The clerk named Fan was shocked. He has lived on Ninky Island for many years and knows a lot about the ins and outs of this island. Although those villains who kill people and steal treasures are always dressed as casual cultivators, the cultivators who have been out at sea for a long time to hunt monsters can guess that they should be from the magic sect, but there is no evidence. It is said that Senior Timian had relatives who died at the hands of those villains, and they pursued them relentlessly in order to vent their anger and revenge. As for whether Senior Timian is afraid of being retaliated, it is not our turn to worry about it. Anyway, the monster hunters on Ninky Island now hope that Senior Timian will never stop. The big man touched his nose and smiled carelessly. In this case, it's hard for me to say anything. Senior, please count the spirit stones. The guy named Fan shook his head. He didn't think that this person could strangle the villains around Ninky Island for a long time. Most of them would leave after venting their anger. Everyone knew this, so they all seemed to be in a hurry. Hey, how do you collect these things? The clerk named Fan was feeling disappointed for his wasted happiness when he heard someone calling him. He turned around and was shocked by the scene in front of him. The ground was full of corpses of monsters. There were 6 of them. A level 3 10-eyed monster, a level 3 flying shark monster, and a level 4 two-headed snake monster. These are worth 2,000 spirit stones. The clerk named Fan was shocked by the rare big deal in front of him. He looked up and was even more surprised. Senior, are you alone? Yes, bring the spirit stones quickly. I'm going to sea soon. A young monk with delicate skin and holding a paper fan, who was obviously not very worldly, said nonchalantly, Sir, it's not safe to be alone. Why don't you go with these seniors? The clerk named Fan still had the old idea and kindly reminded him. What's the danger? With Senior Timian here, the only thing we need to worry about in the sea around Ninky Island is the monsters. The young master monk took the heavy bag of spirit stones, weighed it in front of the crowd of cultivators who were attracted to him, and then put it into his storage bag, summoned the flying magic weapon, and flew leisurely to the outside of the island. After flying for a few days at a moderate speed, the young master monk stopped, and his face blurred into Luo Hong's. No one has taken the bait yet. It seems that they are really scared. Well, Let them wait for 10 years. Luo Hong has been carrying out a year-long campaign to eliminate gangsters and evil around Minky Island. In the past month, he has not encountered any evildoers who kill people and steal treasures, which is why the drama just now happened. No one dared to take a bite of such a big fat sheep as the young master monk. It seems that those evildoers are either really scared or have moved to other monster islands and don't fight Luo Hong to the death. With a flash of light, Luo Hong resumed his previous scholar attire, raised his magic power, and turned into a beam of light to fly to the spiritual vein island he had just found. With his departure, the reputation of Senior Timian gradually weakened. Chapter 159, Zen Hey Pearl. Deep in the outer sea, there was an inconspicuous sea fog. Luo Hong turned into a blue rainbow and flew into it. After flying for several miles in the outer fog, he encountered a rotating wind wall. Luo Hong's mind moved, and the token on his waist shot out a beam of light, opening a gap in the wind wall. After Luo Hong flew in, the gap slowly closed. This wind wall looks inconspicuous, but it was actually set up by Luo Hong, based on the ancient formation, the Sky Wind Locking Dragon Formation. Although the Sky Wind Locking Dragon Formation is not included in the top 10 ancient formations, it is ranked high. To set it up exactly, first of all, you must have a piece of God transforming Sky Wind Crystal, and then the spirit of a level 10 Wind Dragon, and the rest of the precious materials are countless. Luo Hong certainly did not have this condition. The formation he set up was a castrated version of the Sky Wind Locking Dragon Formation after deletion, and its power was only 1% of the original formation. The complete Sky Wind Dragon Locking Formation can trap cultivators at the spiritualization stage, while Luo Hong's can only trap cultivators at the early nascent soul stage. The Sky Wind Crystal, that is the center of the formation, has been upgraded to the 21st spirit level by Luo Hong. It is worth mentioning that this kind of spiritual object, which already has a high spiritual level, makes much less noise when it is upgraded. There are also some with spiritual halos, but they can't even break through the restrictions in Luo Hong's main spiritual chamber. Therefore, the root cause of Luo Hong's Sky Wind Dragon Locking Formation is that there are no higher level wind attribute monster spirits. He just filled the spirits of a 6th level and 2 5th level tearing wind beasts into the formation, so his formation can only be called the Sky Wind Demon Locking Formation. After passing through the wind wall, you can see the colorful giant ring formed by the 5 evils gathering spirit formation. Before entering the main spiritual chamber, Luo Hong first used his spiritual sense to scan the situation in the secondary spiritual chamber. The secondary spiritual chamber holds the results of his punishment of evil and promotion of good over the past year. Interestingly, after being captured by Luo Hong and brought to the island, many of the villains tried to intimidate or win him over with the power behind them. This made Luo Hong realize that these evil cultivators who killed people and robbed treasures and committed all kinds of evil were not all from the devil. After confirming that there was nothing unusual in the prison cell, Luo Hong came to the door of the main spirit room and pushed it open. The main spirit room was very empty, and the only conspicuous furniture was more than a dozen shelves against the wall. On these shelves were placed some trophies that Luo Hong liked, and the magic weapons of the 3 giant unstage cultivators from Yellow Island were among them. When he was on Heathen Island, Luo Hong had doubted why Yellow Island would send out 3 giant and elders for a few foundation building disciples. Looking at the treasures in the storage bags of the 5 thieves, he knew that they were just ordinary foundation building cultivators, and were definitely not the young masters of the sect. So Luo Hong carefully checked the storage bags of the 5 people, not looking at the magic weapons and spiritual materials, but focusing on the sundries. As a result, Luo Hong found a strange silk handkerchief in a pile of clothes. The silk handkerchief depicted a vague map without any spiritual energy. If Luo Hong had not known what the incomplete map of the sky looked like, he would not have noticed it. After discovering the silk handkerchief, Luo Hong suddenly understood what happened that day. The 5 thieves must have accidentally obtained the incomplete map of the sky somewhere in the outer sea. On the way to transport it back to Yellow Island, they happened to find his island, so they saw the money and looted the spiritual materials on the island. They are responsible for a heavy task, but they are still indecisive. These people are really good. Luo Hong put the silk handkerchief back on the shelf with a smile. Compared with a year ago, the map on the silk handkerchief was a little blurrier. When the map completely disappeared, it would be the day when the Sky Palace was opened. I still have 50 years. Before that, I must improve my strength as much as possible and prepare for the trip to the Sky Palace. Luo Hong sat cross-legged on the futon in the center of the main spirit room and said to himself solemnly, "At present, the most clear path is the cultivation of the Yuanshan. Although it takes a lot of heavenly demon pills to upgrade the Yuanshan realm from the 3rd level to the 4th level, Luo Hong has mastered the method of mass production of heavenly demon pills, so it is only a matter of time for his Yuanshan realm to be upgraded to the 4th level, and it can definitely be completed within 50 years. In terms of the cultivation of mana, the improvement of the cultivation level is definitely necessary. If these 50 years were only used for meditation and key refining, Luo Hong was confident that he could use the 5 evils gathering spirit array to upgrade his cultivation to the late stage of Jinden. However, there is no qualitative improvement between the middle stage of Jinden and the late stage of Jinden, so the focus of mana cultivation, Luo Hong will focus on the magical power of Wuliang Zhenheiju. Now Luo Hong's cultivation is the early stage of Jinden, which means that he has refined the first 7 levels of Wuliang Zhenheiju. In addition to the 12 acupoints that will be connected with each level, once the first 6 levels are practiced, he can start to condense the Zhenhe Pearl. The magical power of condensing the Zhenhe Pearl is derived from the magical power of condensing the Yuan-Su by the Great Water Yuan Gong. The difference is that the former was designed by Luo Hong based on the knowledge of the 1 Yuan heavy mercury rune that he had at the time. It was a super heavy artificial spiritual material condensed by absorbing a large amount of water spirit energy, while the latter was just a healing item condensed by accumulating mana and vitality. Now, Luo Hong has obtained a complete 1 Yuan heavy mercury rune from the 6th level water dragon spirit of the Dragon Soul Bell, so before officially practicing this magical power, he has to improve the practice and open up some new meridians. This is not a difficult task for Luo Hong, who has been studying 1 Yuan heavy water for many years. It only took him 1 month to improve the practice and open up the relevant meridians. In order to increase the speed of condensing the Zhenhe Pearl, Luo Hong also improved the spiritual dragon secret pattern so that it only took 1 year to condense a 1 Yuan heavy water bead that originally took 3 years. In fact, at this time, the Zhenhe Pearl magical power was considered to be practiced, but it was only in the initial stage and was far from being powerful. Zhenhe Pearl can be said to be a magical power, but it can also be said to be a complete set of magic weapons. This is the blue bead that Luo Hong designed specifically for his life-saving magic weapon, and it is also the first step for him to climb the road of quality. As many acupoints as there are refined, Luo Hong can condense as many 1 Yuan heavy water beads. The core of these 1 Yuan heavy waters is composed of Luo Hong's magic power and the spiritual power of the blue bead, so as long as Luo Hong activates the blue bead, he can control all the refined 1 Yuan heavy water beads. When activating the magical power of the Zhenhe Pearl, it is actually the blue bead that controls all the 1 Yuan heavy water to attach to its surface and crushes the enemy with its mass. Luo Hong's mind moved, and a black round bead floated out from his danshan and appeared in front of him. The Zhenhe Pearl in its initial state is 3 points smaller than ordinary elixirs. Who would have thought that it actually weighs tens of thousands of pounds? The next stage is to refine the first level Zhenhe Pearl, which is expected to take 35 years. During this period, my body refining secrets must not be abandoned. After the formation of the pill, the great 5-element Tang Shengju will not be so dangerous to me. The blue round bead itself is only 17th spiritual level, corresponding to the early stage of the formation of the pill. Even if the special ritual refining method designed by Luo Hong is used, it is impossible to control the 1 Yuan heavy water bead without limit. And because the blue round bead is Luo Hong's life magic weapon, it can be said that it is a part of Luo Hong's body, and the conventional method of raising the spirit is not applicable to it. After all, Luo Hong does not want to taste the taste of the spirit halo light explosion equivalent to exploding in the body. However, Luo Hong has already considered the way to raise the spirit of the blue round bead. Continuously condensing the 1 yuan heavy water bead is not only to enhance the power of the Zhenhe pearl, but also the way to raise the spirit of the blue round bead. The first level Zhenhe pearl mentioned by Luo Hong is a state after condensing 36 1 yuan heavy water beads. At this time, the blue round bead reaches the control limit. After combining into the Zhenhe pearl, it will bear a weight of 360,000 kilograms. According to the calculation results, the blue round bead will be upgraded under heavy pressure. This process is similar to the process of giant and stage cultivators improving their cultivation realm. After careful consideration, this is also a matter of course. After all, the blue round bead is the same as the giant of giant and stage cultivators, which is a condensation of spirit particles. The Wuliang Zhenhe Ju, when practiced to the 9th level, can allow Luo Hong to open a total of 108 acupoints, which means that the limit of the 1 yuan heavy water he can condense is 108. In other words, the Zhenhe pearl can be transformed at most 3 times, and then Luo Hong will have to find another way out. Among the 20 level Yuanying early stage spiritual materials, there is a spiritual material called 2 yuan heavy water, which is rare in the world, but it is a good direction. Thinking of this, Luo Hong temporarily put down the practice of Zhenhe pearl, and he took out the jade slip that recorded the great 5-element Tang Sheng Ju. Although he has not practiced the Tiding Jin Shen Gong much in these years, he has broken through to the 9th level, after accumulating day by day. Among the remaining 3 secret methods, the most suitable one for current practice is Yomi Chanking Gong. The wood element spiritual root problem that troubled Luo Hong before can be completely replaced by the wood element flag. The auxiliary elixir required is not difficult to obtain with the unique demon elixir refining method of Chaos Star Sea. Huangquan blood refining method requires swallowing the essence and blood of high level earth element monsters to practice. Even Luo Hong, who has already formed a pill, feels very dangerous. After swallowing the essence and blood of monster recommended in the secret method 3 times, he found that the core of this secret method is not the blood of the monster, but the pure earth element spiritual energy and several silver runes unique to the blood of high level earth element monsters. There are a lot of pure earth element spiritual energy in the colorful giant ring, and the silver runes are not difficult for Luo Hong. So after this discovery, Luo Hong's Huangquan blood refining method practice speed surpassed Yomi Chanking Gong. In this way, as long as Luo Hong also practices the Luo forging body art, he can try the mystery of the 5-element fusion and the first grade great 5-element Tang Sheng art. The spiritual fire needed to practice the Luo Giant Ju is not difficult to find. You can buy it from any of the 4 major business alliances in Chaos Star Sea by spending tens of thousands of spiritual stones. However, Luo Hong did not do so. First, he is too busy now, and his daily practice schedule is full. Wuliang Zhenhe Gong, Yomu Chanking Gong, Huangquan refining blood method, Dayanju, Zhenhe pearl. There are too many things to practice. If it were not for the opportunity to go out of the island to punish evil and promote good every 10 years, Luo Hong would have practiced himself into autism. Secondly, in the great 5-element Tang Sheng Ju, the practice of the fire element is crucial. The fire element plays a role of finally melting the results of the 5 secret methods into one. The higher the grade of the spiritual fire used, the more powerful the great 5-element Tang Sheng Ju will be. Luo Hong has a plan for this. Chapter 160, Zushan Palace opens. There is no time in cultivation, and 50 years have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a dark demon cloud rolled and headed straight for the Fog Island. The astonishing demonic aura showed that this demon was a rare level 7 demon beast. Level 7 demon beasts correspond to cultivators in the late stage of Jinden. They are only one step away from surviving the Thunder Tribulation, becoming a demon body, and transforming into a human form. They are definitely the kings and overlords in this chaotic star sea. At this moment, the level 7 demon beast wrapped in thick demonic aura was extremely furious. It was swimming in the sea the day before, hunting and mating, but it was overturned by the sudden spiritual tide, which ruined its good mood. Now that it has found the source of the spiritual tide, it immediately plunged into the sea fog, ignoring the wind wall blocking the way, and rushed in directly. The sky wind locking demon array sensed the intrusion of foreign objects and immediately started to work. Countless tornadoes gathered from all directions to block the level 7 demon beast in the sea. The strong wind blew away the demon aura on the demon, revealing its true appearance. I saw a giant green-skinned lobster that was more than 20 feet long, waving its 2 pairs of giant claws and baring its teeth at the tornado that was pushing towards it. From the 8 eyeballs on its head, thick beams of light shot out, blasting away the tornadoes around it. Just as the giant lobster was fighting with the endless tornadoes, 3 two-headed owls fell from the sky, flapping their wings and shooting out green blades. The giant lobster was not careful for a moment and was hit on the carapace by the blades, and the carapace immediately cracked and blue demon blood came out with a puff. The giant lobster became even more angry and suddenly swung its giant claws to hit the sea surface, raising huge waves while letting itself fly into the air, and the giant claws opened to light up with a green spiritual light. With 2 clicks, the 2 wind-tearing beasts were cut into 2 pieces. However, before it could be proud, a flash of light appeared, and the wind-tearing beast that was broken into 2 pieces recovered as before, hissing and biting. At this time, the giant shrimp finally showed an anthropomorphic fear in its eyes and wanted to escape, but all it saw was a strong wind, and the whole world was howling, which made it unable to tell the direction at all. In panic, the giant shrimp was ruthless and was about to spit out the demon pill to fight for its life. Just at this time, a spiritual tide similar to the previous one surged over and overturned it. When it shook its head and woke up, it saw a human cultivator looking at it with a playful smile. The contempt in this person's eyes made the sea overlord giant shrimp monster furious. Without thinking, he swung his giant claws and swept over, wanting to beat this person into a meat pie. Luo Hong put his hands behind his back and didn't even try to dodge. The giant claws of the 7th level shrimp monster hit his arm, but were blocked by a layer of black spiritual light attached to his body surface. Not only did he fail to move a step, but the huge recoil force also broke a piece of the giant shrimp's claws. You should understand what I'm saying. As long as you're willing to be my spirit beast for 1,000 years, I'll spare your life today, Luo Hong said indifferently. The giant shrimp was originally puzzled by the result of the attack. After hearing Luo Hong's words, anger surged up to the shrimp's head, and 8 thick beams of light shot out from its eyeballs. Shrimp can be killed, but not humiliated. However, its innate magical power still failed to shake the black spiritual light on Luo Hong's body. The light flashed, and Luo Hong was unharmed. It seems that you don't want to. Luo Hong stretched out his left palm and seemingly casually grabbed the giant shrimp's right claw that had not yet been retracted. The magic power restrained the large piece of flesh and blood nearby. He shook it effortless, and the huge force that burst out pulled the giant shrimp's right claw off. Blue demon blood spurted out from the broken end. Before the giant shrimp could scream, Luo Hong had already come to its head and pressed down lightly with his right palm. The moment Luo Hong's palm touched the giant shrimp's shell, the giant shrimp trembled all over, then twitched and sank to the bottom of the sea, and its 8 eyeballs slowly overflowed with blue brains. It turned out that Luo Hong's palm, which was as light as a weight, had already turned its shrimp brain into a ball of paste. Since you are unwilling to serve me while you are alive, then you can be my slave after you die, Luo Hong said softly, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the giant shrimp's spirit in his hand, sealed it in the soul-raising bottle, and dug out a round green demon pill from the giant shrimp's abdomen. After simply taking some materials from the giant shrimp, Luo Hong no longer cared about it, and flew back to the main spirit room. Because of the previous 2 soul raisings, the main spirit room and a large area of the nearby secondary spirit rooms have turned into a huge pit. At this time, above the huge pit, there was a thumb-sized round bead emitting a colorful spiritual halo. This thing was the killer that Luo Hong prepared for the trip to Zushan Palace, a one-time treasure that could threaten Yuanying period cultivators. 5-element thunder bead. To put it simply, Luo Hong's spirit raising method is to build a building on the place where the foundation has been built and infinitely magnify the unique characteristics of the spiritual materials to be raised. The predecessor of the 5-element thunder bead is inconspicuous. It is the core of the 5-element fruit that Luo Hong accidentally obtained during the Tainan small meeting. When the 5-element thunder bead no longer emits the colorful spiritual halo, Luo Hong casts an extremely gentle magic power to lift it in front of him, and after hitting several soul-sealing prohibitions, he puts it into the Wanbao bag. With these two 5-element thunder beads, Luo Hong finally has some confidence in facing those yuanying old monsters in the Zushan Palace. After putting the sleeping Xiaojin from the colorful giant ring into the spirit beast bag, Luo Hong flew over the island, took out the array plate, and withdrew the 5 evils gathering spirit array and the heavenly wind locking demon array. After taking back the 5-element flag, the heavenly wind crystal and a group of key array materials, Luo Hong took out the Zushan fragment map, only to see that the map on it had completely disappeared, and there was only a small golden lightsaber, like a compass, always pointing in one direction. Luo Hong looked in the direction of the golden lightsaber, and solemnly opened the physical examination form, to check his current strength. Name, Luo Hong Realm, Middle Jinden, 380, over 524, 287, Energy. 360,000 mana. 608,000, the sum of Danshan mana and Acupoint mana, Spiritual Consciousness. 32,000, for derivatives, Spiritual Root Quality. 1 Meridian Strength. 450, the current limit of the internal spiritual pressure that the meridians can withstand. Internal spiritual pressure. 400, maximum value, external spiritual pressure. 2000, maximum value, mana purity. 30, increased spell power equals mana purity asterisk 5%, mana control. 20,000, spiritual consciousness determines the upper limit, which has not been reached at present. Countdown to the late Jinden. 1166 days, calculated based on the maximum value of the internal spiritual pressure. Skill proficiency, Wuliang Zhenheiju 8th level, Bing Jiu Guja 12th level, great success, Tiding Jinshan Gong 9th level, Yemu Changking Gong 9th level, Huangquan Liangsu Ju 9th level. Dayanju 4th level, great success, Zhenheizu first turn, 48/72. With my current strength, even the old monster of Yuanying cannot insult me. You can go to this Zushan Palace. After making up his mind, Luo Hong turned into a blue rainbow and quickly disappeared into the sky. More than 20 days later, Luo Hong, wearing a black suit and an iron mask, flew to an unfamiliar sea. He looked up and saw a majestic and huge palace floating in the air, motionless. This palace is about 100 feet high, made of flawless white jade, exquisite and gorgeous, emitting a faint glow. The surrounding area is wrapped in a thick layer of golden light, hanging in the sky about 1,000 feet high. Luo Hong skillfully poured his magic power into the void sky remnant map, letting the overflowing white light wrap around him, and then flew towards the golden light shield. Because of the white light, Luo Hong did not encounter any obstruction, and passed through the golden light shield in one go. He then flew towards the palace. When he arrived at the palace gate that was more than 10 feet high, Luo Hong looked at the plaque above the palace gate, and saw 3 silver characters Void Sky Palace written on it. After just a moment of looking at it, Luo Hong felt a slight tingling in his soul. If it were another cultivator, he would have immediately looked away and went straight into the palace. But Luo Hong, based on his past experience, knew that such magical words actually contained silver runes. Moreover, with his soul at the 4th level, this little tingling was nothing. So, Luo Hong used the magic of the spirit eyes, focused his attention, and soon broke through the barrier on the surface of the silver characters, and glimpsed the shining silver runes in them. There were not many silver runes in the silver characters, only dozens of them, and Luo Hong was very familiar with them. The meridians in which he circulated the Great Evolution technique contained these silver runes. If Luo Hong guessed correctly, these silver runes should represent a certain soul-stirring secret technique. Haha, it is worthy of being the Zushan Palace. I have obtained a secret technique. Before entering the door, Luo Hong curled his lips and flew into the narrow jade passage behind the palace door. After passing through the passage, Luo Hong came to a huge hall. In the center of the hall stood dozens of huge jade pillars, on which were carved lifelike rare birds and beasts. On the top of the jade pillars, the cultivators who arrived first sat cross-legged. Only the old monster Yuanying, could enjoy a jade pillar alone, and the giant and cultivators could only share a jade pillar in twas and threes. Luo Hong glanced casually and found the gloomy Han Lao Mo, but he did not intend to go forward to meet him. Han Lao Mo has been targeted by Jiyin Patriarch because he carries the blood jade spider. It is not a wise move to be involved with him now, but this does not mean that Luo Hong will not contact him throughout the whole process. In fact, Han Lao Mo has already recognized him at this moment. On the top of a jade pillar with many people, Han Li, who had just been driven away by the barbarian beard, felt humiliated in his heart, but did not dare to show any resentment on his face. He heard that the old monsters of Yuanying had strange personalities, especially the other party was a demon cultivator, and it was hard to guarantee that he would not kill him because of his resentful eyes. In his uncertainty, Han Li glanced at the new cultivator and was immediately happy, but he did not show any expression on the surface. That mask, haha, senior brother Luo has returned to the identity of Zuo Bufan during the bloody trial this time. Ha. Senior brother clearly saw me, why didn't you react at all? Han Li had just had doubts in his heart, and he had the answer. It is indeed more advantageous to form an alliance in secret than in the open. As expected of senior brother Luo, he judged the situation in an instant. At the moment, Han Li was sandwiched between the two old demons, Jiyin and Zuangu. Although he did not show any fear on the surface, he was actually under great psychological pressure. Han Li felt much more at ease to have a reliable senior brother in this dangerous Zushan palace. Luo Hong found a jade pillar and stood on it, then stood with his hands behind his back and waited quietly. The other two giant and cultivators on the same jade pillar saw that he was so indifferent and did not intend to go forward and make trouble. After a few days, the two supreme elders of Crossing Palace appeared and read out the rules in Zushan Palace. To sum it up, if you dare to bully the weak or kill people to steal treasures in the Zushan Outer Palace, you will not give them face. Not only will you be stopped on the spot, but you will also be hunted down by Crossing Palace afterwards. When you go to the Zushan Inner Palace, they will take care of it and fight with everyone. After hearing this, Luo Hong sneered in his heart. The Inner Palace is the essence of Zushan Palace. Crossing Palace set such rules just to intensify the conflicts among treasure hunting cultivators in the Inner Palace. These two old monsters in Xingang are definitely not good people. I must pay special attention to them. I need to think carefully about the plot of Zushan Palace. It's 6,000 today. Thanks for voting. Chapter 161 Blood Seal Demon. Not long after the two elders of Xingang read out the rules, a teleportation array suddenly appeared in the hall. The Yuanying old monsters went there first, and after a flash of white light, they were teleported to the Zushan Outer Palace. After the Yuanying old monsters left, the giant and stage cultivators passed through the teleportation array in twas and threes. Han Lao Mo was still as cautious as ever, standing in place to observe the situation of everyone's teleportation. Luo Hong knew that this was just a simple teleportation array, and the trouble was the things behind the teleportation array, so he didn't hesitate too much, and walked directly to the teleportation array. After a flash of white light, Luo Hong came to a very desolate small earth slope. Before he had time to look around, his brows couldn't help but frown, and his expression became a little ugly. At this moment, a yellow-winged bird flapped its wings and flew over, skillfully landing on Luo Hong's shoulder, lowering its head to comb its feathers. Huh? Why is the yellow-winged bird here? Luo Hong glanced, and saw a monk in a black robe and a bamboo hat not far away, wrapped up tightly. Although he could not see his face, Luo Hong could guess that he must have a look of surprise. What a coincidence that he could be teleported to the same place as Yuan Yao. Luo Hong smiled and drove the yellow-winged bird away from his shoulder, nodded to Yuan Yao who was hiding her identity, but he did not mean to recognize her, as he had just encountered an accident. The yellow-winged bird flew back to Yuan Yao's shoulder and was put into her spirit beast bag. What is the origin of this person, and why is the yellow-winged bird so close to him? Yuan Yao was suspicious. She was facing the relentless pursuit of the Qingyang sect. She had already become a frightened bird and was extremely wary of anyone. Seeing Luo Hong's meaningful smile, Yuan Yao's heart tightened, and a feeling of he has recognized me arose spontaneously. The strong uneasiness made Yuan Yeo quietly clench the Kinglisi hidden in her left hand. Luo Hong no longer cared about her at this time and observed the environment around the barren slope. I saw a layer of white light covering the barren slope, and outside the light cover was a thick grey fog, and the endless ghost howling sound came from the grey fog. Grey fog? Evil ghosts? Luo Hong touched his chin and thought. During this time, 3 white lights flashed in succession, and Han Laomo and the other 2 monks were teleported to the barren slope. When the 3 appeared, they looked at each other. One of the grey-clothed old men called himself Jelly from Shiante Island and spoke first. Fellow Taoists, the first level of Zushan Palace is ahead, the place of ghost injustice. We meet because of fate. Why not work together to pass this level? Fellow Taoists, what do you think? I'm Hanli, and this is the fairy Zealing of my Adoin sect. May I ask fellow Taoists, what is the secret of this place of ghost injustice? Hanli flew all the way here after accidentally discovering the secret of the Zushan remnant map. He did not check the classics related to Zushan Palace, nor did he know what dangerous places there were. This was one of the reasons why he was willing to travel with Zealing. It turns out that it is Fairy Zealing in person. I have heard of you for a long time. After taking a look at Zealing's face, which was covered by secret techniques, Jelly showed a bit of disappointment and then turned to Hanli and said, Dao I was able to find the Void Sky Remnant map by accident. It is really a great opportunity. It just so happens that passing through this place of ghosts and injustices requires a bit of luck. Otherwise we will unfortunately encounter the Ghost King, and then we will be in danger. The Void Sky Remnant map did not show any spiritual energy before the opening of the Void Sky Palace, so it was not surprising that cultivators like Hanli who broken without any preparation would have some every time the Void Sky Palace opened. Ghost King? But is it a powerful ghost with a cultivation level comparable to that of a late giant and cultivator and a great spiritual intelligence? Hanli frowned. If there were such powerful ghosts in this place of ghosts and injustices, it would be really difficult to pass through. He didn't know whether the evil repelling divine thunder could restrain the ghosts. The Ghost King is indeed very difficult to deal with, but as long as you are not too unlucky, you will not encounter him. After all, this land of ghosts is very huge. Zealing was also worried, but she was determined to form a pill, so this risk did not scare her. That being said, you can't just rely on luck. There are so many evil spirits in the land of ghosts. Even if you don't encounter the Ghost King, it is not so easy to get through. And once you die in the land of ghosts, you will become an evil ghost without intelligence, and will never be reincarnated. Jelly shook his head with a worried look on his face. He did not have much confidence that he could pass this level, so he persuaded Hanli and others to go with him so earnestly. He saw that there were still 2 people who had not expressed their opinions, so he smiled gently and bowed his hands and said, I wonder what you 2 think over there? If we act together, get lost. The black-robed Yuan Yeo shouted in a hoarse voice without any courtesy. You. Jelly was so angry that his face turned red. If he hadn't remembered the rules of the Star Palace, he would have wanted to test the opponent's weight immediately. After Yuan Yeo firmly rejected Jelly's request to go with her, she walked out of the light shield, intending to break through the barrier alone. Huh, you're looking for death. Fellow Daoist, do you also want to show off? Jelly was angry and said to Luo Hong in a harsh tone. Although Luo Hong did not resist as fiercely as Yuan Yeo, his silent response also made Jelly feel embarrassed. He snorted coldly and left with his sleeves swung. Huh. What kind of spiritual beast is that? Hanli saw Yuan Yeo release a little monkey with emerald fur, knowing that it was the other party's support for breaking through the ghost land alone, and couldn't help but ask softly. Ah, that's the weeping soul beast. Zealing, who was beside Hanli, exclaimed with envy after seeing the little monkey's appearance. Then she explained to Hanli the origin of the weeping soul beast. After hearing that the beast had the magical power to eat souls and ghosts, Jelly's eyes flickered, and it was obvious that he wanted to follow and let Yuan Yeo clear the way for him. But he had just said something harsh, and he couldn't save face and took the initiative to propose, so he said, ahem, Handao, let's go too. Hanli looked at Jelly with a smile and did not reveal the other party's intention. He turned to Luo Hong and bowed. Dao Iao, are you willing to go with us? Ziling was stunned when she heard this. This person had just rejected Jelly's invitation. Why did Elder Han make another move? Could it be that this person, like the bad-tempered demon cultivator, has some unique means to pass through the ghost land? Ziling's beautiful eyes could not help but scan Luo Hong twice. Apart from seeing that this person had a cold and arrogant temperament, she did not notice anything unusual. Luo Hong still did not speak, but just shook his head. Harley nodded slightly, stopped talking nonsense, and walked into the grey fog with Ziling and Jelly. After the figures of Han Lao Mo and others disappeared in the grey fog, Luo Hong's mind moved, and a ray of light was sprayed out of the Wanbao bag, and the demon head who had not seen the sun for 50 years suddenly appeared. Senior Demon, you and I are old acquaintances. Now that you are awake, don't pretend. Luo Hong said coldly, staring at the demon floating in the air with a vigilant look. Haha. Junior, you are here after all. I originally wanted to keep you alive for a few more days, but I didn't expect that your soul has grown so much that you actually noticed that I absorbed a wisp of demonic energy. The demon suddenly opened his eyes and laughed wildly. It seems that the demon's body is in this Zushan palace. I brought you in, which can be said to be a great contribution. Luo Hong was not afraid of the murderous demon at all, and even tried to trick him. That's right. The demon stopped laughing, and admitted it directly, as if he could be fearless, as long as he entered this Zushan palace. You, the junior, have indeed worked hard, and made great contributions. I will reward you, by destroying your body and soul. As soon as the voice fell, a stream of blood spurted out of the demon's mouth, and covered Luo Hong. Luo Hong, who had been prepared, held up a protective spirit shield, but it could not block the bloodlight at all. However, after being illuminated by the bloodlight, he did not feel anything strange. Seeing this, the demon head froze with a ferocious smile, stopped spitting bloodlight, stared at Luo Hong coldly and said, I clearly sense the arrival of the blood baby. Where did you hide the blood baby? Senior, do you think I will tell you? Luo Hong snorted coldly, raised his palm, sacrificed the Zhenhe pearl, and smashed it directly at the demon head. A mere life-saving magic weapon. Can it be? The demon head's face flashed with blood, and a layer of armor like crystal jade was covered. He did not even look at the Zhenhe pearl that was attacking him, and he rushed towards Luo Hong while shouting. The Zhenhe pearl hit the demon head's forehead, instantly causing a ripple on the blood jade armor. The demon head's shouting stopped abruptly, and after a muffled bang, the demon head was completely shattered into blood foam. Luo Hong took back the Zhenhe pearl. His expression was still heavy. The blood foam from the explosion of the demon head did not disperse. Obviously he was not dead. As expected, as the rolling demonic sound came out of the blood foam suddenly condensed in the middle, and the demon head immediately recovered. You have some tricks, but I'm immortal. Let's see how much magic power you can have. Luo Hong had expected the difficulty of the demon head. It was precisely because it was difficult to destroy that he kept him until now. Luo Hong was not surprised by the immortality of the demon head, and he had already guessed it. The essence of this demon head is actually a trace of evil thoughts of the real demon. The evil thoughts are immortal. Even if Luo Hong kills his body thousands of times, it will be useless. Since he had guessed it, Luo Hong would naturally not be unprepared. He immediately moved his mind and summoned 12 blood puppet flying ants. In the past 50 years, these 12 blood puppet flying ants have devoured many evil cultivators in the late stage of foundation building. The aura of a single one is almost the same as the original blood marrow crystal. The appearance of the blood puppet flying ants stunned the demon for a moment, and then he said angrily, how dare you, youngster, disgrace my blood infant technique like this? You deserve to die. Go. Luo Hong didn't mean to waste words with him, and immediately controlled the 12 blood puppet flying ants to pounce on the demon. The demon took a deep breath, and then roared loudly. The huge sound wave shook the 12 blood puppet flying ants into blood foam. However, just like he could recover, the blood puppet flying ants that were reborn with the demon's blood infant technique were also immortal. After a flash of blood, the flying ants recovered as before, and pounced on the demon's body. Stop, youngster, you can't kill me. The demon and the blood puppet flying ants fought for a while, and after finding that it was useless, he tried to fool Luo Hong again. Since they had already torn their faces completely, how could Luo Hong hold back? He immediately changed the magic formula in his hand. The blood puppet flying ants that pounced on the demon's face suddenly dispersed and turned into a blood plasma-like existence, slowly wrapping up the demon. Young man, when I escape, you will die without a burial. After the demon uttered the last harsh words, he fell silent. Seeing that the means he prepared really controlled the demon, Luo Hong felt relieved. The demon's magic skills were too strange. With the means he learned in the human world, it was really difficult to subdue him. Only by using his own secret technique could he be temporarily trapped. Luo Hong also thought about using Han Lao Mo's evil repelling divine thunder to kill the demon. But one thing was that he thought that real demons were not afraid of the evil repelling divine thunder, and he was struck directly by the divine thunder. If he was not killed in one blow and let him escape, there would be endless troubles. Another thing was that he did not expect that the demon would attack immediately after entering the Zushan Palace. At present, he has trapped the devil's evil thoughts. When he meets Han Lao Mo again, he will let this devil taste the taste of the evil repelling divine thunder. Luo Hong did not put the devil wrapped in a layer of blood plasma into the Wanbao bag. In this situation, he can only feel at ease if he can see the devil at any time. In order to subdue the devil, Luo Hong delayed for a moment. At this time, he temporarily calmed down his worries and no longer hesitated, stepped into the grey fog. Once you step into the land of ghosts and grievances, gusts of gloomy wind will continue to attack. If you don't cast a spell to resist, the grey fog and gloomy wind will quickly devour the blood and vitality of the cultivator, turning him into a pile of dry bones. Therefore, if you want to pass through the land of ghosts and grievances, you must either have a good mana cultivation or a treasure that can restrain the yin-ki and ghost fog. Although Luo Hong's current cultivation is only in the middle stage of Jinden, because he has opened up many acupoints, the mana he can use is not inferior to that of cultivators in the late stage of Jinden. A little mana consumption is not a big deal for him. Perhaps it was because he was a little far from Yuan Yao and the others. Luo Hong hadn't walked a few steps when several ghosts gathered around him. After sensing the breath of these ghosts with his spiritual sense and finding that they were just low-level ghosts, Luo Hong ignored them and continued to stride forward. These low-level ghosts had no intelligence. As long as they sensed the breath of a living person, no matter what the other party's cultivation level was, they would pounce on him. Two grey-white ghosts, with extremely jealous looks on their faces, screamed and pounced on Luo Hong. But as soon as they touched the black spiritual shield held up by Luo Hong, they shattered as if they were hit hard. It turned out that the black spiritual shield held up by Luo Hong was made with the power of the Zhenhe Pearl. As long as it was not an attack with some special attributes, it would take at least the power of the Zhenhe Pearl weighing 500,000 kilograms to break through this inconspicuous black spiritual shield with a frontal attack. Moreover, this black spiritual shield looked calm on the surface, but in fact it was always controlled by Luo Hong to vibrate at a high speed. This way of driving not only does not consume any mana, but anyone who touches the black spirit shield will be injured by the recoil force, just like being touched by a 500,000 Zhenhe Pearl. Such low-level ghosts are naturally destroyed in an instant. Luo Hong gave this Zhenhe Pearl's subsidiary magical power a name that suits its appearance: Lightless Shield. Because the demon head also exudes vitality, a small number of ghosts regard him as a target, and the result is undoubtedly sending sheep into the tiger's mouth. Although the blood puppet flying ants have dispersed their bodies, their evil spirits are still there, actively driving the demon head to devour the ghosts that come to the door. Just as he advanced with unstoppable force, Luo Hong soon heard a special ghost sound coming from the front. Chapter 162, Killing the Tiger Monster with a Palm. Soul-snatching ghost sound. Luo Hong muttered to himself, and his pace could not help but speed up a bit. If he didn't hurry up, it would be too late to save lives. Half a quarter of an hour later, Luo Hong saw Ziling and Yuan Yao, two girls, surrounded by a large group of evil ghosts with horns on their heads and sharp fingers. In the grey fog not far away, a vague figure could be vaguely seen, and the sound of booming fierce fighting came from there. There were about 7 or 8 horned evil ghosts, and each of them had an aura no less than that of a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building. Although Yuan Yao had the cultivation base of the early stage of Jianden, because her skills did not restrain ghosts, and her own magic weapon was severely damaged in the previous battle, she could only barely fight back and forth with this group of evil ghosts. If this continued for a long time, the evil ghosts fighting at home would inevitably eat Yuan Yao alive after her magic power was exhausted. Ziling on the other side was even worse. She was only at the late stage of foundation building. Right now, she could only rely on a square steely shaped defensive magic weapon to defend but not attack and delay for a while. Luo Hong did not hide his aura, so his arrival was naturally discovered by the two women at the first time. When Yuan Yao saw Luo Hong, her brows under the black robe could not help but frown. With a change of mind, she only defended, but did not attack. Suddenly, the two long-horned evil ghosts who had freed their hands rushed towards Luo Hong without saying anything. This girl, after not seeing her for decades, has become so worried. Luo Hong smiled dumbly and could not help but think of the scene when she first met her on Jinbo Island. At that time, Yuan Yao was as pure as a clear spring. These evil ghosts are good nutrients for the blood puppet flying ants. Luo Hong moved his mind and ordered the demon to meet the two long-horned evil ghosts. As soon as the two sides came into contact, they bit each other. The demon devoured their ghost bodies in big mouthfuls, and the damage they caused to the demon would recover in an instant. Obviously, the long-horned evil ghost was no match at all, and was devoured by the demon in a short while. Luo Hong ordered the demon to continue to deal with the remaining long-horned evil ghosts, and she walked towards Han Lao Mo's battle group. As soon as the demon had killed into the group of evil ghosts, Ziling, who was struggling to support, suddenly felt less pressure. She took a breath and said loudly, "Ziling, thank you for your help." Her voice was both a thank you and a reminder to Elder Han. Han Li dealt with 2 ghost kings alone. One of the ghost kings who was good at invisible ghost bodies had been crawling all over his body with gold-eating bugs and could only wait to die. The other one was more difficult. Not only did it have a powerful magic weapon with a weapon spirit, but it also performed the spirit attaching technique at a critical moment. The ghost spirit and the demon spirit merged and turned into a monster with 2 heads, a tiger head and a human face. Dao, how about letting me deal with this demon? Although Luo Hong was asking, he walked past Han Lao Mo without stopping and went straight to the 2-headed tiger monster. Dao, please. Han Li felt that the tiger monster's cultivation after the fusion was unfathomable, and his attack was extremely ruthless. If he continued to entangle with it in the grey fog for a long time, he would definitely not get any benefit. And his green bee bamboo cloud sword magic weapon was not very powerful because it had been sacrificed for a short time, and he did not want to easily expose the existence of the evil repelling divine thunder. So when he saw Brother Luo was about to take action, Han Li was very happy. It just so happened that he was also curious about what kind of magical skills Brother Luo had practiced after not seeing him for 50 years. The 2-headed tiger monster saw that the cultivator on the opposite side had a new helper and was hesitating about how to break the joint attack of the two, but unexpectedly, the new cultivator came up with bare hands. You have to know that he is now a demon with great strength. His pair of tiger paws can even fight against magic weapons. With a weak body like that of an immortal cultivator, actively approaching him is simply like committing suicide. Although the 2-headed tiger monster has awakened its intelligence, it is a demon after all. When it was aroused by its murderous aura, it did not think carefully. Its 2 tiger claws stretched out at a speed invisible to the naked eye. One slapped Luo Hong's crown, and the other grabbed Luo Hong's heart, completely ignoring the thin layer of protective aura on Luo Hong's body. Luo Hong ignored the tiger claw that was reaching for his heart, raised his right hand, and grabbed the tiger claw that was hitting his crown. When the tiger claw fell, the 2-headed tiger monster felt a sharp pain. The moment the 2 tiger claws touched Luo Hong's body, they were hit by a huge force and their tendons and bones were broken, turning into 2 pieces of rotten meat. Before the 2-headed tiger monster could react, an unstoppable force was transmitted, causing it to lean forward. Then, a white human hand was seen pressing against its chest. Luo Hong casually swung out a stone smashing hand, smashing the chest of the two-headed tiger monster to pieces. Then, 2 black air flew out of the tiger monster's body and drilled into the depths of the grey fog regardless of anything. These 2 black airs were the main souls of the two-headed tiger monster, and they were also the ones that Luo Hong was rushing to save. Luo Hong, who had been prepared, used a spell to capture the soul and spirit, and captured the 2 groups of black air in his palm. If Luo Hong did not take action, their fate would be to be ashes under Han Lao Mo's thunderbolt. Dao, this demon ghost has harmed countless people, why don't you destroy it? Han Li was puzzled. This demon soul was extremely vicious, and it was definitely impossible to subdue it. What was the point of keeping it? Senior brother Luo. Keep it for now, it will be useful. Luo Hong explained calmly, and then turned to Yuan Yao and Ziling and said, could you 2 Daoists give me a favor? I have something to discuss with Daoist Han. Luo Hong bowed slightly, and regardless of whether the 2 women agreed or not, he waved his hand to open the lightless shield, blocking the 2 women's sight. With his and Han Lao Mo's spiritual sense, they were not afraid of them using spiritual sense to spy, so Luo Hong did not add a forbidden divine restriction. However, Han Lao Mo was more stable. After casually casting a restriction, he said, senior brother Luo has not seen you for many years. You just showed your magical power for the first time, and I'm amazed by you. Han Li always thought that Luo Hong was proficient in magic, and just now he thought he would see Luo Hong use the powerful 5-element magic to defeat the enemy. Unexpectedly, Luo Hong solved the demon that made him feel very difficult with just the strength of his physical body. Junior brother Han, you are not bad either. Not only did you succeed in forming a pill, but the life magic weapon you refined seems to be very extraordinary. The white lightning attached to your Kingyuan sword and shield must be the magical power of your life magic weapon. Luo Hong asked knowingly. Sure enough, it can't escape the discerning eyes of senior brother. Junior brother has spent 20 years of hard work on this set of life flying swords. Han Li said quite complacently that the magic weapon refined with golden thunder bamboo is definitely the top existence among the magic weapons. The evil repelling divine thunder alone has many magical uses. Junior brother, does your thunder magic power have the function of exorcising demons and evil spirits? Senior brother, I have a problem here, and I have to ask junior brother to help me. Luo Hong drove the demon head and made it float between the 2 of them. Most thunder magic powers are effective in exorcising demons and evil spirits, and this one of mine is no exception. Isn't this ghost head your magic weapon? Han Li looked at the demon head with strange eyes. He had just seen the demon head eating evil spirits alive, and thought it was a magic weapon refined by Luo Hong. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, The Method to Destroy Demons. Haha, junior brother, you know about ancient cultivators, but do you know about ancient demons? It's not easy to trick Han Lao Mo into using the evil repelling divine thunder. Luo Hong must come up with some practical tips to teach him a lesson. Ancient demons? Could it be the demon cultivators from ancient times? Han Li thought as a matter of course. No, there were no demon cultivators in the ancient wilderness period in the human world, and there was not even any magic skills. These ancient demons are alien races that crossed over from the demon world, and they are the mortal enemy of the ancient cultivators in our human world. In ancient times, the ancient cultivators and the ancient demons broke out in a shocking war, because the demon world is a higher realm than the spirit world. Although the ancient cultivators in our human world have great magical powers, they were still defeated in the first few battles. At this time, some ancient cultivators with weak wills defected to the ancient demons. They are the ancestors of the demon cultivators in the human world today. Luo Hong revealed the ancient secrets to Han Lao Mo with a solemn face. Come across the boundary? The demon world can be compared to the legendary spirit world. Han Li was stunned by this sudden ancient secret. After digesting it for a while, He asked doubtfully, since the demon world is comparable to the spirit world, then our human world is destined to fall into the hands of the demon world, but it is not the case now? I don't know the specific situation of the ancient war, but in ancient times, the connection between the spirit world and our human world was much closer than it is now. I guess that at the critical moment, a powerful person from the spirit world took action and turned the tide. Luo Hong pretended to guess. I think it is probably the case. Harley nodded in agreement, but then his face turned ugly. Looking at the floating demon head, he smiled bitterly. Brother, don't tell me that this thing is related to the ancient demon. Junior brother Han is really smart. He guessed it right away. This demon head has sealed a trace of the ancient demon's evil thoughts. Luo Hong's mind moved and released a small part of the restriction on the demon head. The demon head, who was imprisoned by his own magical power and used as an instrument, just woke up and stared with a pair of bull eyes, looking very ferocious. Fortunately, there was most of the sealing power left by Luo Hong, otherwise the ears of the two would be in trouble. Seeing that his worst guess became a reality, Han Li couldn't help but want to take 2 steps back. This is an ancient demon. No matter how vigilant you are, it is not excessive. Don't panic. This demon has been imprisoned by me, and it can't cause any trouble for the time being. I invited you to have a secret meeting here, just to ask you to try to use the thunder magic to kill the evil thoughts in the demon head. Although the second level of the method of the great power of true magic power has not been obtained yet due to various changes, Luo Hong can't care about this benefit. If he doesn't get rid of the demon head quickly, he won't have the heart to practice now. So that's how it is. Junior brother will definitely do his best. Harley knew the seriousness of the matter, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. He placed his palms in front of him and activated the green bamboo bee cloud sword in his body. Suddenly, golden lightning began to jump between his palms. Upon seeing the golden lightning, the demon head, who had originally had a playful look in his eyes, immediately showed a look of fear. Ahem. Senior brother, my lightning magic will turn from white to gold when it is fully activated. Don't think too much. Han Li did not forget to hide his shortcomings at this time and explained in a rather ironic way. Haha, senior brother understands. Junior brother, hurry up. Luo Hong glanced at Han Leomo with a smile and then turned his attention to the demon head. Amid the crackling thunder, golden lightning shot into the demon head and wreaked havoc inside his head. Since Luo Hong used his magic method to seal the demon, the residual power of the exorcist thunder lifted the seal a little, and the demon's divine consciousness suddenly exploded in the ears of the two of them. The exorcist thunder can't kill me. As long as I'm here, I'm immortal. Haha. And although the demon's evil thoughts were in great pain from the exorcist thunder, he still spoke nonsense. Hearing this, Luo Hong frowned and thought about it. Han Li thought the demon was just bluffing. He didn't believe that the demon's evil thoughts could resist the continuous consumption of his exorcist thunder. The golden electric light gushing out of his palm became thicker, and the demon's screams became louder. Outside the lightless shield, the black-robed Yuan Yao and Ziling were carefully on guard around. Although no ghost dared to approach here after the two suspected ghost kings died, the thorny ghosts in the ghost land were not known to the ghost king, and the wandering soul-catching flying spirit was also very powerful. After Yuan Yao checked the surroundings again, she looked at the black light shield wrapped around Luo Hong and the other person with great dissatisfaction, and thought to herself, these two people are really good. Why can't they wait until they get out of this ghost land to talk about anything? They have to dawdle here. Yuan Yao was better at the moment. Her magic weapon was injured by the previous ghost with the mysterious Yin Key, and its power was greatly reduced. Otherwise, why would she wait here? You know, the two people in the light shield are not simple giant and stage cultivators. Not only do they have superb magical powers, but they also give people a sense of unfathomable. Especially the cultivator wearing an iron mask. It seems that he has recognized his identity, which is even more troublesome. Although Ziling was also worried, Han Li had always maintained a calm expression since entering the ghost land, which made her feel a lot more at ease. At this moment, a golden light flashed in the black light shield, and there were continuous explosions, which immediately made the two women's hearts rise to their throats. They looked at each other and saw worry in each other's eyes. Ziling even took the initiative to distance herself from Yuan Yao. If Hanli and the iron-faced monk fought, their chances of survival in this ghostly land would be slim. In the lightless shield, Luo Hong sighed lightly and shook her head slightly. Forget it, junior brother Han, it seems that your magical powers really can't do anything to this demon. Don't waste your mana. Hanli withdrew his hand in dissatisfaction. He could feel that there was a group of dirty thoughts in the demon head, which were constantly being consumed by his evil repelling divine thunder. But at the same time, it seemed that there was an invisible force supplying this wisp of evil thoughts, making it endless. Brother, where exactly is this demon from? It's really weird. This demon claims to be a powerful demon. If it comes from this Zushan palace. Luo Hong sealed the demon again, and said in a deep voice. From this Zushan palace? Why do you say that? Isn't this Zushan palace a building built by ancient cultivators? How can it be related to the ancient demon? After truly witnessing the weirdness and power of the ancient demon, Hanli's fear of it has far exceeded that of Ji Yin and others, and he couldn't help but want to ask for clarification. Humph. This demon has fallen into my hands for many years. He had been dormant before, but as soon as he entered this Zushan palace, he turned his face and attacked, and he had many more weird and powerful magical powers. Therefore, I suspect that the real body mentioned by this demon is actually imprisoned and sealed in this Zushan palace. Luo Hong said with great certainty that with the power of this demon, his real body must be sealed deep in the Zushan palace. In other words, the deeper Luo Hong went into the Zushan palace, the more power the demon could borrow from his original body, and the more dangerous it would be for him. But on the other hand, since the ancient cultivator could seal the demon's original body, he would definitely leave a backup plan to restrain the ancient demon, such as forbidden methods, ancient treasures, etc. Therefore, if Luo Hong wanted to completely solve the hidden dangers of the demon, he had to go to the depths of the Zushan palace. So what are your plans now, senior brother? Are you going to keep sealing this demon? Hanli looked at the demon uneasily, just wanting to destroy it immediately. The solution is in this Zushan palace. I have already made a plan for this matter. I'm afraid that I can't help you with your dilemma this time. Luo Hong said solemnly. Chapter 164, The Soul-Catching Flying Spirit and the Silver Spirit Eye. Outside the lightless shield, the two women saw that the two men did not come out after the golden flash disappeared, and they could not help but make random guesses. Senior, that iron-faced monk seems to have a connection with you. Do you know what his purpose is? You and I are now in a state of desperation. Senior, there is no need to hide it anymore. Ziling hesitated for a moment and suddenly spoke, looking at the black-robed monk with smart eyes. Humph. Nonsense. I'm not hiding anything. I don't know that iron-faced Taoist friend at all. The movement just now seems to be the magical power of your elder Han. Doesn't the famous fairy Ziling have anything to explain? Yuan Yao was just wondering how the iron-faced monk recognized her, and Ziling actually said that she had a connection with him, which touched her sensitive nerves. She immediately said in a hoarse false voice, annoyed. Senior, you haven't disguised yourself as a man before, have you? Elder Han and I have already seen that you are a woman, so there is no need to speak in a false voice. Ziling looked at the black-robed monk strangely. This person always inadvertently revealed a bit of coquettishness in his words and deeds, which could be detected with a little attention. So what? I have absolutely no relationship with that iron-faced monk. Yuan Yao had just denied that she had nothing to hide, but her disguise was exposed. She couldn't help but blush and said in shame. Senior may not have noticed it just now, but I can see it clearly in the Jiyuan monument. When the senior deliberately let the two evil ghosts go, the iron-faced monk not only did not get angry, but showed a doting smile, and then drove the magic weapon to rescue us. He must have a great relationship with you. Ziling was also a little annoyed by the black-robed monk's stubbornness, and immediately spoke bluntly without any politeness. How can you be so sure? That smile might be directed at your fairy Ziling, the most beautiful woman in Chaos Star Sea. Yuan Yao was suspicious. Although she was still unconvinced, she was reminded by Ziling. She really remembered an elder who would treat her like this. Could it be him? How can you be so sure? Senior, don't you know the reason why our Mayaoin sect can be on good terms with many sects and seniors who have reached the giant stage? Ziling was almost so angry that she laughed. Although she was still a virgin, she had seen many male cultivators showing their favor to women, so how could she easily make a mistake? Yuan Yao had a guess in her mind at this time, and she immediately kept silent. Ziling wanted to say something, but at this moment, the black light shield suddenly dissipated, and the figures of Han Li and Luo Hong appeared. Thank you for your help, Dao Bao. I have something important to do, so let's say goodbye here. Luo Hong bowed, as if she wanted the two women to hear, and then turned around, and walked into the depths of the grey fog. After Han Li saw senior brother Luo off, he said to Ziling with a worried look on his face, let's get going too. We shouldn't stay here for long. Wait, where is that fellow Daoist going? That doesn't seem to be the way out. Yuan Yao had already guessed Luo Hong's identity, so she naturally didn't want to let this powerful helper leave, and said with concern. If Luo Hong hadn't walked so fast and decisively, and if she hadn't had a little doubt in her heart, she would have definitely followed him. Oh. Fellow Daoist, don't you need to speak in a false voice? Han Li looked at Yuan Yao with some surprise. Since you have seen through it, there is no need to pretend anymore. I just wanted to make it easier. Yuan Yao took off the hat of her black robe, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Seeing Yuan Yao's delicate face, even Ziling, who was also a woman, and had a great reputation, was stunned. Han Li stared at the golden ring on her head with a strange look, and then before Yuan Yao was about to get angry, he smiled mysteriously and said, Miss Yuan, long time no see. Yuan Yao was stunned. What happened? How did I get recognized again? The reason why Yuan Yao was able to practice from the key refining stage to the early stage of Dan formation in less than 100 years was entirely because she got many elixirs for improving her cultivation from the storage bag of the young master of King Gyang sect, who she and her senior sister Yan Li killed together. Since then, in order to escape the pursuit of King Gyang sect, she has been hiding her name for decades, and has never been discovered. But not long after entering the Zushan Palace, two people recognized her in succession, which made her depressed. After separating from Han Li and the others, Luo Hong was in a deserted place, ignoring the low-level ghosts that kept attacking him, and opened his palm and said coldly, I will only ask once, do you want to die or live? The object of Luo Hong's inquiry was naturally the main soul of the Ghost King who had just been killed by him. I saw a ball of green ghost fire revealing a gloomy and terrifying human face, which was hesitant at the moment, while another ball of yellow soul fire was always fiercely colliding in the forbidden light circle in Luo Hong's palm. The time to open the ghost land is limited, and Luo Hong is unwilling to waste time. With a thought, he directly drove the demon to devour the yellow soul fire. This ball of soul fire was transformed from the spirit of the tiger demon. It had no intelligence, and was useless to Luo Hong. Want to live? Little ghost wants to live. Please give me your orders. Seeing the miserable state of the tiger soul being eaten alive, the green ghost face finally stopped hesitating, and sought life from death. You have been in this ghost land for hundreds and thousands of years. Do you know what special places there are here? For example, powerful restrictions, or some dangerous places that even you, the Ghost King, dare not go to? Luo Hong asked in a deep voice. He wanted to go to the Zushan Palace, to find a way to kill the demon, so he naturally couldn't be unprepared. According to Han Leomo's route, he couldn't find the place to suppress the demon in the Zushan Palace. This is reasonable. The important place to suppress the ancient demons will definitely not be open to the public, and there must be layers of guards. Sir, you can't go there. The green fire ghost face yelled bitterly. Whether you can go or not is up to me. Tell me where that place is. What is the way? Luo Hong saw that the Ghost King's main soul still needed a lesson, so he drove the demon head slowly approached it, and threatened it coldly. Sir, the place I mentioned is located in the center of this ghost land. Because it is far away from the earth slope where cultivators, like you come in, few people set foot there. But there are also powerful Yuan cultivators who have explored it. I happened to meet one when I was in spiritual wisdom just now. Not long after that Yuan Senior entered that dangerous place, he was chased by a large group of soul-catching flying spirits and escaped. He left the ghost land without looking back, his face full of fear, and I don't know what kind of frightening ghost he saw. After that, I never approached the area in my heart. Sir, you really can't go there. Green Fire Ghost Face was not worried about Luo Hong's life or death, but he didn't want Luo Hong to seek death himself, and by the way, he also died under the soul-catching rope of the soul-catching flying spirit, so he spared no effort to persuade him. Stop talking nonsense, take me there, or I will kill you now. Luo Hong glared, threatening Green Fire Ghost Face, while thinking about the soul-catching flying spirit. Ghosts like the soul-catching flying spirit are extremely rare in the outside world. Only when a giant and cultivator who is haunted by resentment dies, his soul is attacked by resentment and absorbs a lot of yin ki during the period, can he take shape. Giant and cultivators are rare, and the harsh conditions for its formation have led to most cultivators only seeing this ghost in books. This ghost resentment land has a special environment and is filled with yin ki. If a cultivator above the giant and stage dies there, as long as the condition of being haunted by resentment is met, there is a high probability that he can be transformed into a soul-catching flying spirit. Therefore, it is not surprising that soul-catching flying spirits appear in this ghost resentment land, but it is intriguing that there are so many of them that even Yuanying stage cultivators have to retreat. The conditions for the birth of soul-catching flying spirits are harsh, and their magical powers are naturally very powerful. It is not like ordinary ghosts and ghosts, which eat human flesh and blood and human essence, but directly attacks the soul of the cultivator. Once the soul-catching rope is out, the soul of the low-level cultivator will be hooked away in an instant. Except for the rare treasures that can protect the soul, this attack cannot be defended. It is extremely terrifying, and this is why this ghost got its name. Of course, if the soul of the cultivator is strong enough, there is no need to be afraid of the soul-catching flying spirit. This is also the reason why Luo Hong looked normal after hearing that there were a large number of soul-catching flying spirits in the central area. Being scolded by Luo Hong, the Green Fire Ghost Face could not hide his resentment and pointed the way to Luo Hong unhappily. In order to hurry, Luo Hong ran in the direction pointed by the Green Fire Ghost Face. He lightly tapped his feet, and a clear shoe print was concave on the ground. His figure instantly jumped out 10 feet. Several cultivators who met along the way thought that an unknown ghost had passed by them, which made them nervous for a while. About 2 hours later, Luo Hong suddenly felt that his consciousness was greatly suppressed, just like when he was in the hall. With his current fourth deviation realm, which is as powerful as that of a nascent soul in the middle and late stages, he could only allow his consciousness to leave his body for hundreds of feet. An ordinary giant and cultivator could only leave his body for more than 10 feet at most. The appearance of this incident made Luo Hong immediately realize that he had entered the central area of the land of ghostly resentment. This restriction that suppressed the consciousness was probably not for cultivators like him who were trying to break through the barriers, but for imprisoning the soul-snatching flying spirits. After all, this ghost creature had no intelligence. Unless it was lured by someone, it would be trapped in the restriction and serve as a guard. Luo Hong slowed down his pace and walked for several miles. The ghost howling in his ears suddenly became more frequent. He looked around and found that there were more than 30 soul-snatching flying spirits rushing towards him. The soul-snatching flying spirits had no shape. They looked like a white shadow. The white shadow showed the distorted and elongated facial features of the human race. They were very fast and even giant and cultivators could hardly get rid of them. Sir, hurry up. The pain of being refined by the soul-snatching flying spirits is no less than being subjected to soul-refining magic. Green Fire Ghost Face was horrified. He did not expect that he would encounter a large group of soul-snatching flying spirits as soon as he entered the central area. He originally thought that he would only encounter 1 or 2 at the beginning. With his cultivation level, it would not be difficult to get rid of them. Once he suffered, Luo Hong would naturally give up the idea of going deep into the central area, and he would be able to escape with his life. Noisy, shut up. Luo Hong frowned, exerted his strength, and used the restriction to make the Ghost King's main soul suffer. At this time, the group of soul-snatching flying spirits had already flown close, and white chains shot out from their invisible ghost bodies, heading straight for Luo Hong. Luo Hong's mind moved, and a layer of grey protective shield condensed around his body. All the white chains that touched this shield were bounced off, and they could not touch Luo Hong's body at all, let alone the soul snatching. This grey protective shield is the magical power born after the Yuanshan reaches the 4th evolution realm, the mind transforming form. The soul catching rope of the soul catching flying spirit hitting the grey shield was like tickling Luo Hong, which did not consume much of his spiritual consciousness. However, it was not Luo Hong's style to just take a beating without fighting back. So, he drove the demon head into the group of soul-catching flying spirits and let it devour these ghosts. However, this time the demon head did not show the power of a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Although it could also devour the invisible ghost body of the soul-catching flying spirit, it seemed very strenuous and the effect was not good. In fact, the invisible ghost body is a very powerful ghost magic. In addition to being able to sharply reduce the power of most attacks, it is also useful for hiding and hiding. It is used for sneak attacks, and it is difficult for cultivators below the nascent soul to detect it. However, the soul-catching flying spirit has no spiritual intelligence, and cannot fully play the true magical power of the invisible ghost body. Luo Hong has 2 ways to kill them. One is to use magic weapons or spells to continuously attack and slowly wear down their ghost bodies. It is not only time consuming, but also labor intensive. In this dangerous place of ghost resentment, it is obviously not a wise move. The other is to attack directly with spiritual consciousness, directly hitting the invisible ghost body of the soul-stealing flying spirit. If the spiritual consciousness is strong enough, it can directly cause the ghost body of the soul-stealing flying spirit to collapse. However, the secret method of spiritual consciousness has always been rare, and Luo Hong has never learned it before. Thinking of this, Luo Hong couldn't help but think of the silver runes he found on the plaque of the gate of the Zushan temple. With the mentality of giving it a try, he urged a small amount of spiritual consciousness to flow through those meridians. Suddenly, a faint silver light emanated from Luo Hong's pupils, and countless needles of spiritual consciousness like cow hairs burst out of his eyes and hit the ghost body of the soul-stealing flying spirit, causing it to tremble, and the ghost's howl became more terrifying. Haha, that's it. After figuring out the door, Luo Hong's spiritual consciousness moved, and his eyes lit up with dazzling silver light. Countless invisible needles of thoughts flew out from them, and the soul-stealing flying spirit in front of him was instantly pierced with holes, and then the ghost body shook and dispersed into white mist. The demon took advantage of the situation and opened his mouth to suck, instantly sucking up the collapsed ghost body of the soul-catching flying spirit. Very good. With this method, there is no need to be afraid, even if you encounter a special soul-catching flying spirit. Luo Hong threw away the last trace of doubt and advanced into the depths of the central area at a very fast speed again. Along the way, the soul-catching flying spirits appeared more and more frequently, and the number of each group was increasing, but under the spiritual consciousness secret technique that Luo Hong had just learned, the silver spiritual pupil, as soon as they appeared, they would become food for the demon head. As a result, the breath of the blood puppet flying ants became stronger and stronger, and the evil spirits that were devoured gradually showed signs of breaking through the forbidden spirit restriction set by Luo Hong. In order to avoid this terrible situation, Luo Hong split the original 12 blood puppet flying ants into 120 in one breath, and left new restrictions on the new blood puppet flying ants. This sounds cumbersome, but in fact, with the cooperation of Luo Hong's hundreds of split spirits, the division and the setting of the restriction were completed in a few breaths. I didn't expect that, before entering the Ice and Fire Road, there would be a chance to expand the number of blood puppet flying ants. This Zushan palace is really full of treasures. Luo Hong continued to move forward, but in just half a minute, he saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. Chapter 165 Red-Faced Corpse. Looking at the scene in front of him, Luo Hong finally understood why the Yuan period cultivators would flee after entering this place. There was a huge deep pit 100 feet ahead, filled with corpses, all of whom died in a miserable state. Above the deep pit, countless soul-catching flying spirits gathered into a huge white sphere. They bit each other, but because of their invisible ghost bodies, they could never die, so they could only endure eternal pain and be tortured by endless resentment. Luo Hong instantly understood that the Ghost Resentment Land was actually a place of execution, an eternal and extremely cruel place of execution. Calming down his mind, Luo Hong continued to move forward, but he was soon blocked by a layer of white light film. This white light film was just like the spiritual cover around the earth slope when he first entered the Ghost Resentment Land. It was obviously a huge forbidden method that covered the entire Ghost Resentment Land. Because of this layer of light film, Luo Hong had not been attacked by the endless soul-catching flying spirits at this time. The light film can isolate the spiritual consciousness, and Luo Hong only looked inside it with his naked eyes, hoping to find some useful clues. As a result, all he could see was a huge black shadow in the center of the huge pit. Although it was sitting cross-legged, it was also 3 meters tall. The black shadow had 2 horns on its head, which was very similar to the image of the demon in the Yu Kingdom Palace. He was probably also a member of the ancient demons. The clue was right in front of him, but now how to get in became a problem. In the Zushan Palace, Luo Hong dared not use the forbidden talisman at will, because most of the restrictions in the Zushan Palace had a counter-attack mechanism, and many predecessors who came to the Zushan Palace to explore treasures had proved this with their lives. In this place with strict prohibitions, only by following the rules set by the master of the palace can one ensure his own safety. Luo Hong's eyes flickered twice, and he released the restriction in his hand and asked sternly, "How many soul-snatching flying spirits did you see chasing that Yuan cultivator that day?" Because he had seen Luo Hong's silver-eyed magical power of slaughtering soul-snatching flying spirits, Green Fire Ghostface answered very straightforwardly this time, "At least 300 or 400. 300 or 400? Luo Hong pondered. It was extremely rare for him to encounter a group of soul-snatching flying spirits with more than 100 people along the way. Most of these 300 or 400 large soul-snatching flying spirits came out of this restriction. In other words, this white light film is likely to have the opposite effect of the earth slope. It will only work on cultivators, and will not restrict ghosts. It is very easy to verify this. Luo Hong directly drove the demon head to rush towards the white light film. Sure enough, the demon head was not blocked, and went straight in. However, this also exposed the demon head's breath to the soul-snatching flying spirit's spiritual perception, and the outer periphery of the ghost shadow ball began to wriggle, as if the demon stretched out white tentacles. Luo Hong hurriedly ordered the demon to return. If the demon got caught up in a fight with the soul-snatching flying spirits, he would not be able to enter. As soon as the demon left the light film, the restlessness of the huge ghost ball calmed down immediately, and more than half of the soul-snatching flying spirits that had escaped from the ghost ball were dragged back. Time was running out. Luo Hong did not hesitate, and asked the blood puppet flying ants that sealed the demon to separate some, and cover his body surface, and then step through the light film. The ghost ball boiled again, and countless soul-snatching flying spirits escaped from it, and surrounded Luo Hong. However, under Luo Hong's silver eyes, no matter how many soul-snatching flying spirits came, the final fate was to be swallowed by the demon, and become the nutrients of the blood puppet flying ants. In this way, Luo Hong advanced with unstoppable force. He didn't know how many soul-snatching flying spirits he had killed, and finally reached the edge of the huge pit. The blackened pit wall exuded a strong stench. Luo Hong once again wiped out the soul-snatching flying spirits that blocked his way, and with a light jump, he fell straight to the bottom of the huge pit. After landing with a bang, the vibration caused the corpses around him to turn into ashes. It was obvious that they had been dead for a long time, just like the shell monster Luo Hong had seen before. After jumping into the huge pit, the soul-snatching flying spirits stopped chasing him, and finally Luo Hong's ears got some peace. Luo Hong observed several corpses at close range, and found that they were all human corpses, which were completely different from the black shadows in the center. Based on the dense soul-snatching flying spirits above his head and the cruel attitude of the master of the Zushan Palace towards them, it is not difficult to guess that the original bodies of these corpses should be the ancient demon cultivators, that is, the traitors among the ancient cultivators. After walking quickly towards the center for a quarter of an hour, Luo Hong found that the ancient demon cultivators around him had something strange. Those on the periphery either died in agony or stretched out their hands desperately to escape the pit, while the corpses near the center all knelt on the ground, with their hands stretched forward in a lifting posture, as if offering something to the huge figure in the center. This strange scene made Luo Hong frown, and he didn't want to stay here any longer, so he couldn't help but speed up his pace. When Luo Hong was only 100 feet away from the black shadow in the center of the pit, he finally saw his face clearly. He had a red face and fangs, and he was 7 points similar to the demon. Moreover, this demon was not like the corpses in the pit, which were only bones that turned to ashes at the touch, but had full flesh and blood. It was obvious that his demon body had not been destroyed by time. After discovering this, Luo Hong immediately felt something was wrong, and threw the green fire ghost face in his palm away, leaving it to fend for itself. He flipped his hand and pinched a 5-element thunder bead and flicked it out without hesitation. When the 5-element lightning bead was halfway through its flight, the red-faced ancient demon opened his blood-red eyes, swung his millstone-sized fist, and smashed the 5-element lightning bead. With a loud boom, Luo Hong's face remained gloomy as he saw the red-faced ancient demon being wrapped in white lightning. Logically, this ancient demon was not sealed. No matter how powerful his magical powers were, after a long period of time from ancient times to the present, they were all turned into dregs, leaving nothing behind. How could it be? Could it be? Luo Hong's heart was shocked, and he suddenly remembered that he had read an old story about the Xianxia sect in an ancient jade slip obtained from a disciple of the Xianxia sect. It is said that thousands of years ago, a great elder of the Xianxia sect found a well-preserved corpse of an ancient demon ape in a secret place in the south of the sky, because it was sealed by black ice. Then the Xianxia sect gathered the power of the entire sect, and refined the corpse of the demon ape into a refined corpse, named Desolate Corpse. With its illustrious and fierce power, the Xianxia sect finally established its status as one of the 6 sects of the demonic path. Could it be that this ancient demon knew that his time was up, so he transformed himself into a corpse-like existence, preferring not to enter reincarnation, but to fight the ancient cultivators of the Zushan Palace to the end? How cruel! The white light dissipated, and the figure of the red-faced corpse reappeared. It was seen that most of its arm that hit the 5-element thunder pearl had been blown off, and its body was also covered with scorch marks, but it didn't care about these at all. With the sound of the joints popping, it stood up with a roar. When it stood up, Luo Hong discovered that this red-faced corpse actually had 4 arms and was 5 feet tall. The red-faced corpse had just woken up from a deep sleep, and its body was stiff in many places, and it moved very slowly. Of course, Luo Hong would not miss the opportunity. With the prop of his right palm, he immediately offered the Zhenhe pearl and pointed it into a sword, driving it to smash the huge head of the red-faced corpse. It was seen that the Zhenhe pearl was spinning and growing while flying away. When it approached the red-faced corpse, it was as big as a house. It was obvious that Luo Hong wanted to smash the head of the demon corpse into pieces in one go. However, the ancient demon was already good at body refining, and now he had transformed himself into a corpse, which was truly extremely powerful. With the remaining 3 arms, he actually blocked the Zhenhe pearl, which weighed 500,000 kilograms. A fierce look flashed in Luo Hong's eyes, and he suddenly increased his magic power output. The Zhenhe pearl pushed the red-faced corpse back slowly, and the 3 arms were squeezed and slowly retracted. When it was about to touch the chest of the red-faced corpse, the demon corpse suddenly twisted its feet, breaking one arm as a price, and brushed against the Zhenhe pearl. In an instant, it roared and swung the remaining 2 arms towards Luo Hong with the momentum of Mount Te. Luo Hong changed the spell in his hand, and the lightless shield was instantly propped up. The 2 giant fists of the red-faced corpse smashed on the lightless shield with a booming sound, but could only stir up a circle of ripples on its surface. The same ripples appeared on the Zhenhe pearl at this time. Full. Seeing that he could not kill the enemy with one blow, Luo Hong changed his tactics and made the Zhenhe pearl shrink back to the size of a baby's fist. It fell straight down from midair and hit the red-faced corpse's elbow joint accurately. Suddenly, a crisp bone-cracking sound came from the red-faced corpse's body, and one of his 2 remaining arms drooped again. He was also staggered by the huge force, and could no longer smash Luo Hong. Luo Hong took advantage of the situation and drove the Zenhei Pearl to hit multiple joints of the red-faced corpse. Facing the shrunken Zenhei Pearl, the red-faced corpse obviously had no better way. As his knees were smashed by the Zenhei Pearl, the demon corpse fell to the ground with a bang. Luo Hong was about to make the last attack, but he saw the red-faced corpse open his mouth and suck. Many soul-catching flying spirits floating above the huge pit flew into his huge mouth, which made his injuries recover quickly. Even the arm that was blown away by the 5-element thunder bead was slowly regenerating. Damn it. How can the ancient demon always be like this? Luo Hong couldn't help but curse when he saw this. The demon can be immortal, and this red-faced corpse can also recover from injuries by devouring the soul-snatching flying spirits. With the number of soul-snatching flying spirits above the giant pit, Luo Hong will definitely not be able to outlast him. He also understood that the ancient demon cultivators in the giant pit must have been the demon servants of the ancient demon in the past. They were once filled with demonic energy by the ancient demon, so that the soul-snatching flying spirits that they turned into after death still retained a trace of the power of the ancient demon. Just as Luo Hong was thinking about how to get rid of this demon corpse, the red-faced corpse had recovered its ability to move. He did not pounce on Luo Hong directly, but walked back to the place where he was originally sitting cross-legged and blew a mouthful of 10,000 years of corpse demon energy towards the ground. Immediately, a leather drum surrounded by black air floated up from the pile of bones, and it became bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a giant drum with a diameter of 3 or 4 feet. The red-faced corpse roared, exerting all his strength, and smashed the drum with 3 fists as big as millstones at the same time. The moment the fists touched the drum, the 3 arms of the red-faced corpse shrank a circle, as if the blood in the arms was sucked by the drum. Boom. With a muffled sound, the sound waves of the substance like a tsunami surged out, and the corpses of the ancient demon cultivators exploded into powder wherever they passed. Luo Hong secretly thought that it was not good, and blocked the Zenhei Pearl in front of him, and used all his strength to activate the lightless shield for defense. The huge wave surged over, and although the lightless shield was resisted, the sound wave contained a special magical power, which directly penetrated the lightless shield, and fell on Luo Hong. In an instant, Luo Hong felt that his body was trembling, and there was a tendency to fall apart. He hurriedly activated the 4 body refining secrets to the extreme, turning into a golden man, and then he felt better. But seeing that the sound waves of the magic drum did not kill Luo Hong, the red-faced corpse raised his arm and leaned back again, as if he wanted to try again. Luo Hong knew the power of this magic weapon, so how could he let it succeed? However, it was too late to use the Zenhei Pearl to stop it. The only thing was that the demon head, who had never been able to control him, was near this demon corpse. He immediately had a thought, and with the fierce idea of letting these ancient demons kill each other, he drove them to bite one of the arms of the red-faced corpse. It was obviously not easy to hit the giant drum magic weapon. Luo Hong only hoped that, after losing an arm, the sound waves of the giant drum would be greatly reduced in power, or it would not be able to be driven at all. However, what Luo Hong did not expect was that the demon head was as small as a firefly compared to the red-faced corpse, but a bite of it made the red-faced corpse's body shrivel up a lot. The reason was that the demon head, who had always been forced to be a tool, actually cooperated this time and devoured the demon corpse together with the blood puppet flying ants that sealed him. Without a hand, the red-faced desolate corpse was unable to activate the giant drum magical instrument. It lost its blood and essence in vain, but failed to activate the power of the giant drum magical instrument. The crisis was resolved, and Luo Hong wanted to stop the demon, but he hesitated when he found that the demon corpse could not recover from the place bitten by the demon. Then he found that 80% of the demon corpse's essence was swallowed by the blood puppet flying ants, and only a little bit actually fell into the mouth of the demon, so he left it alone. Anyway, the benefits obtained by the demon were far less than those of the blood puppet flying ants, so he had no way to break through the seal of the blood puppet flying ants. Although this move was a bit risky, in order to win a quick victory, Luo Hong had no choice. The most effective way to kill the ancient demon was indeed the ancient demon itself. The demon completely suppressed the demon corpse that had lost all its intelligence as soon as it made a move. Although the demon corpse could smash the demon to pieces every time it punched, it and the blood puppet flying ants had the magical power of immortality, and they quickly recovered and continued to bite. After several attempts, the counterattack of the demon corpse became weaker and weaker, and the demon head devoured it faster and faster. After a cup of tea, the demon head devoured the red-faced desolate corpse that was more than 5 feet tall, and then struggled restlessly, trying to break free from the seal. However, the blood puppet flying ants were much stronger than before in both quantity and quality, and the power of the seal was incomparable. After struggling for a while, the demon head calmed down again, obviously lying dormant again, waiting for the opportunity. Seeing this, Luo Hong's murderous intention against the demon head became even stronger, and he shot out a beam of magic light to catch the giant drum magic weapon falling from the sky. After some attempts, Luo Hong finally shrunk the giant drum magic weapon to a size that could be hugged by one person. Looking at it, he saw that the drum body of the magic weapon was made of dense white bones, and the drum surface was made of irregular pieces of black and red human skin glued together. It was obvious where these materials were taken from. I have dinner with a girl tonight, so today I will only update once. I will try to update 3 times tomorrow to make up for it, and the total will be at least 10,000 words. That's it. Chapter 166 Zushin Secret and Yuan Yao. After studying the demon skin drum for a while, Luo Hong discovered that this thing was a real magic weapon. In addition to using the real magic energy to drive it, it can only be driven simply at the cost of a large amount of blood and essence. The real magic energy of this ancient demon imprisoned in the giant pit had long been dissipated, so when beating the demon skin drum, its arms would shrivel and shrink, which also shows how serious the consumption of using the power of blood and essence to drive this magic weapon is. What Luo Hong found strange was that this demon skin drum was obviously made by the ancient demon after he was imprisoned, using the demon servants under his command, who were also imprisoned. What was his purpose? It must not be because he was too idle and wanted to find something to do. Judging from the cruel intention of this ancient demon to refine himself into a desolate corpse, his original intention of refining this demon skin drum was definitely to target the ancient cultivators of Zushin Palace, but I don't know in which aspect. Judging from the magical power of this drum, just felt it should not be used to break the ban and escape. Now was not the time to think about it. Luo Hong put the demon skin drum into the treasure bag first and checked the place where the red-faced corpse had sat before, trying to find some clues. However, Luo Hong found no clues about the demon suppressing land in the Zushin Palace, except for a strange altar full of dark red runes, which made him a little anxious. Unfortunately, the fact was like this, and there was no way to force it. Luo Hong had to return. Now it was only a few hours before the Ghost Resentment Land was closed. If he could not get out before then, he would most likely be killed by the forbidden formation of the Ghost Resentment Land. With a depressed mood, Luo Hong came to the edge of the giant pit. Just as he was about to jump out, he noticed something wrong. The color of the pit wall. Could it be? Luo Hong's eyes moved slightly, and he ordered the demon head to fly up first. After confirming that there was no harmful air ban here, Luo Hong took a breath and flew to a place 100 feet above the giant pit. A large group of soul-snatching flying spirits sensed Luo Hong's presence and rushed over to kill him. The ghosts were surrounding him and obstructing his vision. He shouted angrily, "Get lost!" At the same time, silver light flashed in his eyes and countless needles of divine thoughts flew out. After the demon head swallowed it, Luo Hong could finally see the huge pit below with his naked eyes. He smiled immediately. It's really hidden. If it weren't for the help of the physical examination form, I would have missed it. Luo Hong ignored the soul-snatching flying spirits that followed and landed directly in front of the pit wall. Without saying a word, he used his skills and punched the pit wall. Suddenly, the shock force exploded, and a large area of the pit wall collapsed and scattered black and red powder. The scene was just like when the corpses turned into powder. Before the black and red powder dispersed, Luo Hong saw the relief on the pit wall that was originally covered by it. It's true, Luo Hong said excitedly when he saw this. It turned out that when Luo Hong noticed that the color of the pit wall was the same as the color of the rune on the altar, he had a guess in his mind. After flying into the air and measuring with a physical examination form, he found that the surface of the pit wall was actually uneven, and there were even blurred outlines in some places. Luo Hong looked at the relief and saw that it depicted a scene of a war. Both sides were mainly human cultivators, but the image of an ancient demon appeared in one of the camps. Obviously, this was a war between the ancient cultivators and the ancient demons and their demon servants. Luo Hong instantly realized that the clues he was looking for were in these reliefs. He immediately smashed along the pit wall to make more reliefs reappear in the world. Because he was in a hurry, Luo Hong did not look at these reliefs in detail, but he could roughly see what these reliefs told. It was probably not long after the tragic war began that the powerful people of the spirit world and the demon world personally took action and fought with each other across the realm. It is estimated that, because of the interface barrier, neither of them showed up, but each condensed a spiritual cloud and a demon cloud that occupied half of the sky, and various great magical powers rolled in the clouds. Under the clouds, the war between the ancient cultivators and the ancient demons became even more intense, and they all fought to the death. In the end, in the battle of magic weapons, the knife-shaped magic weapon shot out from the demon cloud was defeated by a token shot out from the fairy cloud. However, although the token dispersed the demon cloud, it itself was immediately split into two halves. There is no doubt that the ancient cultivators won a great victory afterwards. They planted restrictions on the captured demon cultivators, threw them into the big pit, and designed eternal punishment, while the 6 ancient demons who led them were taken to the depths of the Zushan Palace. At this point, Luo Hong stopped bombarding the pit wall, and looked at a strange giant tower relief on the pit wall. This giant tower relief occupied a large area of the pit wall. Luo Hong immediately recognized that it was the inner hall of the Zushan Palace, and the small tripod carved on the top of the giant tower relief should be the Zushan tripod. If that were the case, this relief could never be called weird. The strange thing is that the relief of the giant tower is a symmetrical structure from top to bottom, which means that under the common inner hall of Zushan, there is actually a giant tower that is exactly the same as the inner hall, but it is inverted. Luo Hong instantly understood that this inverted giant tower that was not in the open was the demon sealing place of Zushan Hall, which was where he was going. There were many more reliefs that were not revealed later, but Luo Hong had no time. After getting the key clue, he flew out of the giant pit and ran quickly towards the exit. Close to the grey fog of the Ghost Resentment land, there was a place full of exotic flowers and plants, as lively as an immortal garden. In the garden, there were 8 exquisitely carved jade pavilions, with more than 30 monks standing or sitting sparsely. Among them, the Yuanying monks of the righteous and evil ways, led by Wang Xianming and Man Huzi, each occupied a jade pavilion. The giant and stage cultivators, except the Yuanying old monster, all looked a little embarrassed. Many of them looked pale, and some were covered in blood. Obviously they were seriously injured. But no matter how serious the injuries were, all the cultivators were happy. After all, as long as they passed the Ghost Resentment land, they could pick rare spiritual medicines from the outside world in the Zushan secret realm, before going to the Ice and Fire Road, which would most likely allow them to improve their cultivation. Under the concerned eyes of the 2 old demons Jian and Zhuanggu, Han Laomo came late with Ziling and Yuan Yao. When Han Laomo saw so many people here, he knew that he had passed the Ghost Resentment land and habitually walked towards a deserted place. Ziling wanted to follow, but was entangled by the tool she used first, so she had to give up. Yuan Yao had once again covered her beautiful face with a black robe. Looking at Han Li's departing back, she hesitated for a while, and did not follow him. Instead, she found an open space near the edge, and sat down to restore her consumed mana. In this way, the cultivators waited in the garden for the teleportation array leading to the Zushan secret realm, and soon half a day passed. At this time, Yuan Yao had already recovered her magic power, but she waited and waited, but the expected person did not appear. Her eyebrows were furrowed under the black robe, and her face was full of doubt. No way, he could easily deal with the Ghost King, so how could he not get out of the Ghost Resentment land? Exclamation mark. Yuan Yao looked at Han Li, who was alone in the corner, and had no sense of existence. She gritted her teeth and walked over. Miss Yuan, since we have left the Ghost Resentment land, you and I have nothing to do with each other. Why are you here? This garden also has a very powerful prohibition that suppresses spiritual consciousness. Han Li spoke in a low voice, not afraid of being heard by others. Although Yuan Yao's beauty moved him, this woman was so afraid of being known by others that she was obviously a troubled person. Han Li already had enough troubles, and he didn't want to cause another one, so he spoke in a very impolite tone. Brother Han, please don't blame me. I came here just to ask what the iron-faced monk said to Brother Han. Why hasn't he come out yet? Logically, with his ability, no ghost in the ghost land can do anything to him. Yuan Yao knew that her question was a bit rude, but her magic weapon was seriously damaged in the ghost land. If there was no trusted monk to help her, she really had no confidence in walking through the ice and fire road. But in order to protect her senior sister Yanla's soul, she had to enter the inner hall of Zushan, so she could only bite the bullet and ask. Han Li couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard this. Could this woman have any relationship with senior brother Luo? Unable to figure out the relationship between Yuan Yao and Luo Hong, Han Li naturally wouldn't tell senior brother Luo that he was trying to kill the ancient demon Mo9. After a moment of silence, he asked, Miss Yuan knows fellow Taoist Timian. It's an old acquaintance. When Yuan Yao talked about this, her face turned red. After all, she almost became that man's concubine. So that's how it is. Miss Yuan, don't worry. Fellow Taoist Timian will come out. Han Li knew brother Luo's ability very well. He didn't believe that brother Luo would be trapped in the ghost land. It was just a delay. Yuan Yao felt that Han Li was just perfunctory, but she didn't dare to force him too much because of his strong strength. After all, she and Han Li were only friends once. Just as she was stamping her feet in frustration, a figure wearing an iron mask walked out of the ghost fog. Luo Hong's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. It was not strange that he walked out of the ghost land on time. What was strange was that he came so late without any injuries on his body. Could this person have slept in the ghost land? Although the cultivators were puzzled, they were soon diverted by the sudden appearance of a teleportation array in the open space of the garden. Just like before in the Jade Pillar Hall, after the teleportation array appeared, the two elders of Zingan went forward to check it out, and then warned everyone that they could only stay in the Zushan secret realm for a day at most. During this period, everyone can pick spiritual herbs in the secret realm with their own ability. When the one-day deadline is approaching, everyone can either enter the ice and fire road to accept the test, or be teleported back to the garden through the teleportation array again. After waiting for a month, they can be teleported out of the Zushan Palace. Those who exceed the deadline will mysteriously disappear in the secret realm. That is, they will be killed by the forbidden magic array of the Zushan secret realm. After the two elders of the Zingan finished speaking, they took the lead in entering the teleportation array. After a flash of white light, there was no figure. After the Yuanying old monsters passed, the remaining giant and stage cultivators rushed to the teleportation array. If this was not the outer hall, there were the rules of the Zingang on their heads. I'm afraid that they would have fought over who would be the first. This is understandable. After all, these cultivators are willing to take risks and break through the ghost resentment land, just for the spiritual herbs in the secret realm. Luo Hong is not in a hurry at all. The top spiritual medicine Jiuk Walingshan in the Zushan secret realm is destined to be Han Lao Mo's. He just needs to wait for the transaction in the future. Instead of searching for spiritual herbs in the secret realm, it is better to use the spiritual energy of the secret realm to restore mana. Soon, all the monks in the garden left. Han Lao Mo walked into the teleportation array and looked at Luo Hong and Yuan Yao strangely. I don't know what he was thinking. Miss Yuan is waiting for me like this. I think you must have recognized me. Just tell me if you have something to say. Luo Hong looked at Yuan Yao with a smile, like a master. Uncle Luo, you have to help Yuan Yao this time. Yuan Yao took off the black robe and hat, and her delicate face showed a tearful expression, which made people feel distressed. Uncle Luo? Luo Hong's mouth twitched. He coughed to calm himself down and asked, how have your parents been doing these years? Speaking of her parents, Yuan Yao's crying tone, which was originally 70% fake, suddenly became real, and her eyes were slightly red as she said, "A few years after Uncle Luo left, my father couldn't hold on and died, and my mother died of depression 3 years later. Yuan Yao has been alone ever since. Well, at least they can be buried together after death, and may meet each other in the next life." Luo Hong sighed, and then changed the subject, and said in a deep voice, "Miss Yuan, there are many dangers in Zushan Palace. Even if you are the descendant of an old friend of mine, I will not agree to shelter you without knowing anything. You understand this?" Yuan Yao heard Luo Hong speak so seriously, and immediately put away her little tricks. After hesitating for a moment, she told the story of the grievances between herself, her senior sister and the Qingyang sect. The reason why she let down her guard so quickly was that Luo Hong did not take advantage of others when she was young, although after she became an adult, she thought that it would be good if she was taken advantage of. Another reason was that Luo Hong also had a grudge against Qingyang sect, and he would not sell her out to Qingyang sect. This was learned from her soul search of the elders of Qingyang sect after she had formed a pill. Luo Hong naturally knew all these secrets of Yuan Yao. This was her calamity and also her opportunity. If she had not killed the young master of Qingyang sect, she would probably not have been able to form a pill in her life. Good kill. It was the young master of Qingyang sect who ordered the pursuit of Luo, which led to your parents' tragic misfortune. Luo Hong laughed and said happily, "Are you willing to agree to protect Yuan Yao now, Uncle Luo?" Yuan Yao's face was happy, and she put away the Qinglizi she used as evidence, and asked with a smile, "Well, for some personal reasons, I can only take the lava road and the ice and fire road. Is it inconvenient for Miss Yuan?" Luo Hong did not wait for Yuan Yao to respond. He coughed and said solemnly, "Also, Miss Yuan, please don't call me uncle anymore. We cultivators have always ranked seniority based on our cultivation." Yuan Yao couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle when she heard it. She didn't expect Luo Hong to care about this. Could it be that? Thinking of some beautiful things, Yuan Yao's cheeks couldn't help but turn red. She turned her head to avoid Luo Hong's gaze and said, "Then brother Luo, let's go. The Zushan Palace is only opened once every 300 years. There are many treasures in the secret realm that are more than 1,000 years old." Luo Hong nodded in response and walked towards the teleportation array with Yuan Yao. Looking at Yuan Yao's graceful back, Luo Hong's thoughts moved slightly. He was willing to protect Yuan Yao to enter the inner palace, not just for the little affection in the past. Chapter 167, Zushan Secret Realm and Ziwu Giant Monster. Luo Hong originally did not want to miss the Zushan Palace, which only opens once every 300 years. He wanted to see it and get to ancient treasures to study. He was very interested in the 5-element ring. However, the demon's rampage disrupted Luo Hong's plan, forcing him to take the risk of looking for the place where the demon was sealed in the Zushan Palace. But Yuan Yao was different. She had a clear purpose when she entered the Zushan Palace. She came for the soul-nourishing wood. In the giant tower of the Zushan Inner Palace, each floor is like a maze, and at each crossroads in the maze, a stone door will appear. There are restrictions on the stone door, which can only be opened with the Zushan fragment map. When a cultivator enters the stone door, he can reach a treasure room. The soul-nourishing wood that Yuan Yao needs is in such a treasure room. However, the stone door of the Zushan Inner Palace does not mark what treasures are in the treasure rooms connected to it. Therefore, Yuan Yao can successfully find the soul-nourishing wood, which must have mastered some of the secrets of the Zushan Inner Palace. Luo Hong believed that the secrets Yuan Yao held might be helpful to him, which was the main reason why he was willing to protect Yuan Yao and let her enter the inner hall. Otherwise, he would be crazy to bring a burden with him when he could not even protect himself. After a flash of white light, Luo Hong and Yuan Yao both appeared in the Zushan secret realm. Looking around, there were lakes and forests nearby, and mountains and grasslands in the distance. Looking up, the sky was blue and white clouds like the outside world, except that there was no sun. It was hard to imagine that he was just in a palace. The secret realm was full of spiritual energy, and there were hundreds of external spiritual pressures at the entrance alone. "Miss Yuan, I have to go to the pavilion in the middle of the lake to restore my magic power. You can go to search for spiritual medicine first." We will meet at the entrance of the Ice and Fire Road. Luo Hong chose a place with the richest spiritual energy nearby and said to Yuan Yao, who was still shocked by the great magical power of the ancient cultivator, to seal the sky and split the earth. Ah, brother Luo, are you going to give up the chance to search for spiritual medicine? Yuan Yao was very puzzled. Although her main purpose of entering the Zushan Palace was to obtain the soul-nourishing wood, if there was no conflict, she would never let go of the opportunity to obtain precious spiritual medicine that was more than 1,000 years old. The lava road is not easy to walk on. Mana is the most important thing. I came out of the ghost land late, and I had to go to the inner palace for a reason, so I had to give up with pain. Luo Hong shook his head slightly. There is often only a fine line between self-confidence and arrogance. He didn't want to take unnecessary risks because of a few unimportant spiritual medicines. Yuan Yao frowned and hesitated for a while. On the one hand, she was reluctant to give up the spiritual medicine in the secret realm, and on the other hand, she didn't want to lose points in Luo Hong's heart, so as to avoid accidents in the next level. Haha, Miss Yuan, don't worry, you can go find the medicine by yourself. There are rules in the Star Palace. I believe that, as long as you don't provoke those yuaning old monsters, you won't be in danger. Luo Hong chuckled and said, then ignored Yuan Yao, and flew straight to the pavilion in the center of the lake. After standing there in contemplation for a while, Yuan Yao suddenly looked around, and confirmed that no one was around before stealthily taking out a beastskin scroll. After removing the restrictions on it, Yuan Yao unfolded it, and looked at the mountains and grasslands in the distance from time to time, as if he was comparing them with a map. After a while, Yuan Yao's eyes locked on a place on the scroll, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Brother Luo, wait for me, I will protect you. After Yuan Yao put away the scroll, she did not hesitate at all, and followed him with a flattering face. Miss Yuan, then I'll trouble you. Luo Hong did not want to know Yuan Yao's mental journey in making a decision. It was her freedom to pick herbs or not. On the surface, Luo Hong asked Yuan Yao to protect him, but in fact, he had secretly issued a guard order to the blood puppet flying ants. When Luo Hong was concentrating on meditation, Yuan Yao's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and her right hand brushed across her waist, and a furry flat-mouthed little animal appeared in her palm. With a plop, Yuan Yao threw the flat-mouthed beast into the lake, took out a soul tablet, and closed his eyes to chant. Because he had used the yellow-winged bat to spy on intelligence, since he was a child, Yuan Yao knew its convenience. Considering the environment of the Chaos Star Sea, he chose a water monster with strong concealment ability, and refined it into a being like the yellow-winged bird. The water was turbid, but under the gifted spiritual eyes of the flat-mouthed monster, everything was clearly visible. With continuous exploration, Yuan Yao found a ruined palace under the water. As soon as she showed joy on her face, she heard Luo Hong said unhappily, Miss Yuan, your guardian is really unique. It turned out that after half a day of meditation and refining ki, Luo Hong had recovered his magic power. When he opened his eyes, he saw Yuan Yao holding a soul tablet between her fingers, sitting cross-legged beside her with her eyes closed and smiling foolishly, which made him smile bitterly. Ah. Brother Luo, are you okay? Sorry. Yuan Yao stuck out half of her tongue childishly, like a little girl caught by her elders eating candy. It seems that she still regards Luo Hong as her uncle. Seeing such an expression on the face of a beautiful woman, Luo Hong was stunned, and then shook her head and laughed. Forget it, Miss Yuan. Have you found what you are looking for? I'm not looking for anything on purpose. I'm just a little bored waiting, so I'm just trying my luck. Yuan Yao's eyes dodged, and she lied after a pause. Haha, Yuan Yao, your level of making up lies is far worse than that of Han Lao Mo. Luo Hong secretly found it funny, but he didn't expose Yuan Yao. After all, the more secrets of Zushan Palace she knew, the more beneficial it would be for him. Well, then, did Miss Yuan encounter an opportunity? Hearing that Luo Hong did not mean to blame her, Yuan Yao breathed a sigh of relief, clapped her hands, and pretended to be surprised. I really encountered it. Brother Luo, look, does this place look like a treasure place? Taking the soul tablet handed over by Yuan Yao, Luo Hong cast a spell, and he saw an underwater palace, and he also keenly observed that there were traces of formations around the palace. It is a bit like it. Miss Yuan thinks there is a door in it. If it is too troublesome, it is better not to get involved. We don't have much time. Although you can fly freely in the secret realm, it still takes an hour to reach the entrance of the Ice and Fire Road. Luo Hong's implication was that you and Yeo should stop playing dumb. The steps are set for you, and tell me quickly if there is any door in this underwater palace. Yuan Yeo's face froze. She realized that Luo Hong had seen something, but since he didn't expose her, she was happy to play dumb. I heard that some precious spiritual medicines have harsh growing conditions. Could this underwater palace be built specifically to cultivate this kind of water-based spiritual medicine? After all, the spiritual energy of this lake is much richer than other places around it. However, such an important place should be guarded by monsters, so we'd better be careful. So, there is most likely a spiritual medicine garden below, which is indeed worth exploring. Luo Hong nodded slightly, stretched out his hand, and summoned the water flag, and then flew away. This surprised Yuan Yeo, who was about to discuss with Luo Hong how to kill the guarding monster, but she didn't say anything, just flew up and followed. It is common for precious spiritual medicines to be guarded by monsters. The longevity fruits that Manhuzi has set his eyes on are guarded by mandrills that are comparable to those of early nascent soul cultivators. However, since Yuan Yeo dared to set his sights on this place, the monster guarding this place must not be too powerful. Through the soul tablet, Luo Hong scanned the area around the underwater palace and found no trace of the monster. It seemed that the monster either used the underwater palace as a nest or hid in the mud and sand. With Luo Hong's spiritual sense, it was not difficult to find the monster, but he had to go into the water to search for it. He had a simpler way, which was to learn from Nessa, who made trouble in the sea. Luo Hong flew above the underwater palace and began to chant the spell. The water flag spun bigger and bigger. When it grew to a length of several feet, Luo Hong's spell changed, and the water flag fell straight down and fell into the lake water 100 feet deep in one breath. Luo Hong suddenly raised his magic power, and the water flag immediately spread a circle of spiritual halo. The lake water 100 feet around became agitated and began to rotate around it at high speed. After a while, a huge whirlpool appeared on the lake. Almost at the same time as the whirlpool was formed, a door came from the bottom of the lake. A huge black shadow about 20 feet long emerged from the mud and rushed directly to the water flag in the center of the vortex. Luo Hong controlled the water flag to fly out of the lake, and the black shadow followed. This monster is huge and looks like a turtle, but its 4 feet and head are covered with thick scales. Its back is full of ferocious spikes, and its tail has 2 green snakes with scarlet eyes, which looks very ferocious. Brother Luo, be careful. This monster is called Ziwu, an ancient alien species, good at using water magic, and has amazing defense. As soon as Yuan Yeo finished speaking, the Ziwu giant monster opened its mouth and sprayed out a lot of white light balls, which were the Yuan Gang mines that Luo Hong often used before. Luo Hong's mind moved, and he propped up the lightless shield, wrapping him and Yuan Yeo in it. This kind of attack that wins by quantity naturally cannot break the lightless shield. I don't know how many Yuan Gang mines exploded on the surface of the lightless shield, but apart from being a little dazzling, they had no substantial effect. This startled Yuan Yeo, who was about to use her protective magic weapon. Such a strong defensive ability. This is definitely not an ordinary protective spirit shield. It is either a magical power of martial arts or an ancient treasure. Uncle Luo, so powerful. Luo Hong raised his right palm and was about to use the Zenhei Pearl to smash the turtle shell of the Ziwu giant monster to pieces, and then he suddenly felt that it was a waste. After all, this guy was an ancient alien species with strong blood. It just so happened that Luo Hong also wanted to verify whether the greatly increased number of blood puppet flying ants could deal with this monster that was comparable to a cultivator in the late stage of Jinden. As soon as he thought of it, he did it. The magic formula in Luo Hong's hand changed, and the demon head floating beside him opened his big mouth, buzzing hundreds of blood puppet flying ants. Yuan Yeo couldn't help but take a half step back when she saw this. She thought the demon head was a corpse like Futalman, but she didn't expect it to be able to spray out so many flying ants, which was so weird. Brother Luo, isn't it too safe to rely on spirit insects alone? This Ziwu has several unique magical powers in addition to being proficient in water magic. Yuan Yeo saw that Luo Hong stopped moving after sending out the spirit insects and couldn't help but remind him. Her idea was the same as that of most cultivators. The individual strength of spirit insects and spirit beasts was far inferior to that of ordinary spirit beasts. Generally, they won by numbers. These 100 were not many. No problem, let them try. Although Luo Hong claimed that the blood puppet flying ants were immortal, he knew that this was not the case. There must be something that could restrain them. Han Leomo's evil repelling divine thunder made the blood puppet flying ants a little afraid, but because it was a true magic secret method, it did not collapse at the first touch like the magic skills of the human world. It is better to be able to test it out in a controllable danger than to suddenly find out at a critical moment that the opponent has a means to restrain the blood puppet flying ants, resulting in a large loss. Facing the flying blood puppet flying ants, the Ziwu giant monster shrank its neck and then spit out a huge Yuan Gang water mine. With a loud boom, the number of blood puppet flying ants did not decrease. After coming out of the ghost land, the blood puppet flying ants were not as easy to be destroyed as before. The blood puppet flying ants that rushed to the front and were blown to pieces also recovered in an instant, and their rebirth speed was obviously much faster than before. Seeing that his attack did not work, the Ziwu giant monster became even more furious, opened his mouth, and spurted out the cold air that had accumulated in his body for tens of millions of years. As soon as the surging extreme cold air covered the flying ant colony, the blood puppet flying ants condensed into thick frost on their body surfaces, and were eventually sealed in ice crystals, falling from the air one after another. Cold air attacks seemed to be the weakness of blood puppet flying ants. Seeing this, Yuan Yeo couldn't help but worry. She glanced at Luo Hong's expression and saw that he was still calm, and she couldn't help but feel strange in her heart. Could these flying ants still be able to escape by themselves? This is exactly the case. The blood puppet flying ants fell only a few feet, and the ice crystals that sealed them had almost melted away. Soon they fluttered their wings and pounced on the Ziwu giant monster again. The bodies of the blood puppet flying ants are made of blood marrow crystals that have the ability to devour essence and energy. This is also the reason why spells cannot have a significant effect on them. The ice can only trap them for a while. Seeing that the killer moves that he easily did not use could not do anything to these little bugs, the Ziwu giant monster was obviously a little panicked and changed to an uncommon method. The two giant snakes at the tail hissed, and each shot out two blood-red beams of light from their eyes, brushing towards the flying ant group. The blood puppet flying ants were illuminated by the beams of light and immediately became more violent. The originally hidden forbidden god restrictions that Luo Hong had placed on them lit up, but there was no special effect other than that. The Ziwu giant monster was completely panicked. In the past, when the red light emitted by its double snake tails brushed against other monsters, those monsters would immediately become dizzy and lose the ability to resist. Every time this magical power is used, it consumes its vitality. It is his most powerful killer. However, this time it seems to have the opposite effect. When the red light emitted by Ziwu giant monster brushed against the flying ants, Luo Hong suddenly felt his soul flicker slightly, as if a moth flew over a fire. This was the first time that an enemy used a spiritual attack to deal with the blood puppet flying ants. It was also the first time that Luo Hong knew that the forbidden magic he applied to the blood puppet flying ants would direct most of the power of this spiritual attack to him. So, Luo Hong immediately realized one thing: when dealing with an enemy with a stronger spiritual power than yourself, you must never use blood puppet flying ants. At this time, the blood puppet flying ants have approached Ziwu giant monster and are devouring its protective spirit shield. As long as this last line of defense is broken, Ziwu giant monster will be the meat on the felt board of the flying ants. Feeling the crisis of life and death, Ziwu giant monster raised its huge head and stared fiercely at Luo Hong and the two people under the lightless shield. In his simple thinking, if he can't kill the flying ants, then kill the master of the flying ants. This human cultivator must be much weaker than his flying ants, otherwise he would not fail to attack. After releasing the flying ants, the Ziwu giant monster roared, and a strong red light emanated from the pupils of the double snake tails, but it did not immediately shoot out the red light beam just now, but accumulated strength. After a long while, a two-headed snake, that seemed to be real and unreal, condensed on the back armor of the Ziwu giant monster, which had obviously become a little weak. I got up late today, and the goal of 10,000 was not completed. I will try again tomorrow. Chapter 168, Moon Blocking Glazed Lotus. The two-headed giant snake, whose reality was uncertain, coiled on Ziwu's carapace. After spitting out its tongue and hissing, it slapped its tail and flew towards Luo Hong, who was watching the battle with his hands behind his back in the air. Humph. You don't know whether to live or die. Luo Hong saw at a glance that the two-headed giant snake was the product of the condensation of spiritual consciousness, but it was just a facade. Although it was large, it did not bring him any pressure. Before he finished speaking, Luo Hong's eyes lit up with silver light and he performed the secret technique of the silver spirit pupil. Countless needles of spiritual consciousness flew out from his pupils and instantly hit Ziwu's last resort, which consumed a lot of vitality, with holes everywhere, and finally collapsed and disappeared. At this time, the blood puppet flying ant colony had also bitten through Ziwu's protective spiritual shield and shot into Ziwu's thick skin and flesh like sharp arrows, and began to eat it wantonly. Although hundreds of blood puppet flying ants were eating quickly, Ziwu's recovery ability was also very strong. It would take a long time for the flying ant colony to eat it all. Miss Yuan, let's go and see what kind of spiritual medicine is hidden in this underwater medicine garden. Since the monster has been drilled into the flesh of the blood puppet flying ants and there is no way to kill the flying ants, it is only a matter of time before it dies. Luo Hong has no interest in watching this monster screaming and rolling on the lake, and he will immediately go into the water to find medicine. Okay, brother Luo. Yuan Yao looked back at the painful Ziwu giant monster in disbelief and hurriedly followed. She originally wanted Luo Hong to contain this monster and then kill it with the blue thunder, but she didn't expect the spiritual insects released by Luo Hong to be so powerful. Thinking of the scene of herself being chased by these immortal spiritual insects, Yuan Yao couldn't help but shrink her neck in fear. Luo Hong held the water flag and propped up a waterless space underwater. Floating in it was no different from flying in the air. When they approached the underwater palace, they were blocked by a layer of azure light. Miss Yuan, this place is protected by a formation. Do you know what it is? Zushan Palace is not a good place. Even if Luo Hong has the means to break the formation, he dare not attack casually. This seems to be a blue light formation for stabilizing the spirit. Its main function is to stabilize the spiritual energy in the formation. It does not have a strong protective effect. Brother Luo, let's attack together. I believe it won't take long to break the formation. Approaching the treasure land, Yuan Yao seemed a little excited. She sacrificed her magic hammer, which was greatly damaged, and was about to attack. Stabilizing the spirit? It seems that there are indeed some very precious spiritual medicines cultivated in the formation. Let's go in. Luo Hong said lightly, and casually cast an intermediate forbidden breaking talisman, breaking a 10-foot square hole in the azure light cover. With a flash of light, Luo Hong entered the formation. Yuan Yao was slightly stunned, then retracted the magic hammer in dismay, and followed with some depression. Entering the underwater palace, Luo Hong looked around, and saw that there was nothing in the palace, but the flow of spiritual energy was somewhat abnormal. Its flow rate was very slow, and gathered in one place. Luo Hong's spiritual sense swept over the gathering place of spiritual energy, and indeed found a secret door with a band nearby. He used the band breaking talisman to clear the way again, and the secret door opened, revealing a dark staircase leading directly underground. Luo Hong's fingertips ejected a ball of light, and shot it into the dark staircase passage. He did not find anything abnormal, and his spiritual sense did not sense the breath of the ban. Luo Hong was the first to enter the secret passage. Not long after walking along the steps, he saw a blue spiritual light in front of him. When they got closer, the two found that the blue spiritual light came from a layer of blue light film, and under the light film was a waterless space. That's it. The spiritual medicine is there. Yuan Yao pointed to the center of the waterless space, where a strange stone stood, and some spiritual medicines grew on it. The blue light film only has the magical power to block the lake water. The two walked straight into the medicine garden, and felt a very gentle aura of water spirits rushing towards them. Without the blue light film blocking his sight, Luo Hong looked at the spiritual medicine on the strange stone, and saw a Ganoderma lucidum with dragon-shaped patterns on the surface, and emitting cold air growing on the bottom layer. Cold Jiaozi! Luo Hong exclaimed in surprise. For the cold attributed Janus, this spiritual medicine is something they would fight for at the risk of their lives. It is said that this spiritual medicine can not only greatly improve the cultivation level of cold attributed Janus, but also purify the blood and increase the chance of turning into a dragon. In addition to the cold Jiaozi, there are 5 other spiritual medicines growing on the strange stone. One of them is a water lotus growing on the top of the strange stone. It is the most extraordinary. All the spiritual energy gathered by the formation of the hole above is poured into it, and the other spiritual medicines can only absorb what it has left. Unfortunately, Luo Hong doesn't know much about spiritual medicines. Among the 6 spiritual medicines on the strange stone, he only recognized the cold Jiaozi. However, seeing Yuan Yao's expression beside him, he knew that she at least recognized the most extraordinary water lotus spiritual medicine. So he asked, "Miss Yuan, do you recognize the glazed water lotus? This medicine garden seems to be built specifically for this lotus." "Yes, I recognize it. I have read relevant records in ancient books. This lotus is called the moon-blocking glazed lotus. It has long been extinct in the outside world. This may be the only one in the entire Chaos Star Sea. This lotus will only bloom a petal every 1,000 years. The flower in front of us has 12 petals, but it has not only grown for 12,000 years. This lotus can only bloom 12 petals at most. Continuing to grow will only slowly increase the medicinal power, but will not grow new petals." Yuan Yao was so happy that she lost her composure. She stared at the moon-blocking glazed lotus with a strange look in her eyes, as if she had seen some peerless treasure. Luo Hong nodded slightly. The sky thunder bamboo will stop growing after growing to 100,000 years. Most of the spiritual medicines in the world have this feature, but very few spiritual medicines can grow to the extreme. Miss Yuan, since you know the origin of this lotus, you must also know the effect of this lotus. Please teach me. Brother Luo, you are too polite. Although this lotus is extremely precious, it is useless to you. Because the greatest effect of this lotus is to keep one's youth forever, and it also has the effect of changing one's appearance. It is said that even an extremely ugly person will become more beautiful than a fairy after taking this lotus. Brother Luo also knows that I'm being hunted down by the King Gyang sect. If I can change my appearance, I will be much more relaxed. So, Brother Luo, please give up 1 or 2, and the remaining 5 spiritual medicines can be yours." Yuan Yao pleaded eagerly. Luo Hong secretly felt amused, thinking that any woman would lose her mind when it comes to keeping her youth forever and becoming more beautiful. Although the 5 spiritual medicines below the Buliuli lotus are not as precious as it, they are obviously more effective. Yuan Yao actually gave up all of them without hesitation. It is not difficult to guess why Gu Xiu cultivated the Buliuli lotus so seriously in the Zushan secret realm. The master of the Zushan palace is also a female cultivator. Miss Yuan wants to use this lotus to make an elixir? Luo Hong did not respond directly to Yuan Yao's plea, but asked back. There is no need to make an elixir, and there is no need to pick this lotus. Just take its petals, and take it raw. It is said that the effect of the medicine is very fast, and once it enters the stomach, it can cause obvious changes to the person who takes it. If Brother Luo doesn't believe it, I can take 1 petal now. Yuan Yao was afraid that Luo Hong would not believe her words, so she was ready to show her own experience. Luo Hong did not disbelieve it, but she was also curious about the effect of this lotus, so she did not stop Yuan Yao from picking the lotus petals. Yuan Yao stood on tiptoe, gently pinched her slender fingers, and picked a lotus petal. She immediately opened her red lips and held the lotus petal in her mouth. The lotus petal melted in her mouth, and before Yuan Yao could taste its taste, it turned into a ball of juice and flowed into her stomach. The next moment, a stream of pure water spirit burst out from Yuan Yao's body, and her skin became more delicate and tender, and there were also slight changes between her eyebrows. If Yuan Yao was breathtakingly beautiful before, now she is more natural than breathtaking. Brother Luo, you don't stare at me like that. Yuan Yao saw Luo Hong staring at her intently. Although his eyes were clear and did not contain any lust, she still felt shy. After all, Luo Hong was different from others. He was the one who almost became her husband. Miss Yuan is so beautiful, and I'm just a vulgar man. It is normal for me to not be able to control my eyes. Miss Yuan, please don't be offended. Luo Hong laughed and did not intend to avoid his gaze. Lu Xun once said, if you look good, you should look at it more. Frankness shows the true nature of men. Yuan Yao's face gradually turned red, and she changed the subject in a panic. Brother Luo, has my appearance changed a lot? Haha, Miss Yuan, take a look for yourself. Luo Hong flicked his sleeves and condensed a life-size water mirror in front of Yuan Yao. Seeing her current appearance, Yuan Yao was stunned for a moment, but then she said with a bitter face, what? There is no difference from before. Didn't I take enough? This Biuli lotus has probably been growing here since the ancient cultivators gave up the Zushian palace. Its medicinal effect must have reached the extreme of this kind of spiritual medicine. The effect of a lotus petal should be able to determine the effect of the original whole plant, so the problem should not be the medicinal effect. Luo Hong looked at the Biuli lotus swaying gently on the top of the strange rock and analyzed lightly. Then where is the problem? Is there an error in the records in the classics? Yuan Yao asked doubtfully. If there is really an error, it will be troublesome. This means that whether there is a soul nourishing tree in that place will also be in doubt. Haha, the problem is you, Miss Yuan. If you are beautiful, the medicinal effect of the moon blocking glazed lotus will not be so obvious. Luo Hong told the truth while using his magic power to pick off the remaining 11 lotus petals and sent 5 of them to Yuan Yao and said, Luo is also somewhat interested in keeping one's beauty forever. We will divide this lotus equally, and Luo will only take 2 of the remaining spiritual medicines. After all, it depends on your luck to find it, Miss Yuan. Preserving one's beauty forever is naturally not the real reason why Luo Hong wants to divide the moon blocking glazed lotus equally. He can easily do this by just tricking Han Lao Mo into giving him a beauty pill. The real reason is that the silver runes that Luo Hong found on the petals of the moon blocking glazed lotus are exactly the same as the silver runes generated in his meridians by the ice skin and jade bone method. Obviously, this moon blocking glazed lotus is destined for him and is of great research value. No, just give me 2. I didn't do much in this treasure hunt. Yuan Yao hurriedly turned around to pick herbs, not daring to let Luo Hong see her blushing face. It's so strange. Many people praised my beauty. Why this time? Yuan Yao was thinking a lot. She didn't understand why she lost her composure in front of Luo Hong so easily. Because neither of them knew these ancient spiritual medicines, it was very simple to divide them. Luo Hong picked 3 at random, and Yuan Yao took the remaining 2. In fact, this strange stone that allowed so many ancient spiritual medicines to grow was also a rare treasure, but Luo Hong didn't want to do something that exhausted the pond, so she didn't touch it. Anyway, as long as Han Lao Mo, the wholesaler, was around for a day, Luo Hong didn't have much interest in spiritual medicines. After leaving the underwater palace, Luo Hong saw an empty tortoise shell. The aura of the hundreds of blood puppet flying ants was raised from the early stage of foundation building to the middle stage of foundation building. Miss Yuan, I'll give you this Ziwu tortoise shell. It's a good material for refining defensive magic weapons. Luo Hong's mind moved, and the blood puppet flying ants returned to the devil. Then Yuan Yao will not be polite. Yuan Yao knew that Luo Hong was trying to compensate her for the loss of taking 1 less spiritual medicine, so she did not shirk her responsibility and put the tortoise shell into her storage bag. It's getting late. Let's go to the canyon now. Luo Hong saw that Yuan Yao had collected the tortoise shell, so she said calmly. As Yuan Yao nodded in response, the 2 of them turned into 2 beams of light and headed towards the entrance of the Ice and Fire Road. The entrance of the Ice and Fire Road is in front of the mountain wall of the canyon. If you want to continue to go deeper into the Zushan Palace and reach the inner hall, you must wait until the mountain wall cracks into 2 passages that lead directly to the canyon, and then choose one of the 2 passages and walk to the end of the canyon. There is a very powerful prohibition of flying above the canyon, where the ice and fire road is located. Any cultivator who tries to fly and escape, no matter how good his cultivation is, will be struck by the forbidden divine thunder and destroyed. When Luo Hong and Yuan Yao arrived in front of the mountain wall, there were more than 20 cultivators gathered here, which was not much less than the number of cultivators who passed through the Ghost Resentment Land. It seems that most of the cultivators cannot resist the temptation of the ancient treasures and ancient pills in the inner hall. The Yuanying stage cultivators of the righteous and evil ways are plotting to seize the Zushan Palace, and have no time to pay attention to the giant unstage cultivators around them. This peaceful situation has made many giant unstage cultivators let down their guard. However, Luo Hong knows that these old monsters will kill all the giant unstage cultivators, except their disciples and nephews, before entering the Zushan Palace. Even Yuan Yao was deliberately spared by Manhuzi, because she used King Lizzie to save her life, and was mistaken by Manhuzi as a direct disciple of Sanyang Old Demon. If Luo Hong wants to enter the Zushan Palace, she must go through this killing calamity. Han Old Demon has been accepted as a registered disciple by Jian Patriarch at this time. As the protagonist of the Zushanding treasure grabbing operation, he is surrounded by 3 Yuanying old demons of the evil way, and he dare not even look at Luo Hong. After more than half an hour, with a burst of earthquakes, 2 passages were cracked in the mountain wall. Above the entrances of the 2 passages, there is a stone plaque with Zuanjing Road and Lava Road written on it. The ice and fire road was opened, and some monks who were close walked in immediately. Standing at the entrance of the lava road, feeling the surging scorching fire, Luo Hong looked normal. He had the water flag to protect his body, and his magic power was deep. It was not difficult for him to resist the extreme heat and walk through the lava road. But this time, the ice and fire road was far from being so simple because of the tricks of the 2 elders of Xingang. Chapter 169 Yuan Yao is attacked. After walking through the passage, Luo Hong was teleported to the lava road after a flash of red light. As soon as he appeared, the high temperature attacked him like an ancient monster. Luo Hong quickly held up the lightless shield, but found that, although this could resist the high temperature of the lava road, the speed of mana consumption was very fast. So, he sacrificed the water flag again, hung it above his head, and used pure water spirit to build a layer of blue film outside the lightless shield. Suddenly, Luo Hong felt a cool breeze, and the speed of mana consumption was greatly reduced. After confirming that he could effectively resist the high temperature of the lava road, Luo Hong looked around and saw that the sky and the ground were all red, the rocks were red, the land was yellow red, and the sky was even blood red. The plants growing in the lava road were also unusual. They were all rich in fire spirit and extremely hard. If you could only walk on foot, it would not only be very difficult to pass through these plants, but also increase the consumption of mana. Fortunately, Luo Hong's lightless shield has amazing defensive capabilities. These flame grasses standing on the ground like sharp swords will be bent obediently when they encounter the lightless shield. There was no sign of Yuan Yao around, and Luo Hong couldn't help but frown slightly. Before entering the lava road, Yuan Yao gave him a lion's talisman. This kind of talisman is made in pairs, and is specially used to deal with those restrictions that will randomly teleport people. As long as 2 people activate this talisman together, their auras will merge into one under the effect of the talisman. At this time, they can enter the random teleportation array together and be teleported to one place. But now it is obvious that the restriction of the lava road is superior, and Yuan Yao has been teleported to an unknown place. But at this moment, a ball of blue flame exploded in the sky in the distance, reflecting a large area of airspace into blue and red. King Lizzie? This girl is also smart. Luo Hong threw a Yuan Gang water mine in response, and then used King Gang to quickly move towards Yuan Yao's position. After firing a green thunder, Yuan Yao looked around anxiously, and only after she saw a ball of white light explode in the distant sky did she feel at ease. On this lava road, it is not possible to rest easy, as long as you resist the high temperature. Otherwise, she would not have to beg Luo Hong for protection. because of a little accident in the ghost land if she had made sufficient preparations. In the second half of the lava road, not only will the demons living here attack the challengers, but other monks who are about to collapse will ambush other challengers at this time and seize the fireproof treasures on their bodies. As for the rules of the Star Palace, no one would care when death is imminent. Seeing that the hastily released water shield was about to collapse in the high temperature, Yuan Yao quickly took off the black robe covering her body, took out a hairpin that seemed to be made of ice crystals, and inserted it into her black hair. The coolness emitted by the hairpin stabilized the water shield she cast, and the speed of mana consumption was also reduced to an acceptable level. However, this could only prevent her from being hurt by the high temperature of the lava road. The shield was still hot. After walking towards the white light bowl for half an hour, she was sweating and panting. In order to make herself feel better, Yuan Yao summoned a ball of black air to cover her body and changed into a set of cool tight clothes. Hiss, why is it smaller? It's so tight. Yuan Yao frowned and adjusted her clothes. Suddenly, her consciousness sensed a strange breath. Her face changed immediately and she said sternly, "Who is there?" I didn't expect that the Taoist friend has such a peerless appearance. When he frowned, he was even more pitiful. He actually made me feel confused. In an open space 100 feet away, the air fluctuated, and a middle-aged male cultivator wearing a blue fireproof robe appeared. After appearing, this person's eyes kept scanning Yuan Yao's graceful and proud figure. Obviously, the reason for his confusion was not because Yuan Yao frowned. "Dao, you sneaked here. I'm afraid it's not to show mercy to women." Yuan Yao secretly complained. She didn't expect that a green thunder would attract a hungry wolf. Although the other party's eyes were disgusting, they were definitely not the kind of lustful ones. "I'm Buzu from Liufeng Island. Dao, please hand over your hairpin. Don't force me to do such a cruel thing." Buzu's eyes fixed, and he said coldly. The appearance of the female cultivator opposite really made Buzu reluctant to attack, otherwise he would not have said anything nonsense. With his late giant in cultivation, he would have killed the other party long ago. Before entering the lava road, Buzu was full of confidence because he practiced the top 10 fire-based skills in Chaos Star C, Taiyangju. He thought that he, who practiced the top fire-based skills, would definitely pass the lava road. But after really entering the lava road, Buzu was shocked to find that the fire of this lava road could restrain his skills, which made him panic. At the current rate of mana consumption, even if Buzu used various means to recover his mana, he would be burned to ashes after half a day due to the exhaustion of mana. This was unacceptable to Buzu, who had the ambition to form a baby. Just at this moment, he saw the blue thunder that exploded in the sky, and he couldn't help but have the intention to kill. Under the pressure of the Star Palace, killing and robbing treasures on the lava road usually only happened in the second half. Buzu originally wanted to take advantage of the relaxation brought by this idea, sneak attack and kill other challengers, and seize his fireproof treasure. But he didn't expect that the other party was a female cultivator with a peerless appearance, so his sneak attack plan fell into the air. Dao has profound mana, and this little girl's treasure is enough to protect the two of us. Why don't you and I go through the level together? Isn't it the best of both worlds? Feeling the aura of the other party in the late stage of the Dan formation, Yuan Yao knew that he was no match for him, so he could only suppress the nausea in his heart and lifted his hair, pretending to be pitiful with his eyes. Buzu looked confused for a moment, but when he woke up, he immediately said angrily, "Don't think about disturbing my heart of forming a baby. I will only give you 3 breaths of time. After 3 breaths, if you still want to delay, don't blame me for being ruthless." Buzu urged his skills while speaking, and in a moment, 3 Taiyang true fireballs condensed in front of him. It's not like he didn't see the white light ball shot by Luo Hong, so he naturally knew that the other party was just delaying time. Yuan Yao was so anxious that he wanted to stamp his feet. Should his Tao heart be so firm? 3 breaths passed in a flash. Seeing that Yuan Yao had no intention of compromising, Buzu immediately drove the fireball out. Yuan Yao had no choice but to shoot out another green thunder seed. The exploding green magic fire swallowed up Buzu's Taiyang true fire and continued to attack him. What? Buzu was shocked. When he saw the other party take out a green bead, his eyes flashed with contempt. He thought, this low-level thunder bead used for sending messages is really wishful thinking to deal with his Taeyang true fire. It's a pity for a beautiful woman. Therefore, when the green magic fire attacked, he was quite flustered. After finally putting out the magic fire, Buzu found Yuan Yao's desperate back in shock and anger. He subconsciously wanted to fly in pursuit, but suddenly remembered that the lava road was forbidden to fly, so he could only chase after her with hatred on his face. He expected that with his late Chindan body, chasing a delicate and weak female cultivator would be easy. This is indeed the case. Although Yuan Yao used the magic talisman, Buzu also had a lot of family background and talismans. The difference in physical foundation was clearly revealed at this time, and the distance between the two was shortened at a very fast speed. After rushing into the flaming grass, Yuan Yao couldn't help but cry out in pain. She was caught off guard by the sword-like weeds, and her gauze dress was torn. After walking a few feet in the weeds, Yuan Yao's long skirt became a short skirt, and her white and tender calves were covered with red marks. If she continued to run, her thighs and below would be useless. Yuan Yao had to stop and use the magic weapon to protect herself. However, in just a few breaths, Buzu caught up with the attack distance. He smiled grimly and shot out the Taeyang True Fireball again. Seeing the fireball flying, Yuan Yao was terrified. She was about to take out the Fuking Lizzie, but saw a red light shooting from behind her, bang hitting the ground in front of her. Yuan Yao looked closely and found that it was a flaming red ancient flag. Before she could react, a rolling wave of fire surged from the flag and rushed towards the attacking Taeyang True Fireball. As soon as the fire wave and the fireball came into contact, they perished together with a loud bang. Buzu frowned and looked in the direction where the red flag came from, his expression slightly solemn. Although he had attacked in a hurry and did not maximize the power of the fireball, he should not have been so easily resolved by the other party. Yuan Yao saw a figure flash, and Luo Hong came to her side. She hurriedly hid behind him and said very aggrievedly, I didn't do anything. This person came up to rob my magic weapon. Luo Hong looked at Yuan Yao's overly cool outfit in surprise, then retracted his gaze and turned to Buzu not far away. After sensing his late Chindan cultivation, his face darkened slightly. Humph. It turns out that you are just a kid in the middle Chindan stage. Boy, hand over the blue treasure flag above your head, and I will let you two miserable Mandarin ducks go. After Buzu sensed Luo Hong's cultivation, he immediately became rampant. He really didn't want to fight with the other party and waste his magic power, so he persuaded him to surrender again. Luo Hong looked at him coldly, without any intention of responding. He pinched the magic formula with his hand, and the other 3 5-element flags flew out from the treasure bag, arranged in the order of the 5-element above his head, and began to spin. Boy, you are looking for death. Seeing that the other party ignored his good intentions, Buzu couldn't help but get angry, and use the Taeyang formula to the extreme, holding his hands on his head, and an orange-yellow fireball condensed out, and it became bigger and bigger. At the same time, Luo Hong put his fingers together to form a sword, and kept hitting the magic formula at the 5-element flag above his head, and then saw the 5-element flag emitting colorful brilliance, and it spun faster and faster, and soon turned into a residual image, and thunder sounded in the center of the 5-element flag, and a white thunderball slowly took shape. The momentum of Luo Hong's side immediately attracted Buzu's attention. Sensing the amazing spiritual pressure of the white thunderball, he was shocked and pale. Ancient treasure? Daoist friend, calm down. I'm willing to retreat. We don't have to fight to the death. However, Luo Hong turned a deaf ear to Buzu's pleas for mercy. He used his hands to cast spells faster and faster, and the white thunderball quickly took shape. Daoist friend, I have a fire dragon worm in my hand. If we cooperate, we may be able to take out the Zushending. Luo Hong sneered at Buzu's inducement, thinking that he was arrogant. Without saying a word, he controlled the formed 5-element divine thunder to fly over. Seeing that the other party was not willing to change his mind, Buzu knew that the other party was determined to kill him. He didn't care about what would happen next. He sprayed a large mouthful of blood at the giant fireball above his head to help it take shape instantly. After driving it to hit the 5-element divine thunder, Buzu turned around and ran. As soon as the 5-element divine thunder came into contact with the giant fireball composed of Taeyang true fire, it absorbed it into it, not only turning it into a fiery red thunderball, but also the spiritual pressure sword, becoming extremely unstable. The 5-element divine thunder restrains all 5-element magic. Buzu really picked the wrong opponent this time. The red 5-element divine thunder rolled behind him, and Buzu's soul was in great danger. In a hurry, he ignored the restrictions of the lava road and flew away. However, after flying only more than 10 feet, a silver lightning suddenly fell from the crimson sky. After Buzu was hit, he only had time to scream, and his body was instantly turned into ashes, and his soul was burned by the high temperature. Only a storage bag and a spirit beast bag were left on his body, which fell into a pile of rocks. Luo Hong drove the demon head to pick up the things, turned around and looked at Yuan Yao. Seeing that her calf was seriously injured, he casually cast a spell on the wood flag, and a pure wood spirit surged out, covering Yuan Yao's wound. The numbness and coolness on her calf made Yuan Yao bite her red lips, and her body trembled slightly. After helping Yuan Yao heal her wounds, Luo Hong opened the lightless shield and covered her in it. "Thank you, Brother Luo, for saving me." Yuan Yao bowed and thanked him, pulling at her skirt with shyness, not knowing where to put her straight legs. "Miss Yuan, why don't you change your clothes? I won't peek at you." Luo Hong said this, but she didn't mean to turn around. "No need, Brother Luo, we've already wasted a lot of time, let's just go." Yuan Yao was really embarrassed to take off her clothes next to a male cultivator, even if he closed his eyes. "Okay." Luo Hong chuckled and used his King Gong to run quickly. After crossing this prairie, there were still many troublesome checkpoints. Yuan Yao had a magic talisman on her body, so she could keep up with Luo Hong, but she deliberately lagged behind him by half a body length, and Luo Hong never peeked at her, which made her feel embarrassed and focused on her journey. With the lightless shield, they didn't have to worry about the weeds on the lava road pricking their feet, and they didn't encounter any murderers along the way, so they crossed the prairie in just 1 hour. At this time, a lava river about 40 feet wide blocked their way. The temperature above the river was obviously much higher than the surrounding area. As soon as Luo Hong approached here, his mana consumption rate increased sharply, so he had to pass quickly. If he couldn't fly, he could only rely on the stone pillars of varying heights in the river to cross the lava river. Most of these stone pillars were only 1 foot square, enough for only one person to stand, and Yuan Yao couldn't withstand the high temperature of the lava river alone. "So, Miss Yuan, do you choose the front or the back?" Luo Hong couldn't help but look at Yuan Yao's proud assets and smiled meaningfully. "You may be more comfortable in the front." Brothers, the third update is expected to be published at 11:30, and you can post as much as you write by then. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Fire Ants Appear. Yuan Yao looked at the lava river and the annoying stone pillars, and her intestines almost turned green. If she had known that she would encounter this situation, she would have put on the black robe no matter what. "Then I'll trouble you, Brother Luo." Yuan Yao lowered her head and stammered. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Yao felt a masculine breath coming towards her. Before she could react, her feet left the ground, and she was held horizontally. Feeling the other's hot hands pressed against her thigh skin and the strong chest pressing against her arms, Yuan Yao was shy. After seeing the strange smile on Luo Hong's face, she closed her eyes as if to escape. Holding a beauty like Yuan Yao, Luo Hong's heart could not help but waver, especially the other's thighs wet with sweat, which felt unusually smooth, so he subconsciously pinched them twice, and the delicate body in his arms trembled immediately. Beauty is good, but life is more important. Luo Hong was only fascinated for a moment, and then he cast his eyes on the stone pillars in the lava river. After scanning the physical examination form, he measured the strongest stone pillars. After instantly planning the best route and 3 backup routes in case of accidents, Luo Hong took a step and jumped. After landing steadily on the first stone pillar, Luo Hong did not stop for a moment and exerted force again and flew to the second one. After crossing 5 stone pillars in a row, Luo Hong successfully crossed half of the distance with Yuan Yao in his arms, and it took less than 3 breaths. At this time, an extremely strong hurricane was rushing from top to bottom along the river, turning into a grey dragon, carrying hot lava. Demon spirit. Although Luo Hong was shocked, he did not stop and jumped over 3 stone pillars in a row, but it was too late for the last 2. He turned his head and used the silver spirit pupil with all his strength, causing the demon spirits that stirred up the demon wine to pause for a moment. Luo Hong took advantage of this moment and jumped over the last 2 stone pillars, successfully reaching the other side. After standing firm, Luo Hong was about to resist the counterattack of the demon spirit, but he saw that the grey wind dragon ignored his plan and rushed downstream. "Ah! Brother Luo, you hurt me." Yuan Yao cried out in pain. It turned out that Luo Hong was a little anxious at the last moment, and his hands did not control the strength well, leaving a red mark on Yuan Yao's thigh. "Miss Yuan, please forgive me for the situation just now." Luo Hong smiled brightly and put Yuan Yao down. "Brother Luo, what was that just now? It was so scary. If we were involved in it, we would be dead." Yuan Yao rolled her eyes at Luo Hong, not wanting to talk about shameful things, and looked in the direction where the grey wind dragon disappeared. "It should be the restriction of this lava river. Looking at this posture, it seems that it was not caused by us." After Luo Hong answered casually, he continued on his way. Yuan Yao learned her lesson this time. She used the black gas to cover her body and changed her clothes, then hurriedly followed. After crossing the lava river, the two encountered the lava swamp again. It seemed that it was all solid, but it was actually full of dark pits full of lava. Fortunately, Luo Hong's spiritual sense was strong enough to distinguish the location of the dark pits, so this dangerous place only slightly slowed down their progress. After walking out of the lava swamp, Luo Hong found that the horizon in the distance was no longer red, but turned black. Finally, it was the last level of the lava road, the Black Desert. The Black Desert is not a normal level of the lava road. Like the Blood Ice Spirit of the Xuanjing Road, it is a restriction deliberately released by the 2 elders of the Xingang in order to weaken the power of the righteous and evil ways. The Xingang has dominated the Chaos Star Sea for countless years. Naturally, during this period, it has explored the Zushan Palace many times. Although it has not been able to take out the Zushanding so far, it has broken and controlled some of the restrictions of the Zushan Palace. It is precisely because of this that the Xingang can play a trick every time the Zushan Palace is open to harm the high-level cultivators of the righteous and evil ways. Encountering the Black Desert, which was the most difficult lava road to pass in history, Luo Hong was not worried but happy. The countless iron fire ants living in this black desert were the best nutrients for him to grow the blood puppet flying ant colony. Brother Luo, the desert ahead is a little strange. I have never heard of a black desert in a lava road. Do you want to try it? Seeing Luo Hong walking straight towards the strange black desert without stopping, Yuan Yao couldn't help but frowned and reminded him. No need, Luo knows the details of this desert. Miss Yuan, just follow closely. Luo Hong was not afraid to reveal that he knew some secrets of the Zushan Palace, because Yuan Yao should know more. Seeing Luo Hong's confidence, Yuan Yao did not insist anymore. During this journey, she had fully believed in Luo Hong's strength. The Black Desert was made of coarse iron sand, so it was not as difficult to walk as the ordinary desert. The two of them went deep into the Black Desert for only 100 feet before they met another cultivator. However, the cultivator they met this time had no time to attack their fireproof magic weapon. More than 100 feet away, a gorgeous female cultivator who looked over 30 years old and was wearing a blue veil was struggling to use an earth-colored ancient dagger to attack a group of more than 1,000 black flying ants. Judging from the aura, this ancient dagger should be an ancient treasure with great power, but it could only make the black flying ants dizzy for a while when it hit them, and it could not be completely killed. After a struggle, this woman was at the end of her strength, and the power of the ancient treasure was greatly reduced. The black flying ants took the opportunity to swarm over. After a numbing sound of grinding teeth, the gorgeous female cultivator completely lost the sense of the ancient treasure. Fortunately, at this time, she discovered the existence of Luo Hong and the others, and then she fled to them without thinking about whether the two fellow practitioners she met by chance had any means to deal with the other black flying ants, and she obviously intended to divert the trouble. Yuan Yao watched the scene of the iron fire ants devouring the ancient treasure short spear with horror, thinking that this strange insect was so powerful, and she wanted to escape. But when she saw Luo Hong still looked calm, and even had a smile on her lips, she felt relieved. The iron fire ant swarm of more than 1,000 was just right, and Luo Hong's mind moved, and more than 200 blood puppet flying ants spewed out of the devil's big mouth, which was half of the number of blood puppet flying ants he had. The blood puppet flying ants directly flew over the head of the gorgeous female cultivator and shot into the black cloud formed by the iron fire ants, and a battle between spirit insects began. Although the cultivator who suddenly appeared used means to block the black flying ants, the gorgeous female cultivator, who had seen the power of the black flying ants, did not believe that the spirit insects of the strange cultivator could defeat the black flying ants. Therefore, after escaping from danger, she did not approach Luo Hong, but ran away quickly. Yuan Yao glanced at the woman with disgust, and then turned her attention to the battle between spirit insects. The iron fire ant is the 37th ranked spiritual insect on the list of strange insects. It has strong defense, and is especially good at resisting direct attacks from magic weapons. It also has the magical power of spitting black flames, and condensing into an instrument. Once thousands of them gather together, even Luo Hong will have to flee. However, the immortal blood puppet flying ants are the nemesis of the iron fire ant. I have updated 10,000 words a day. I have done it. Haha, I will open a bottle of Nutri Express to celebrate. Great. Chapter 171, Ant Colony and Baoguang Pavilion. 200 to 1000. It seems that the blood puppet flying ants are at an absolute disadvantage, but the restraint in terms of ability determines that the blood puppet flying ants will never lose in this battle. The iron fire ants have hard shells and are difficult to be damaged by magic weapons, but the blood puppet flying ants eat essence, and the iron fire ants' super strong defense is of little significance in front of them. The key to victory is still the immortality of the blood puppet flying ants. When the iron fire ants tear apart and swallow a part of the blood puppet flying ants into their stomachs, they cannot use their own black flames to refine them. Instead, they are attacked from the body by the split blood puppet flying ants and quickly die. Therefore, not long after the two groups of insects came into contact, most of the blood puppet flying ants were quickly devoured, and they were about to be crushed and defeated by the iron fire ants. But the situation was reversed in an instant. A large number of iron fire ants suddenly fell from the sky, and countless red liquid masses drilled out of their mouthparts. Then the devoured blood puppet flying ants condensed into shape again, and pounced into the battle group. After just 2 times, the number of iron fire ants dropped by more than half, and it was obvious that they were powerless to save the situation. In a short while, only the blood puppet flying ants were left in the battle group. At Luo Hong's command, they pounced fiercely on the insect corpses on the ground, and in a blink of an eye, they devoured the more than 1,000 iron fire ants. Looking at the ant colony that had been greatly nourished, Luo Hong thought for a moment, and expanded their number tenfold in one breath. Since each blood puppet flying ant was divided into 10, the ant colony that originally had the strength of the late foundation building stage suddenly became only the strength of the late key refining stage. Normally, swallowing a group of thousands of iron fire ants and differentiating hundreds of blood puppet flying ants can ensure that the individual strength remains basically unchanged. But Luo Hong knew this, but still adopted an extremely radical differentiation method. Because he found in the ant colony battle just now that even if each blood puppet flying ant had the strength of the late foundation building stage, it could not compete with the hard-bodied iron fire ants in a simple bite and swallowing. In fact, most of the iron fire ants were killed by the blood puppet flying ant fragments they swallowed. Since this tactic of feeding the enemy with one's own body and then eating back the enemy's body is so useful in the insect swarm war, Luo Hong will certainly carry it forward. Yuan Yao just blinked and found that the number of Luo Hong's spirit insects had changed dramatically. While she was shocked, she also understood why Luo Hong had to break into this lava road. He came here for these black flying ants. Miss Yuan, This black desert occupies the second half of the lava road. We only went a few hundred feet deep and encountered a flying ant swarm of thousands. It is hard to guarantee that there are no large flying ant swarms of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands in the depths of the black desert. Although Luo's spirit insects can deal with these black flying ants, they are too few in number. If we really encounter a super large insect swarm, the spirit insects may be fine, but we will be in danger. Luo Hong knew that super large insect swarms existed, so before expanding the number of blood puppet flying ants to a certain extent, he would not go too deep into the black desert. Then let's go hunting around the outer edge of the black desert first, and wait for brother Luo's insect swarm to grow, and then go to the depths of the black desert. Anyway, we have enough mana, so there is no need to rush through. Yuan Yao thought that the blood puppet flying ants had the magical power of devouring and splitting. Knowing that Luo Hong's purpose of entering the lava road was to strengthen the ant colony, she naturally would not object. I'm glad that Miss Yuan can understand. That female cultivator's luck is really bad. She just got out of the wolf's den and fell into the tiger's den, but it saved me a lot of trouble. As Luo Hong was talking, she suddenly noticed that a group of black clouds rose up a few miles away. It is estimated that there are no less than 3,000 iron fire ants in it. The target they are chasing is the beautiful female cultivator who just escaped. When the two rushed over, the woman had been shot through the protective magic weapon by the giant arrow transformed by the iron fire ants, and her body was crawling with black ants. She only let out two shrill screams and was devoured. Yuan Yao looked at the scene of the ant colony devouring a living person and felt very scared in her heart. She couldn't help but move 2 steps to Luo Hong. Luo Hong was not here to save people, so the tragic death of the gorgeous female cultivator did not stir up any waves in his heart. He drove 2,000 blood puppet flying ants to pounce on the iron fire ant colony. This time, the two swarms of insects met for only a few breaths, and the blood puppet flying ants were devoured cleanly. However, in contrast, the blood puppet flying ants killed almost all the iron fire ants in their first rebirth, and their efficiency was much higher than last time. After verifying the effectiveness of the tactics, Luo Hong was sure that 2,000 blood puppet flying ants could efficiently devour the iron fire ant colony of less than 5 or 6,000 in size, so he temporarily did not expand the number of blood puppet flying ants. He planned to hold back a wave of ruthless, multiply 10 times, and then go directly into the depths of the black desert to hunt down the ant colony of tens of thousands in size. After collecting the storage bag of the gorgeous female cultivator, Luo Hong threw the blue gauze to Yuan Yao. This kind of magic weapon was obviously a female cultivator's style, and Yuan Yao did not refuse. After happily accepting it, he simply performed a ritual and refined it and put it on his body. Deep in the black desert, Hanli picked up a crystal ball on the ground with a face full of joy. This rare material called refined crystal can make magic weapons extremely strong. After being refined into magic weapons, and inherit 80% to 90% of the magical powers of iron fire ants. The reason why he could obtain such a large piece of refined crystal was that Hanli happened to encounter a giant iron fire ant that was frozen and 20 to 30 feet tall. This giant was definitely formed by a super large iron fire ant colony of hundreds of thousands. Only an old monster in the nascent soul stage could kill it so easily. So, the route I took has been cleared by a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. I was wondering why I had never encountered a super large ant colony with a queen ant. So that's how it was. I was really lucky, Hanli said with a face full of relief. Although he had tens of thousands of gold-eating insects, it was no problem for him to deal with iron fire ants, but his gold-eating insects would also suffer losses in the battle with iron fire ants. In less than a day after entering the black desert, he had already lost nearly 10,000 gold-eating insects. This was before they encountered a super large swarm of insects. Otherwise, even if the gold-eating insect swarm could defeat the other party, the losses it caused would make Hanli so heartbroken that he would vomit blood. Not long after he walked forward with this feeling of relief, Hanli suddenly felt the sky darken. He looked up and opened his mouth in shock. The deep red sky in the distance was completely covered by black clouds, and the buzzing sound of flapping wings could still be clearly heard even from a distance. Without saying a word, Hanli performed the Loan step and ran away. The size of the sand colony must be more than 300,000. Hanli didn't care who alarmed this super large ant colony, he just hoped that the alarmed person would stay away and not implicate him. However, before Hanli ran far, the sky was stained with a layer of blood again. Across from the iron fire ants, a blood-colored cloud of insects rose up, and the two sides quickly fought together. Blood-colored spirit insects? Could it be senior brother Luo? Hanli's steps slowed down slightly. He was just hesitating whether to go over to help, but he saw a black rain suddenly falling from the black cloud. The blood color became thicker and thicker, and he knew that the blood-colored spirit insects were gaining the upper hand. After his eyes flashed a few times, Hanli did not approach, but rushed to the end of the lava road. On Luo Hong's side, the two hurricanes formed by the blood puppet flying ants and the iron fire ants collided and merged, making the world pale in comparison. After a moment, the originally red and black hurricanes completely turned blood red, and a gluttonous feast kicked off. Standing on a sand peak, Yuan Yao looked around and saw that the black desert was covered with a layer of creeping blood color, and the sound of crackling was all around her ears. She was shocked to witness Luo Hong's ant colony grow from a mere 200 to more than 200,000 now. However, Luo Hong was in no mood to appreciate the wonders he had created. Controlling such a huge swarm of insects was difficult even for his spiritual sense. He was now coiled on the sand dune, his face pale and his eyes closed as he regulated his breathing. After a cup of tea, the corpses of the iron fire ants on the ground were devoured, and Luo Hong also recovered. With a thought, the huge blood puppet flying ant swarm split into two groups. One group flew into the mouth of the demon head and reinforced countless layers of seals, while the other group was collected by him in the treasure bag. Let's go out. After successfully achieving the goal of strengthening the blood puppet flying ants, Luo Hong no longer had any attachment to the Black Desert, and led Yuan Yao to the exit. The exit of the Ice and Fire Road was a stone hall surrounded by four sides. Each of the four walls of the stone hall had a closed bluestone gate. At the front was a teleportation array, and at the back were many stone tables and stone chairs. At this time, the Yuanying monsters from both the righteous and evil paths were sitting at the stone table, each with a gloomy face. They had obviously guessed that the appearance of the Black Desert and the Blood Ice Forest was related to the two elders of the Crossing Palace, and they secretly guessed the intention of the Crossing Palace. Such blatant suppression was not the style of the Crossing Palace in the past. The faces of the old ancestors of the evil path, such as Jiayin, were even more gloomy. They pinned their hopes of obtaining the Zushending on Hanli. If he was swallowed by the iron fire ants, their previous plans would all be in vain. Fortunately, after the light of the teleportation array flashed, Hanli's figure appeared in the stone hall, which made the three old demons disperse their cannibalistic eyes. Then, Luo Hong and Yuan Yao were also teleported here. At this moment, Yuan Yao covered her figure and face with a black robe as usual. The two of them, one wearing an iron mask and the other wearing a black robe, were mysterious, which attracted the attention of several old demons. After all, after the two elders of Xingang had done something sinister, there were not many cultivators who could come here, and the few who remained were not lower than the late stage of Jinden. Luo Hong and Yuan Yao, one in the middle stage of Jinden and the other in the early stage of Jinden, were indeed a bit eye-catching. Fortunately, the two elders of Xingang were also teleported here soon, which diverted the attention of the cultivators. Facing the gritting teeth of the cultivators of both the righteous and the evil, the two elders of Xingang were not afraid at all, and just laughed it off. They put on an irritating attitude that, even if you know that it was us who did it, you can't do anything to us. In this way, after everyone waited for most of the day in the weird atmosphere, the teleportation array in the stone hall suddenly disappeared. Then, the bluestone gates on the four walls rose automatically, revealing the long blue passage behind them. These four passages correspond to the three attics and the wonderful illusion of the next level, but the specific directions are not fixed. That is to say, if you walk into any passage, you may arrive at one of the three attics that contain the techniques, elixirs, and ancient treasures. If you are unlucky, you may go directly to the next level and lose the chance to get the treasure. Moreover, the restrictions here are special. No matter which passage you choose, you will not meet anyone after entering. It seems that there are several Baoguang pavilions that contain ancient treasures. In addition, the inner demon soul tested by the wonderful illusion can only be survived by yourself. So Yuan Yao clenched his fist nervously and walked to the left passage alone. Luo Hong was not interested in elixirs and techniques. He urgently needed ancient treasures that could quickly enhance his strength. Seeing Han Lao Mo walking towards the passage on the right, he followed him and entered the passage almost at the same time as Han Lao Mo. In a flash, Luo Hong just entered the passage, and Han Lao Mo, who was originally a few steps ahead, disappeared. He calmed down and walked forward. After a while, he saw a green staircase. When he got closer and looked up, he saw that the stairs led to a very high place. Standing at the bottom, he could not see the top at all. Walking up the stairs, Luo Hong observed the surroundings and found that this place was also shrouded in grey fog, and the dark yellow sky looked very dim. About an hour later, Luo Hong arrived at the top of the stairs. It was a platform with a radius of 1,000 feet. It was extremely vast, but there was nothing. On the edge of the platform, there was a jade bridge with dragons and phoenixes carved on it, which led directly to a golden and jade pavilion suspended in the air. On the pavilion were 3 big characters Baoguang Pavilion. Stepping on the jade bridge, Luo Hong looked down and saw that there was a deep abyss below. He could only see the dark black air rolling, which made him feel inexplicably palpitating. Dark air? An unreasonable super high platform? A place to get treasures? Luo Hong looked back at the platform, and he felt that there was a connection between the 3, but he couldn't think of any clues after thinking carefully. After standing still for a moment, he shook his head and walked towards Baoguang Pavilion. After passing through a layer of restrictions like a water curtain, Luo Hong came to the first floor of Baoguang Pavilion, where there were offensive ancient treasures such as short spears and long spears. Luo Hong had no shortage of offensive ancient treasures, and these ancient treasures looked similar, and the imagination was at the bottom of the ancient treasures. So Luo Hong went directly to the teleportation array on the first floor, filled in a few spiritual stones, and was transferred to the second floor of Baoguang Pavilion. The styles of ancient treasures here were much richer, including piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, treasure mirrors and small drums, and none of them were repeated. Of course, the number was relatively less than that of the first floor, and the restrictions covering the ancient treasures were much more powerful than those of the first floor. Among these ancient treasures, Luo Hong's favorite was a black light treasure mirror. Treasures like mirrors can generally emit some kind of divine light. No matter how effective they are, the speed of the divine light alone can give them a great advantage in the fight against the enemy. In addition, Luo Hong also saw the very familiar 5-element ring here. In addition to its many uses in finding enemies and trapping people, Luo Hong is more interested in its internal principles, especially how it can move through space. If it can be imitated, it should be a good escape method. Standing there, after thinking for a while, Luo Hong decided to make an adult choice. Han Lao Mo has set an example we can't lose. Chapter 172 Dazzling Magic Mirror. Han Lao Mo used the amazing magical power of the gold-eating bug to devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, to hinder the transmission of the space restriction in Baoguang Pavilion, so that he could take one treasure and then take another one when he had time. Although Luo Hong's blood puppet flying ants also had the magical power of devouring essence, they were not strong enough for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so it was impossible for them to copy Han Lao Mo's method. In this way, there was only one way left, which was to crack the space restriction here. In fact, Luo Hong, who was familiar with the jade slips of ancient formations, was somewhat familiar with the restrictions here when he first came in, and felt that it was 70% similar to the star shifting formation recorded in the jade slips. If he was given a few months, he would most likely be able to crack the restrictions here, but it was obvious that Luo Hong could not have a few months. However, this did not mean that there was no way out. Luo Hong took off the jade dragon gourd, raised it to his mouth, raised his head, and drank a mouthful of emerald green tea wine. Suddenly, the world slowed down, and the obscure flow of restrictions gradually became clear. An hour later, Luo Hong, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor, suddenly stopped calculating. spread his arms, and the 5-element flag flew out and stood in different positions. As the spells were cast from Luo Hong's fingertips, the colorful light surrounded a hemisphere, covering Luo Hong and several ancient treasures. After completing the spell, Luo Hong immediately walked to the side of the 5-element ring, stretched out his hand to grab the ring, and then suddenly retracted it. As soon as the 5-element ring was separated from the forbidden light shield, countless brilliant lights pressed in from all directions, but they were temporarily blocked by the 5-color light shield. Luo Hong knew that the formation he hastily arranged with the 5-element flag would not be able to block it for long, so he rushed to the black light treasure mirror at the fastest speed. After taking it into his pocket, the forbidden power in the attic increased sharply, and the 5-color light shield began to shatter immediately. Seeing this, Luo Hong knew that the temporary formation had reached its limit. Although it seemed that there was still time to take another ancient treasure, if the forbidden power increased again, the 5-element flag would inevitably be damaged, which Luo Hong could not accept. Therefore, Luo Hong pinched the magic formula with his hand and said softly, "Collect." The 5-element flag shrank immediately and flew into the treasure bag on Luo Hong's waist like a swallow returning to its nest. Without the obstruction of the colorful light cover, the forbidden light rolled Luo Hong in without any hesitation. After a flash of light, Luo Hong came to a small stone chamber. There was only one passage in the stone chamber, which should lead to the wonderful illusion. As the last level, to enter the inner hall, the wonderful illusion is naturally not easy. It not only tests the realm of the immortal cultivator's soul, but also tests the cultivation of the immortal cultivator's state of mind. From ancient times to the present, countless cultivators have fallen in it, but Luo Hong did not take this level to heart. As the saying goes, one force can defeat 10 skills. In terms of the cultivation of the soul, he has even surpassed the cultivators of the nascent soul stage. For him, the wonderful illusion is nothing more than a mirror of his heart. Retracting his gaze towards the passage, Luo Hong opened his hands and smiled at the 2 ancient treasures he had just obtained. In the human world today, ancient treasures are treasures at the top of the pyramid. Even Yuanying stage cultivators would be jealous of them and even fight for them. Thinking of how difficult it was for him to refine the 5-element flag, Luo Hong couldn't help but feel happy that he had obtained 2 exquisite ancient treasures. Because he knew the function of the 5-element ring, Luo Hong left a spiritual mark on it, and after simply driving it twice, he was able to operate it skillfully. But Luo Hong was a little confused about this black light treasure mirror. This mirror is only the size of a palm, the whole body is round, the edge is wrapped in dark copper metal, decorated with ancient patterns, and the central mirror is covered with vortex-shaped black light, which looks mysterious. Luo Hong tried to infuse mana into it, but the result was like a drop in the ocean, with no response. It was not until Luo Hong probed his spiritual consciousness into it that he found that the center of the black light vortex was wrapped in a sphere, and there was an ancient spell on the surface of the sphere. Luo Hong knew at a glance that this was the most commonly used spell for ancient cultivators to unseal. It is very obvious after studying this. It is clear that the thing sealed in the sphere must be unsealed before the mirror can be used. Although this blacklight mirror is a bit strange and mysterious, it is an ancient treasure from the Baoguang Pavilion after all, and the possibility of problems is very small. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Hong recited the spell, and the magic power flowed through the meridians, and a beam of magic light shot out from his fingertips. As soon as this spell entered the mirror, it easily wiped out the spell on the sphere, and cracks immediately appeared in the sphere. The vortex-like black light in the mirror was sucked into it, and soon the mirror surface became as clear as obsidian. Soon, the sphere collapsed, and the sealed object in it showed its true appearance. The moment he saw it clearly, Luo Hong frowned immediately, and his heart suddenly jumped. I saw a human-shaped being with a black body, scales, a face like an evil ghost, and huge eyes, sitting cross-legged in the mirror. Although this guy is extremely ugly, the way he sits in meditation with a spell in his hand gives people a sense of holiness. Oh my goodness, another ancient demon. Luo Hong felt like he was about to break apart. Why was he so predestined with the ancient demon? Could it be that there was some great opportunity waiting for him in the demon world? Out of trust in Guxiu, Luo Hong did not throw away the treasure mirror in his hand. But then, Two beams of light shot out from the huge eyes of the black-skinned ancient demon, rushing out of the mirror and shooting straight into Luo Hong's brow. Suddenly, a strong sense of dizziness made Luo Hong's eyes blur. Before he could show an expression of shock and anger, a lot of information exploded in his soul. After digesting it, Luo Hong realized that it was the instruction manual left by Gu Xiu for the treasure. This scene here is really so exciting. This mirror is called Dazzling Magic Mirror, which has two magical powers. One is dazzling magic light, which makes the soul of the person who is hit by it fascinated, dizzy and unable to resist. Just looking at the fact that it can affect Luo Hong's 4 evolutions primordial spirit, you can tell how powerful it is. This magical power alone is enough to make this treasure a top quality ancient treasure. Another magical power is even more amazing, called True Magic Appearance. Infusing the mana of the nascent soul level, you can summon the Dharma appearance of the ancient demon sitting in the mirror. Not only will the power of the dazzling magic light be greatly increased, but the Dharma appearance itself has extremely strong combat power. Luo Hong cannot use this magical power now, because the mana required is too terrifying, and he can't even supply it if he drains it. Gu Xiu also said in the letter that the ancient demon in the mirror is the spirit of the dazzling magic mirror, and its original body is part of the demon soul of the soul-stealing true demon, one of the 6 great demon generals. Haha, this time I really picked up a treasure. Luo Hong was immediately enveloped by a feeling of winning a big prize, and he was more confident in killing the demon and the Zushan Palace. Senior Gu Xiu was able to refine the ancient demon's demonic thoughts into a spirit, so killing a wisp of residual soul is not a simple matter. Demon, your death is coming. A fierce look flashed in Luo Hong's eyes. He put away the top grade mirror and strode towards the passage. Chapter 173 In a Demon and Conspiracy. Not long after walking in the passage, Luo Hong's eyes flashed hazily, and the surrounding scene changed from cold stone walls to fairy buildings surrounded by clouds and mist. The fairy music played, and rare birds and beasts appeared from the clouds. Realizing that the fairy music had the effect of bewitching, Luo Hong immediately focused his mind to resist, and the wonderful fairy scenery around him suddenly became inconsistent. Continuing to walk forward, those rare birds and beasts blurred and turned into beautiful girls and women with different styles and full of charm, posing or showing pity. Luo Hong just glanced at them and stopped paying attention. He had just been baptized by Yuan Yao's beauty, and his current color resistance was very high. Even if he didn't see through the illusion, he would not be affected. The first half of this wonderful illusion ended with various women seducing Luo Hong in various ways. When the fairy palaces and beauties around him disappeared, Luo Hong came to a black and red hall. The moment he stepped into this palace, Luo Hong stopped and looked solemn. The fairy palace illusion in the first half was nothing compared to the illusion created by the black palace that pointed directly at the flaws in people's hearts. So far, Luo Hong has not experienced any training for his state of mind. Whenever he makes a choice, he mostly follows his own reason, but he is not a cold stone. If he acts too much according to reason, it is inevitable that he will go against his feelings. Therefore, there are definitely many loopholes in his state of mind. He must be very alert in the second half of the road. Thinking of this, Luo Hong's eyes condensed, and he walked into the Black Palace. The further he walked, the greater the pressure on his consciousness. Soon he was bounded in an area of 30 to 40 feet around him, and the smell of blood in the air became stronger. It was pitch black all around, and the boundless darkness enveloped Luo Hong. If he were a mortal with a fragile state of mind, he would have collapsed mentally at this moment due to the oppression of silence and darkness. But this did not scare Luo Hong. He remained calm until a faint cry came, which made him upset. Looking for the sound, he saw a young monk with a giant sword on his back, kneeling in front of an old woman lying on the ground, crying. The compassion at that time turned out to be minor demon. Luo Hong frowned and did not think about bypassing the other party. Instead, he chose to face his heart and walked over. When he came closer, the young monk with the giant sword suddenly turned his head and asked sadly, "Why? Why do you want to steal the elixir that I need to save my mother?" Luo Hong felt a shock in his heart. Although he knew that the other party was imagining it, his nameless anger rose up, and he unconsciously made a gesture to eject the dark green. No. Once I take action, I will be taken advantage of by my inner demon. Luo Hong woke up in shock, clenched his fist suddenly, and walked straight past the giant sword disciple without answering his question. Killing is killing, no need to explain. Luo Hong was sure that he had made the right choice. Seeing that Luo Hong treated him as nothing, the giant sword disciple was extremely angry. His face suddenly became ferocious. He drew the giant sword behind him and shouted to slash at Luo Hong. I want you to be buried with us, mother and son. Luo Hong did not even turn his head, letting the giant sword slash him, but the recoil force of the lightless shield still shook the giant sword disciple into a ball of white mist, which gradually dissipated. After moving forward for more than 10 feet, the bloody smell was so thick that it was almost nauseating. At this time, dozens of figures appeared around, surrounding Luo Hong. After a closer look, he found that these were all the King Gyang sect's hidden men he killed in the Yi family's darkroom that day. Those foundation building period demon cultivators stood on the periphery of the encirclement, their faces blurred, but some of the King Gyang sect's hidden men and the key refining period stood in front with faces full of fear and helplessness. It was indeed a bit unfair to say that these King Gyang sect's key refining stage spies were wrongly accused. Their cultivation was still shallow, and they had no chance to do evil. Many of them were not responsible for tracking down Luo Hong, and they even knew nothing about this matter. But Luo Hong was too lazy to argue at the time, so he simply killed them all. After Luo Hong took a glance, he ignored them as before, and went straight ahead. These phantoms went crazy one by one, turned into evil ghosts, and pounced on Luo Hong, but were all destroyed by the lightless shield. After experiencing these two heartbreaking tests, Luo Hong suddenly felt that his own soul was more solid than before, and he had a better understanding of his own code of conduct. I will not offend others if they do not offend me, and those who stand in the way of the immortal way will die. Luo Hong murmured his two major codes of conduct softly. Under normal circumstances, he is willing to get along with others in a fair trade. He will not deliberately kill people to rob treasures, but when facing the immortal way, he will never be merciful, and will kill if he can, and will never leave any trouble behind. The further he walked, the more perfect Luo Hong's state of mind became. The bloody smell that had been so strong just now disappeared completely at this moment. What surprised him even more was that his Yuanshan, which had reached the 4th evolution realm, took another step forward. The illusionary Black Palace seemed to be angry and embarrassed by Luo Hong's change. Before he walked a few feet, he was blocked by more figures. This time, there were nearly 100 people. Luo Hong looked carefully and found that these were all evil cultivators who were captured by him to refine the heavenly demon pill. HMPH. Just you dare to mess up my state of mind. Break it for me. Luo Hong's eyes flashed with silver light, and the spiritual consciousness restriction that existed just now was no longer effective at this time. Countless thought needles flew out and killed all the figures blocking the way. Luo Hong has always had a clear conscience about capturing evil cultivators to refine the pill. At this moment, he also saw that this illusionary Black Palace was different from the Mayaoyan Fairy Palace in the first half. The most powerful means were used at the beginning, and then became weaker and weaker. If you don't pay attention, it is indeed easy to be fooled. Looking at the dispersing white mist of illusion, Luo Hong's old problem came back, and he couldn't help but think about the operating principle of this illusionary Black Palace. The magical power of this Black Palace to provoke people's weaknesses is a bit like the means of the outer demon, but it is definitely more powerful and more vicious than the outer demon I have caught so far. Haha, if this illusionary Black Palace is really driven by the outer demon, then judging from the timing of the appearance of the 3 major levels just now, this outer demon is definitely emotional. Then my previous speculation that the upper limit of the outer demon's strength is determined by its own spiritual wisdom has a reliable example. Luo Hong used his spiritual sense to explore the surroundings, hoping to find some clues, but the restrictions of this illusionary Black Palace are aimed at spiritual sense, so how could he easily gain anything? After a few breaths, Luo Hong's pupils suddenly shrank, as if he thought of something. Wait. If there is really the power of the outer demon at work here, then doesn't it mean that the demon head secretly took a demon pill in the first place so that he can survive until now? Luo Hong quickly turned his head and looked at the demon with sharp eyes. He happened to see the demon grinning with a dark face in his mouth. Not good. Luo Hong dodged quickly, but the demon's long-planned sneak attack was not easy to avoid. The ghost face whistled out and hit Luo Hong's chest. Luo Hong's dodge only prevented it from hitting the heart directly. As soon as the ghost face entered Luo Hong's body, it dissipated into a ball of black gas and rushed straight to the heart nearby. Luo Hong's magic power could not stop it at all. Although he didn't know the function of this ball of black gas, Luo Hong knew very well that if he let it enter his heart, he would be finished. There was no time to think. Luo Hong directly took out an object from the treasure bag, pressed it on his chest, and injected magic power into it frantically. At the same time, he did not forget to urge the blood puppet flying ants that sealed the demon head, causing them to devour the demon head wantonly, hoping to distract the demon head. Haha, you didn't expect it, Junior. You thought you had completely seized my secret technique, but how could my secret technique be guessed by a junior human like you? The demon head laughed wildly, and the blood plasma covering his face slowly retreated, revealing most of his face. Driven by Luo Hong, the blood plasma transformed from the blood puppet flying and squirmed and squeezed inward frantically, trying to reseal the demon head, but it seemed to be blocked by an invisible object, and the progress was extremely slow. What did you do to me? The existence of the alien black gas in his body made Luo Hong extremely painful. He half knelt on the ground and asked with difficulty, Junior, thank me. Let the true demon seed enter your heart obediently, accept the magic energy, and become my demon slave. As if he was extremely confident in his own means, the demon head actually told Luo Hong directly, and then he didn't even look at him, and opened his big mouth to suck wildly. I saw black evil thoughts wrapped with grey invisible objects, entering the mouth of the demon from all directions, and the demon's breath surged at a very fast speed. When he swallowed it, he licked his lips. The blood plasma that was originally slowly sealing him was now forced to slowly retreat. If this continues, it will only be a matter of time before the demon breaks the seal. Damn ancient cultivator, when you split my evil thoughts and built this place, did you ever think that I would use this to escape? Haha, after all, I'm a demon. It turned out that the reason why the demon did not reveal his ability to influence the blood puppet flying ants at the beginning was to borrow Luo Hong's power to enter this illusionary black palace. There are not only extraterritorial demons in the illusionary black palace, but also many of his evil thoughts. This strand of the demon was originally one of them, but over the long years, these evil thoughts finally broke through a small part of the restrictions of the Black Palace, and together they allowed the demon's evil thoughts to temporarily break free from the restrictions. At that time, another traitor of Xuangu, Ji Zuan, was trying to break through the Black Palace. The devil's evil thoughts entered his body and later came to Cheyenne after a lot of twists and turns. The blood refining method was rampant in Cheyenne at that time, because the devil's evil thoughts reborn for himself and bewitched the scattered cultivators. Unfortunately, when he was about to succeed, the 7 major sects discovered the clues and ruined his good deeds with thunderous means. It was not until the blood pool changed that he was able to appear and regain his body. However, he was beaten up by Luo Hong when he was weak and only his head was left. After entering the illusionary Black Palace, the devil took advantage of Luo Hong's concentration on fighting the inner demon, quietly used his physical body to display his magical powers, absorbed the rest of the evil thoughts, and then spent most of his strength to condense a true demon seed, which successfully plotted against Luo Hong. This damned young man in the human world is even more difficult to deal with than my brothers. Chapter 174 Fighting against Yuan Ying. In the black hall of the illusion, Luo Hong half knelt on the ground, trembling constantly, swaying and ready to fall down at any time. Although the demon was somewhat surprised that Luo Hong could hold on until now, the true demon seed was definitely not something that a junior in the Cheyenne stage could stop. No matter what means he used, it could only stop it for a while. Sure enough, the next moment Luo Hong seemed to be unable to hold on and fell to the side. The demon was about to mock him, but saw a cylindrical black light shot out from Luo Hong's heart and hit him instantly. This familiar power made the demon immediately dizzy and fell straight down from mid-air. Luo Hong stood up with a straight back, and the magic formula on his hand changed. An illusory black-scaled demon arm immediately stretched out from his heart. The blood puppet flying ants wrapped around the demon head burst apart, and the demon hand grabbed the demon head's face and suddenly retracted. After doing all this in an instant, Luo Hong's eyebrows flashed with pain, and he couldn't help but put his hand on his heart, gasping for breath. At this moment, the demon had regained consciousness and immediately found himself being held tightly by two big hands. He struggled to get out, but could not move at all. The demon rolled his eyes to see his situation clearly, but unexpectedly saw a familiar face. Soul stealing? Let me go. Do you want to betray the holy ancestor? The demon shouted in shock. Senior, don't shout anymore. Your companion has long been refined into a weapon spirit, and his original consciousness has long been wiped out. Senior, wait a moment, I will let you accompany him soon. Luo Hong said hatefully. After adapting for a while, he was able to endure the severe pain caused by the black air. Young man, don't be arrogant. You are only temporarily using the power of the soul stealing to suppress the true demon seed of this seat. Within 3 days, the demon seed will enter your mind, and you can't escape. The demon shouted wildly. Seeing what happened to the soul stealing, he was really panicked, fearing that the ancient cultivator had left some tricks in the Zushan palace. He tried his best to scare Luo Hong and shake his determination. So, I still have 3 days. Luo Hong's mind moved, and the mirror of the glare magic mirror was covered by a black curtain, isolating the devil's subsequent bewitching words. At this moment, Luo Hong's condition was very bad. There was a glare magic mirror suppressing his heart, temporarily blocking the attack of the devil's energy, but the area around his heart was severely eroded by the devil's energy, and the slightest movement would cause severe pain. If he fought with others, it would affect his injuries and accelerate the erosion of the devil's energy. Within 3 days, I must enter the land of sealed demons. In front of a high tower, built entirely of green boulders, the yuanying old monsters of both the righteous and the evil stood opposite each other. With the appearance of Han Li, the two sides discussed the matter of taking treasures from the Zushan inner palace. Because of the special actions of the two elders of the Zingan and the Ice and Fire Road this time, both sides were afraid of the two old guys, and were unwilling to fight to the death with each other, which would benefit the Zingan. In the end, it was concluded that they took the treasures first, and then relied on their own abilities. During this period, Yuan Yao stared at the teleportation array. She couldn't understand why Luo Hong was so strong, but he liked to be the last one to come out every time he broke through the level. It was really worrying. Finally, just before the nascent soul monsters came to a conclusion, the teleportation array lit up, and Luo Hong's figure appeared. Yuan Yao wanted to approach immediately. After all, it was a bit uncomfortable to be stared at by so many nascent soul monsters alone. But when she saw the black air lingering around Luo Hong and his pale face, she couldn't help but stop. Brother Luo, what are you doing? Is the stone door of the inner hall open? Luo Hong didn't mean to explain, and immediately looked at the giant tower and the group of nascent soul monsters under the tower. It was just opened not long ago. Brother Luo, you are injured. Why don't you take a breath here for a while? This time I will definitely protect you seriously. Seeing that Luo Hong was struggling to speak, Yuan Yao took out a bottle of King Gyang sect sealing holy medicine and stepped forward to help him sit down. There is no time. Follow me closely. Luo Hong pushed away the pill sent by Yuan Yao, gritted his teeth, and walked towards the stone door of the giant tower. Yuan Yao's expression changed for a while, then his eyes focused, put away the pills and followed. On the other side, Han Li, who was standing next to the old monster Ji Yin, was shocked when he saw Luo Hong's strange behavior. He knew that senior brother Luo was trying to kill a trace of the ancient demon's evil thoughts. With senior brother Luo's current condition and the missing demon, there must be something wrong with the demon killing plan. Boy, why are you staring at that man? If my traitor finds out, it will be troublesome. Zhu Gu, who was now disguised as the nephew of Manhuzi, saw Han Li's uneasy look and could not help but remind him through voice transmission. Harley gritted his teeth secretly, thinking that you old monster don't know shit. If senior brother Luo gets into trouble, it will be really troublesome. The demon is a terrifying existence that even the evil repelling divine thunder that specifically defeats demons cannot completely kill. However, Jiyan didn't need to find out anything wrong at this time, because Luo Hong's move to the entrance of the inner hall with great fanfare had already attracted the attention of many yuanying old monsters. Fellow Daoist man, this young man from your demon sect is quite interesting. He looks like he has gone astray and is a little confused. Wan Qianming had a smile on his face, but his words were indescribably cold. They, a group of yuanying stage cultivators, had been discussing the rules for entering the inner hall of Zushan for a long time, but two giant unstage demon cultivators actually swaggered into the inner hall without taking them seriously. HMPH. If you don't like it, just do it yourself. Do you want to order me, man? Although Man Huzi was also unhappy, he couldn't stand Wan Qianming, the hypocrite, and just wanted to sing the opposite tune with him. Two mice dare to enter the inner hall to take treasures. You are really tired of living. Go to hell for this ancestor. Unlike other yuanying stage old monsters, Jiyan attached the most importance to this treasure retrieval, because he could get the greatest expected benefits from it. Therefore, he could not tolerate Luo Hong and others who might fish in troubled waters during the treasure retrieval process. As soon as the Jiyan patriarch showed his killing intent, two black shadows flew out from behind him, carrying a thick corpse aura, and rushing towards Luo Hong and Yuan Yao. Luo Hong never thought that these yuanying old monsters would let him go easily. He did not fly directly into the tower, but was preparing a secret technique. Although it was the unexpected Jiyan patriarch who took action, it was undoubtedly more advantageous. The expected Man Huzi was the one with the highest cultivation among the 6 yuanying old monsters. If he did not take action, Luo Hong would be more confident. As soon as he smelled the corpse aura, Luo Hong knew that the Jiyan patriarch had released his Xiandu corpse. Although this Xiandu corpse was only comparable to a cultivator in the middle stage of the Jiandan, with the Jiyan patriarch beside him, assisted by various secret techniques, and even the Xiandu corpse fire, it was definitely not something that could be easily dismissed. Luo Hong's body could not withstand a long-term battle, so he decided from the beginning to break the situation with thunderous means. With a push of his right palm, the Zhenhe pearl emerged, and then it dispersed with a bang. The black one yuan heavy water wrapped Luo Hong like a whirlwind, and a set of black scale armor took shape in an instant. This is the secret technique, Black Dragon Transformation, that Luo Hong combined with the secret technique he learned from the devil, which was transformed from the spiritual dragon transformation. With a sudden step, Luo Hong's figure flashed in front of the two Xiandu corpses, and then his palms stretched out like claws, piercing into the chests of the Xiandu corpses like piercing tofu, and crushed their black hearts full of secret prohibitions. Without waiting for Jiyan to make any new moves, Luo Hong's eyes flashed with silver light, and countless needles were concentrated in one place and shot at Jiyan. All this happened as fast as lightning. As soon as the Jiyan patriarch sensed the fall of the two Xiandu corpses, he met Luo Hong's silver eyes, and then his soul was pierced with pain, and he raised his head and screamed. After Luo Hong succeeded in his attack, he took a step forward and threw the two corpses of Xiandu in his hands. His target was the Jiyan patriarch. At this moment, Jiyan had not recovered from the attack of the Yuanshan. If he was hit by the Xiandu corpse thrown by Luo Hong with great force, his tendons and bones would be broken. However, just when Luo Hong was about to complete the feat of seriously injuring a yuanying stage cultivator with his Jiandan cultivation, Man Huzi suddenly blocked in front of Jiyan patriarch, and with a wave of his two golden hands, he slapped the two rapidly flying Xiandu corpses away. Haha, young man, you have some tricks. I will meet you. Although Man Huzi had many grudges with Jiyan patriarch, they were about to take the treasure and there were people of the righteous path around them. The strength of their magic path could not be damaged before the battle with Wan Qianming and others. Similarly, because he did not get along with Jiyan patriarch, Man Huzi did not feel dissatisfied with Luo Hong's behavior of almost seriously injuring Jiyan. Instead, he felt itchy when he saw a cultivator who was also practicing the body refining method. Of course, this does not mean that Luo Hong and Manhuzi can become acquainted without fighting. After a friendly exchange, the two can become close friends who appreciate each other. It is more likely that after Manhuzi had enough, he was satisfied to beat Luo Hong to death. "You go in first," Luo Hong shouted to Yuan Yao, and then pushed his own skills to the extreme. A golden light emerged under the black scales. With a rumble of his feet, he rushed towards the golden Manhuzi like a broken crossbow arrow. Yuan Yao did not dare to hesitate after hearing this, and fled to the entrance of the giant tower at the fastest speed. Another late giant and cultivator who came here also saw that the situation was not right, so he took the opportunity to fly to the giant tower. Manhuzi stood still, grinned, opened his mouth and spit out a golden blade. First cut the late giant and cultivator into 7 or 8 pieces, and then shot towards Yuan Yao. With a loud bang, Yuan Yao shot out a green thunder seed at the critical moment, which not only blocked the golden light, but also made the extremely angry Jiyan Patriarch disperse the secret technique in his hand. Obviously, the appearance of the green thunder seed made these Yuanying old monsters mistakenly believe that Yuan Yao was the direct descendant of the Sanyang old demon, so they deliberately let him go. As Yuan Yao disappeared at the entrance of the inner hall, Luo Hong completely became the target of all the Yuanying old monsters present, but because of their face, they did not make a move, and waited for Manhuzi to kill him. Facing Luo Hong, who took the initiative to meet him, Manhuzi did not use the secret technique, nor did he intend to use the magic weapon. Instead, he clenched his fists and urged the heaven-supporting demonic art, as if he was going to fight Luo Hong in a melee. The two of them moved very quickly, and they were about to meet in an instant. It seemed that a shocking collision was about to happen, and silver light flashed in Luo Hong's eyes again. Chapter 175 The Six Paths Descendant. Manhuzi looked like a rougher man, but his soul strength far exceeded that of the Jiyan Patriarch. Luo Hong's silver spiritual pupil only made him dazed for a while. However, because he missed this moment, Luo Hong's figure was no longer under Manhuzi's fist. His golden fist hit the ground, causing a violent vibration around him. At this time, Luo Hong had already made a wrong step to bypass Manhuzi, and rushed to the entrance of the giant tower. "Don't even think about running." Manhuzi, who was tricked, was furious and turned around to chase him. He was very fast, leaving a golden afterimage, and in less than 2 breaths, he was close to Luo Hong's back. However, at this moment, Luo Hong suddenly stopped, turned around and faced Manhuzi head on, retracted his right fist, and made a big opening and closing posture. Before Manhuzi could react, a huge suction force took advantage of his forward force, and pulled him towards Luo Hong's fist. This was exactly the magic secret technique that Luo Hong had comprehended, the great power of true magic. Luo Hong performed this secret technique with an injury. Before he could hurt the enemy, his own injury had already worsened by 3 points. However, if he did not forcefully throw this punch with the force of more than 1 million jin, he really did not have the confidence to fight against Manhuzi, who was close to mastering the two-ocean magic art. Facing Luo Hong's provocation, Manhuzi decisively chose to fight back, and threw out his right fist a little hastily. Bang! The two fists collided, and a circle of airwaves exploded. Hardly, Wu Chao and other giant and cultivators were thrown back several steps. Manhuzi's face sank at first, and then he showed a fierce look, using his deep magic power of the middle stage of the nascent soul to suddenly increase the strength of his right fist. At this time, Luo Hong turned his strength into soft power, and just took advantage of Manhuzi's strength to retreat quickly, and was about to escape into the entrance of the giant tower. Manhuzi's eyes flashed twice, and he put his hands behind his back and stopped chasing. However, Manhuzi's withdrawal did not mean that Luo Hong was safe. The Jiyan Patriarch almost lost face. He hated Luo Hong to the core, but he didn't take action because of the barbarian beard. How could he let him escape at this moment? He stretched out his right palm, and the long prepared black snake of the secret technique flew out from his palm, like a black lightning, and rushed straight to Luo Hong's face. Luo Hong didn't dare to underestimate the killing move made by a Yuanying period cultivator in anger. He gritted his teeth, and urged the magic power in the acupoints, instantly infusing it into the dazzling magic mirror on his heart. The black curtain covering the mirror surface suddenly dissipated, and an illusory black scaled demon arm stretched out from the mirror surface, pinched the black snake of the secret technique that was shot out, and suddenly pinched it out with a force. After taking this move, Luo Hong's figure sank into the light gate at the entrance of the giant tower and disappeared. Ha ha ha. You two fellow Taoists have used such tricks that you made two juniors escape in front of you. This sect master admires you. I really admire you. Wan Xianming laughed and looked at Patriarch Jian with contempt. Then he walked slowly towards the giant tower in the inner hall with the other two nascent soul stage cultivators of the righteous path. After watching Wan Xianming and others enter the giant tower, Patriarch Jian finally couldn't hold it in anymore and said with a gloomy face, "Brother man, the descendant of the old demon Sanyang is fine, but why did you let that kid into the inner hall too? HMPH. Jian, your eyes are really in vain. Can't you see that the magic arm that kid summoned at the end is exactly the same as Liu Dao's true magic? If that kid is not the descendant of Liu Dao Jisheng, how can he resist Mai Shai and Mo Gong with his cultivation in the middle stage of Jinden?" When Patriarch Jian heard Man Huzi bluntly saying that he was blind, a dark aura flashed on his face. He suppressed the anger in his chest, and after thinking carefully, he said in a deep voice, "The old demon Sanyang and Liu Dao Jisheng sent their descendants into the inner hall at the same time. They must have some plans. Could it be for Zhu Shending? Jian is worthy of being the person who can deceive the old demon Zhuanggu." The four words flexible are reflected vividly in him. If there is really a way to take the tripod, why don't these two old demons come in person? How could they only send two juniors? In my opinion, they should have set their sights on the treasures in the inner palace treasure room, and there is no conflict with us. At present Xingang's attitude is unclear, and Sanyang and Liu Dao are our demons. I can understand Brother Man's idea of letting them go. Jian, don't take it too seriously. It's not too shameful to suffer a little loss at the hands of the demon cubs of Liu Dao. Although the Qinghai layman said this, he did not hide his gloating expression at all. As long as they don't come to hinder us, this ancestor will give those two Taoist friends a face. The Jian ancestor, who adjusted his mentality, was not moved by Qinghai layman's move at all, and said calmly. Wu Chao beside him couldn't help but shudder at this time. He knew that his ancestor had completely remembered the grudge. If that person fell into the hands of his ancestor, he would definitely end up unable to live or die. Don't say these useless things. Let's go to the inner hall quickly. We can't be left behind by those guys from the righteous path. Man Hughes's numb right fist had recovered. After leaving a word, he led the way to the entrance of the giant tower. Harley, follow me closely. The dangers in this inner hall are not something you can handle. After Master Jian said this lightly, he followed. Brother Han, please go in. Wu Chao suddenly changed his previous hostility towards Hanli and smiled friendly. Hanli bowed in return and sneered in his heart. Wu Chao's drastic change in attitude made him more wary of Master Jian. Brother Luo, I hope we can overcome this difficulty together. Hanli complained in his heart and stepped into the inner hall of Zushan. 3 or 4 hours later, the originally dim teleportation array lit up again, and two figures walked out in a slightly embarrassed manner. They were dressed in white, and they were the two elders of Xingang who were believed by both the righteous and the evil to not go to the inner hall. Brother, are you also trapped in the Black Palace? One of them asked with a sullen face. It seems that he suffered a lot when he was trapped. Junior brother too? The elder brother of the two elders of Xingang looked surprised and pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, someone triggered the Black Palace restriction that we don't know about, which greatly increased the power of the illusion at that moment, almost equal to the inner demon tribulation when forming an infant. If I hadn't woken up in time and used the known Black Palace restrictions to escape, I'm afraid I would have returned to the void with the Sushan Palace. It turned out that in addition to breaking some of the restrictions of the Ice and Fire Dao, Xingang also broke most of the restrictions of the illusionary Black Palace, allowing the two elders of Xingang to stay in the Black Palace as long as they wanted, without any time limit. In the past, when the Zushan Palace was opened, the elders of Xingang used this method to make the righteous and evil sides who entered the inner palace believe that they did not enter the inner palace. so as to monitor or take action in secret to ensure that the Zhushinding would not be taken away by the cultivators of the righteous and evil ways. However, this time, an accident occurred. The powerful illusion of the heart demon in the Black Palace almost made the two elders of Xingan fall into the trap. It's the same for me. It seems that this treasure hunting is very different from usual. The Zhushinding may really be taken away by someone. Brother, let's go quickly. The younger brother of the two elders of Xingan said solemnly. The Zhushinding must not fall into the hands of cultivators other than Xingan. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.